Chapter 22 of Phoebe Jr. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Phoebe Jr. by Margaret O. Oliphant. A Desperate Expedient. It was something of a comfort to Phoebe to find that the tea to which Ursula asked her was a family meal, such as Mr. and Mrs. Tozer indulged in Grange Lane, with no idea of dinner to follow, as in more refined circles. This, she said to herself benignly, must be country fashion, and she was naturally as bland and gracious at the Parsonage tea-table as anybody from town, knowing better, but desiring to make herself thoroughly agreeable, could be. She amused Mr. May very much, who felt the serene young princess, accepting her vulgar relations with gentle resignation, and supported by a feeling of her own innate dignity, to be something quite new to him. Phoebe had no objection to talk upon the subject, for, clever as she was not so clever as to see through Mr. May's amused show of interest in her trials, but believed ingenuously that he understood and felt for her, and was perhaps, at last, the one noble, impartial, and generous churchman who could see the difficulties of cultivated dissenters, and enter into them sympathetically. Why Mr. May took the trouble to draw her out on this point is more difficult to explain. Poor man, he was in a state of semi-distraction over Cotstein's bill. The 10 days had shortened into 3, and he was no nearer finding that £100 than ever. Even while he smiled and talked to Phoebe, he was repeating over and over to himself the terrible fact which could not now be ignored. 17th, 18th, 19th, and Friday will be the 20th, he was saying to himself. If that 20th came without any help, Cotstein would be virtually made a bankrupt. For, of course, all his creditors would make a rush upon him, and all his affairs would be thrown open to the remorseless public gaze, if the bill, which had been so often renewed, had to be dishonored at last. Mr. May had a conscience, though he was not careful of his money, and the fear of ruin to Cotstein was a very terrible and real oppression to him. The recollection was upon him like a vulture in classic story, tearing and gnawing, as he sat there and smiled over the cup of tea Ursula gave him, feeling amused all the same at Phoebe's talk. He could scarcely have told why he had permitted his daughter to pursue her acquaintance with Tozer's granddaughter. Partly it was because of Clarence Copperhead, out of curiosity, as being about to be brought in contact with some South Sea Islander or Fijian, one would naturally wish to see another who was thrown in one's way by accident, and thus prepare oneself for the permanent acquaintance. And she amused him. Her cleverness, her ease, her conversational powers, her woman-of-the-world aspect did not so much impress him, perhaps, as they did others, but the complacency and innocent confidence of youth that were in her, and her own enjoyment of the situation, notwithstanding the mortifications incurred, all this amused Mr. May. He listened to her talk, sometimes feeling himself almost unable to bear it, for the misery of those words, which kept themselves ringing in a dismal chorus in his own mind, and yet deriving a kind of amusement and distraction from it all the same. One of your friends was very hard on my son and myself at your meeting the other night, Miss Beecham. He was very injudicious, said Phoebe, shaking her head. Indeed, I did not approve. Personalities never advanced any cause. I said so to him. Don't you think the Church has herself to blame for those political dissenters, Mr. May? You sneer at us and look down upon us. I don't sneer at anybody. I don't mean you individually, but churchmen do. They treat us as if we were some strange kind of creatures, from the heart of Africa, perhaps. They don't think we are just like themselves, as well educated, meaning as well, with as much right to our own ideas. Mr. May could scarcely restrain a laugh. Just like themselves. The idea of a dissenter setting up to be as well educated and as capable of forming an opinion as a cultivated Anglican, an Oxford man, and a beneficed clergyman was too novel and too foolish not to be somewhat startling as well. Mr. May was aware that human nature is strangely blind to its own deficiencies, but was it possible that any delusion could go so far as this? He did laugh a little, just the ghost of a laugh, at the idea. But what is the use of making any serious opposition to such a statement? The very fact of contesting the assumption seemed to give it a certain weight. Whenever this is done, said Phoebe, with serene philosophy, I think you may expect a revulsion of feeling. The class to which Papa belongs is very friendly to the established church and wishes to do her every honor. Is it indeed? We ought to be much gratified, said Mr. May. Phoebe gave him a quick glance, but he composed his face and met her look meekly. It actually diverted him from his preoccupation, and that is a great deal to say. We would willingly do her any honor. We would willingly be friends, even look up to her, if that would please her, added Phoebe, very gravely, conscious of the importance of what she was saying. But when we see clergymen, the common persons also, who have never had one rational thought on the subject, always setting us down as ignorant and uncultured because we are dissenters. But no one does that, said Ursula, soothingly eager to save her new friend's feelings. She paused in the act of pouring out the children's second cup of tea and looked up at her with eyes full of caressing and flattering meaning. No one, at least, I am sure, she added, faltering, remembering suddenly things she had heard said of dissenters, who knows you. It is not I that ought to be thought of, it is the general question. Then can you wonder that a young man like the gentleman we were talking of, clever and energetic, and an excellent scholar, and very good in philosophy too, he was at Jena for 2 or 3 years, should be made bitter when he feels himself thrust back upon a community of small shopkeepers? Mr. May could not restrain another short laugh. We must not join in the vulgar abuse of shopkeepers, he said. Phoebe's color rose. She raised her head a little, then perceiving the superiority of her former position, smiled. I have no right to do so. My people, I suppose, were all shopkeepers to begin with, but this gives me ways of knowing. Grandpapa is very kind and nice, really nice, Mr. May, but he has not at all a wide way of looking at things. I feel it, though they are so kind to me. I have been brought up to think in such a different way, and if I feel it, who am fond of them, think how that young minister must feel it, who was brought up in a totally different class. What kind of class was this one brought up in? Said Mr. May with a laugh. He need not have assaulted Reginald if he had been born a prince. We had done him no harm. That is making it entirely a private question, said Phoebe, suavely, which I did not mean to do. When such a man finds out abuses, what he takes to be abuses, in the church, which treats him like a roadside ranter, may not he feel a right to be indignant? Oh, I am not so. I think such an office as that chaplaincy is very good, one here and there for the reward of merit, and I think he was very right to take it, but still it would not do, would it, to have many of them? It would not answer any good purpose, she said, administering a little sting scientifically, if all clergymen held sinecures. These words were overheard by Reginald, who just then came in, and to whom it was startling to find Phoebe serenely seated at tea with his family. The hated word sinecure did not seem to affect him from her lips as it would have done from anyone else's. He came in quite good-humoredly and said with a smile, You are discussing me. What about me, Miss Beecham? I hope you take my side. I take everybody's side, said Phoebe, for I try to trace people's motives. I can sympathize both with you and those who assailed you. Oh, that dissenting fellow. I beg your pardon, Miss Beecham, if you are a dissenter, but I cannot help it. We never go out of our way to attack them and their chapels and coiteries, and why should they spring at our throats on every occasion? I think it is hard, and I can't say I have any charity to spare for this individual. What had we done to him? Ursula, give me some tea. Miss Beecham, I leave the cause of the church in younger and, I hope, abler hands, said Mr. May, getting up. Partly was that Reginald's onslaught made him see for the first time certain weak points in the situation. Partly it was that his private care became too clamorous, and he could not keep on further. He went away quite abruptly and went downstairs to his study and shut himself in there, and the moment he had closed the door, all this amusement floated away, and the vulture gripped at him, beak and talons digging into his very soul. Good God, what was he to do? He covered his face with his hands and turned round and round mentally in that darkness to see if anywhere there might be a gleam of light, but none was visible east or west. £100, only £100, a bagatelle, a thing that to many men was as small an affair as a stray sixpence, and here was this man, as good so to speak as any, well educated, full of gifts and accomplishments, well born, well connected, not a prodigal nor open sinner, losing himself in the very blackness of darkness, feeling that a kind of moral extinction was the only prospect before him, for want of this little sum. It seemed incredible even to himself as he sat and brooded over it. Somehow, surely, there must be a way of deliverance. He looked piteously about him in his solitude, appealing to the very blank walls to save him. What could they do? His few books, his faded old furniture, would scarcely realize £100 if they were sold tomorrow. All his friends had been wearied out, all natural resources had failed. James might any day have sent the money, but he had not done so. Just this special time, when it was so hard to get it, James too had failed, and the hours of this night were stealing away like thieves, so swift and so noiseless, to be followed by the others, and Cotstein, poor soul, his faithful retainer, would be broken and ruined. To do Mr. May justice, if it had been only himself who could be ruined, he would have felt it less. But it went to his very heart to think of poor Cotstein, who had trusted him so entirely, and to whom, indeed, he had been very kind in his day. Strife and discord had been in the poor man's house, and perpetual wretchedness, and Mr. May had managed, he himself could scarcely tell how, to set it right. He had frightened and subdued the passionate wife, and quenched the growing tendencies to evil, which made her temper worse than it was by nature, and had won her back to soberness and some kind of peace, changing the unhappy house into one of comparative comfort and cheerfulness. Most people like those best to whom they have been kind, whom they have served or benefited, and in this way Mr. May was fond of Cotstein, who in his turn had been a very good friend to his clergyman, serving him as none of his own class could have done, going in the face of all his own prejudices and timorousness of nature on his account. And the result was to be ruin unmitigated to the small man who was in business, and equally disastrous, though in a less creditable way, to his employer. It was with a suppressed anguish which is indescribable that he sat there, with his face covered, looking this approaching misery in the face. How long he had been there he could scarcely himself tell, when he heard a little commotion in the hall, the sounds of running up and down stairs and opening of doors. He was in a feverish and restless condition, and every stir roused him. Partly because of that impatience in his mind, and partly because every new thing seemed to have some possibility of hope in it, he got up and went to the door. Before he returned to his seat, something might have occurred to him, something might have happened, who could tell? It might be the postman with a letter containing that remittance from James, which still would set all right. It might be, he rose suddenly and opening the door, held it ajar and looked out. The front door was open and the night air blowing chilly into the house, and on the stairs, coming down, he heard the voices of Ursula and Phoebe. Ursula was pinning a shawl round her new friend and consoling her. "I hope you'll find it is nothing. I am so sorry," she said. "Oh, I'm not very much afraid," said Phoebe. "She is ill, but not very bad, I hope, and it is not dangerous. Thank you so much for letting me come." "You will come again," said Ursula, kissing her. "Promise that you will come again." Mr. May listened with a certain surface of amusement in his mind. How easy and facile these girlish loves and fancies were. Ursula knew nothing of this stranger, and yet so free were the girl's thoughts, so open her heart to receive impressions, that on so short knowledge she had received the other into it with undoubting confidence and trust. He did not come forward himself to say goodbye, but he perceived that Reginald followed downstairs and took his hat from the table to accompany Phoebe home. As they closed the outer door behind them, the last gust thus forcibly shut in made a rush through the narrow hall and carried a scrap of paper to Mr. May's feet. He picked it up almost mechanically and carried it with him to the light and looked at it without thought. There was not much in it to interest anyone. It was the little note which Tozer had sent to his granddaughter by the maid, not prettily folded to begin with, and soiled and crumpled by the bearer. Your grandmother is took bad with one of her attacks. Come back directly. She wants you badly. Samuel Tozer. This was all that was in it. Mr. May opened it out on his table with a half smile of that same superficial amusement which the entire incident had caused him. The contact, even momentary, of his own household with that of Tozer, the old dissenting butterman, was so droll an event. Then he sank down on his chair again with a sigh, the amusement dying out all at once, purely superficial as it was. Amusement! How strange that even the idea of amusement should enter his head in the midst of his despair. His mind renewed that horrible mechanical wandering through the dismal circle of might-be's which still survived amid the chaos of his thoughts. Once or twice there seemed to gleam upon him a stray glimmer of light through a loophole, but only to throw him back again into the darkness. Now and then he roused himself with a look of real terror in his face, when there came a noise outside. What he was afraid of was poor Cotstein coming in with his hand to his forehead and his apologetic, "Beg your pardon, sir." If he came, what could he say to him? 2 days, only 2 days more. If Mr. May had been less sensible and less courageous, he would most likely have ended the matter by a pistol or a dose of laudanum. But fortunately he was too rational to deliver himself by this desperate expedient, which of course would have only made the burden more terrible upon the survivors. If Cotstein was to be ruined, and there was no remedy, Mr. May was man enough to feel that it was his business to stand by him, not to escape in any dastardly way, but in the meantime to face Cotstein and tell him that he had done and could do nothing, seemed more than the man who had caused his ruin could bear. He moved about uneasily in his chair in the anguish of his mind. As he did so, he pushed off some of the papers from the table with his elbow. It was some sort of break in his feverish musings to pick them up again in a bundle without noticing what they were. He threw them down in a little heap before him. On the top, as it chanced, came the dirty little scrap of paper, which ought to have been tossed into the fire or the waste paper basket. Samuel Tozer. What was Samuel Tozer to him that his name should stare him in the face in this obtrusive way? Tozer, the old butterman, a mean and ignorant person, as far beneath Mr. May's level as it is possible to imagine, whose handwriting it was very strange to see on anything but a bill. He fixed his eyes upon it mechanically. He had come, as it were, to the end of all things in those feverish musings. He had searched through his whole known world for help, and found there nothing and nobody to help him. Those whom he had once relied on were exhausted long ago. His friends had all dropped off from him, as far at least as money was concerned. Some of them might put out a hand to help him and his children from starvation even now, but to pay Cotstein's bill, never. There was no help anywhere, nor any hope. Natural ways and means were all exhausted, and though he was a clergyman, he had no such faith in the supernatural as to hope much for the succor of heaven. Heaven! What could heaven do for him? Banknotes did not drop down out of the skies. There had been a time when he had felt full faith in Providence, but he seemed to have nothing to expect now from that quarter more than from any other. Samuel Tozer. Why did that name always come uppermost, staring into his very eyes? It was a curious signature, the handwriting very rude and unrefined, with odd illiterate dashes, and yet with a kind of rough character in it, easy to identify, not difficult to copy. What was it that brought beads of moisture all at once to Mr. May's forehead? He started up suddenly, pushing his chair with a hoarse exclamation, and walked up and down the room quickly, as if trying to escape from something. His heart jumped up in his breast like a thing possessed of separate life, and thumped against his side, and beat with loud pulsations in his ears. When he caught sight of himself in the mirror over the mantelpiece, he started as if he had seen a ghost. Someone else seemed to see him, seemed to pounce upon and seize him out of that glass. He retreated from the reach of it, almost staggering. Then he returned to his table. What thought was it that had struck him so wildly, like a sudden squall upon a boat? He sat down and covered his face with his hands, then putting out one finger, stealthily drew the paper towards him, and studied it closely from under the shadow of the unmoved hand, which half supported, half covered his face. Well, after all, what would be the harm? A gain of 3 months' time, during which every sort of arrangement could be made so nicely. Supplies got anywhere, everywhere, the whole machinery of being set easily in motion again, and no harm done to anyone. This was the real force of the idea, no harm done to anyone. Long before the 3 months were out, that £100, a paltry business, a nothing, when a man had time before him, could be got, one might make sure, and where was the harm? He would never know it. Poor Cotstein need never have the slightest burden upon his conscience. Here in the stillness of his own room, it could all be done as easily as possible, without a soul being taken into confidence, except that bloodless wretch in the glass with his staring face, Mr. May said to himself, only dimly sensible that the wretch was himself. No, it would harm no one, that was clear. It never need be known to anyone. It was a mere act of borrowing, and borrowing was never accounted a crime. Borrowing not money even, only a name, and for so short a time. No harm, it could do no one in the world any harm. While these reasonings went on in his mind, his heart dropped down again into its right place, his pulse ceased to beat like the pistons of a steam engine. He came gradually to himself. After all, what was it? Not such a great matter, a loan of something which would neither enrich him who took, nor impoverish him who, without being aware of it, should give. A nothing. Why people should entertain the prejudices they did on the subject, it was difficult to see, though perhaps he allowed, candidly to himself, it might be dangerous for any ignorant man to follow the same strain of thinking, but in the hands of a man who was not ignorant, who knew, as he himself did, exactly how far to go, and what might be innocently done, in his own mind he put a great stress on this. Why, what was it? A thing which might be of use in an emergency, and which was absolutely no harm. Mr. May was late in leaving his room that night. It was understood in the family that he was writing, and all was kept very quiet in the house, yet not sufficiently quiet, for Janey, when she brought in the coffee, placing it on the table close to the door, was startled by the fierceness of the exclamation with which her father greeted her entrance. "What do you want prying here?" he said, dropping his hand over his writing. "Prying himself," said Janey, furiously, when she was up again in the cheerful light of the drawing-room. "A great deal there is to pry into in that dreadful old study." "Hush, he never likes to be disturbed in his writing," said Ursula, soothingly. And he sat at his writing to a much later hour than usual, and he stumbled upstairs to his bedroom in the dead of the night with the same scared pale face which he had seen in the glass. Such a look as that, when it once comes over a man's face, takes a long time to glide away. But his heart beat more tranquilly, and the blood flowed even in his veins. After all, where was the harm? End of chapter 22, read by Brize Cries, Youngstown. Chapter 23 of Phoebe Jr. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Phoebe Jr. by Margaret O. Oliphant. Tided Over. Next morning, Cotstein was mournfully turning over his ledger in the High Street, wondering whether he should go back to Mr. May on another forlorn expedition, or whether he should betray his overwhelming anxiety to his wife, who knew nothing about the state of affairs. The shop was what is called a corn factor shop, full of sacks of grain, with knots of wheat ears done up ornamentally in the window, a stock not very valuable, but sufficient, and showing a good, if not important, business. A young man behind attended to what little business was going on, for the master himself was too much preoccupied to think of bushels of seed. He was as uneasy as Mr. May had been on the previous night, and in some respects even more unhappy, for he had no resource except a sort of dumb faith in his principle, a feeling that he must be able to find out some way of escape, checkered by clouds of despondency, sometimes approaching despair. For Cotstein, too, felt vaguely that things were approaching a crisis, that a great many resources had been exhausted, that the pitcher which had gone so often to the well must, at last, be broken, and that it was as likely the catastrophe was coming now as at any other time. He said to himself that never in his previous experience had things seemed so blank as at present. Never had the moment of fate approached so nearly without any appearance of deliverance. He had not even the round of possibilities before him which were in Mr. May's mind, however hopeless, at this particular moment, he might find them. Cotstein, for his part, had nothing to think of but Mr. May. Would he find some way out of it still, he who was always so clever, and must, in his position, have always good friends? How the poor man wished he had never been led into this fatal course, that he had insisted, long ago, on the settlement which must come some time, which should not get any easier by putting it off. But then who was he to stand against his clergyman? He did not feel able now to make any stand against them. If he had to be ruined, he must be ruined. What could he do? The man who had brought him to this held him in such subjection that he could not denounce or accuse him even now. He was so much better, higher, abler, stronger than himself, that Cotstein's harshest sentiment was a dumb feeling of injury, a feeling much more likely to lead him to miserable tears and to resistance. His clergyman, how was he to stand against his clergyman? This was the burden of his thoughts. And still perhaps there might be salvation and safety in the resources, the power, the cleverness, and superior strength of the man for whom, in his humility, he had risked everything. Poor Cotstein's eyes were red with sleeplessness and thinking, and the constant rubbings he administered with the sleeve of his rough coat. He hung helpless, in suspense, waiting to see what his chief would say to him, if he would send for him, if he would come. And in the intervals of these anxious thoughts, he asked himself, should he tell poor Sally? Should he prepare her for her fate? She and her children might be turned out of house and home, very probably would be, he said to himself, leaping to the extreme point, as men in his condition are apt to do. They might take everything from him. They might bring all his creditors on him in a heap. They might sell him up, his shop by which he made his daily bread and everything he had, and turn his children out into the streets. Once more he rubbed his sleeve over his eyes, which were smarting with sleeplessness and easily coming tears. He turned over the pages of the ledger mechanically. There was no help in it, no large debts owing to him that could be called in, no means of getting any money, and nothing could he do but contemplate the miseries that might be coming, and wait, wondering dully whether Mr. May was doing anything to avert this ruin, and whether at any moment he might walk in, bringing safety in the very look of his bold eyes. Cotstein was not bold. He was small and weakly, and nervous, and trembled at a sharp voice. He was not a man adapted for vigorous struggling with the world. Mr. May could do it, in whose hands was the final issue. He was a man who was afraid of no one, and whose powers nobody could deny. Surely now, even at the last moment, he would find help somehow. It seemed profane to entertain a doubt that he would be able to do it even at the very last. But Cotstein had a miserable morning. He could do nothing. Minute by minute, hour by hour, he waited to be called to the parsonage. Now and then he went out to the door of his shop and looked out wistfully down the street, where it ended in the distance of Grange Lane. Was that the maid from the parsonage coming up across the road? Were these the young ladies who, though they knew nothing about the matter at issue, very frequently brought a note or message from their father to Cotstein? But he was deceived in these guesses as well as in so many others. All the world seemed out of doors that morning, but nobody came. The ruddy sunshine shone full down the street, glorifying it with rays of warm gold and tinting the mists and clouds which lurked in the corners. It had been heavy and overcast in the morning, but at noon the clouds had cleared away, and that big red globe of fire had risen majestically out of the mists, and everybody was out. But no one, except humble people in the ordinary way of business, came to Cotstein. Bushels of grain for chickens, pennies' worth of canary seed. Oh, did anyone think he could pay £100 out of these? £100, the spending of which had not been his, poor man, which was indeed spent long ago, and represented luxuries past and over, luxuries which were not Cotstein's. Strange that a mere lump of money should live like this, long after it was, to all intents and purposes, dead and spent and gone. Then came the hour of dinner, when his Sally called him to the room behind the shop, from which an odor of bacon and fine big beans, beans which were represented in his shop in many a sackful. He went in unwillingly in obedience to her command, but feeling unable to eat, soon left the table, sending the young man to fill his place, with whose appetite no obstacle of care or thought interfered. Poor Cotstein felt that the smell of the dinner made him sick, though he would have liked to eat had he been able. The smell of the bacon, which he loved, and the sight of the small children, whom he loved still better, and poor Sally, his wife, still red in the face from dishing it up. Sally was anxious about her husband's want of appetite. "What ails you, John?" she said pathetically. "It wasn't as if you were out last night, nor nothing o' that sort. A man as is sober like you don't ought to turn at his dinner." She was half sorry and half aggrieved, poor woman, feeling as if some blame of her cookery must be involved. "It's the bile," said poor Cotstein, with that simplicity of statement which is common in his class. "Don't you take on, Sally. I'll be a deal better by supper time. Or worse," he added to himself. Yes, he would make an effort to eat at supper time. Perhaps it might be the last meal he should eat in his own comfortable home. He had been out at the shop door, gazing despairingly down the road. He had come in and sold some birdseed, wondering, oh, what good would that penny do him, he who wanted £100, and was standing listening with a sad heart to the sound of the knives and forks and chatter of the children, when suddenly, all at once, Mr. May walked into the shop, changing dismay into hope. What a thing it was to be a gentleman and a clergyman! Cotstein could not but think. The very sight of Mr. May inspired him with courage, even though probably he had no money in his pocket. It was a supporting thing only to see him and hear the sound of his free, unrestrained step. He came in with a friendly nod to his humble helper. Then he glanced around the shop to see that no one was present, and then he said, "All right, Cotstein," in a voice that was as music to the little corn factor's ears. His heart, which had been beating so low, jumped up in his bosom. His appetite came back with a leap. He asked himself, would the bacon be cold, and cried, "God be praised, sir," in a breath. Mr. May winced slightly. But why should it be wrong to be grateful to God in any circumstances? He asked himself, having become already somewhat composed in his ideas on this particular point. "Are we quite alone?" he said. "Nobody within hearing? I have not brought you the money, but a piece of paper that is as good as the money. Take it, you will have no difficulty in discounting this. The man is as well known as the Carlingford Bank, and as safe, though I dare say you will be surprised at the name." Cotstein opened the new bill with trembling hands. "Tozer," he said faintly, between relief and dismay. "Yes, you must know that I am taking a pupil, one who belongs to a very rich dissenting family in London. Tozer knows something about him, from his connection with the body, and through this young man I have got to know something of him. He does it upon the admirable security of the fees I am to receive with this youth, so you see, after all, there is no mystery about it." Better not wait for tomorrow, Cotstein. Go at once and get it settled, you see, said Mr. May ingratiatingly. It is a little larger than the other, 150, indeed, but that does not matter with such an excellent name. Tozer, said Cotstein, once more bewildered. He handled the piece of paper nervously and turned it upside down and round about, with a sense that it might melt in his hold. He did not like the additional 50 added. Why should another 50 be added? But so it was, and there seemed nothing for him but to take the immediate relief and be thankful. I'd rather, sir, as Tozer hadn't known nothing about it, and why should he back a bill for me as ain't one of my friends, nor don't know nothing about me, and 50 more added on, said Cotstein. It was the nearest he had gone to standing up against his clergyman. He did not like it. To be Mr. May's sole standby and agent, even at periodical risk of ruin, was possible to him, but a pang of jealousy, alarm, and pain came into his mind when he saw the new name. This even obliterated the immediate sense of relief that was in his mind. Come 3 months it'll have to be paid, said Cotstein, and Tozer ain't a man to stand if he's left to pay. He'd sell us up, Mr. May. He ain't one of the patient ones like some other folks, and there's £50 put on. I don't see my way to it. I'd rather it was just a clear 100, if it was the same to you. It is not the same to me, said Mr. May calmly. Come, there's no cause to make any fuss. There it is, and if you don't like to make use of it, you must find some better way. Bring the £50, less the expenses, to me tonight. It is a good bit of paper, and it delivers us out of a mess which I hope we shall not fall into again. So you said before, sir, said the corn factor sullenly. Cotstein, you forgot yourself, but I can't make allowance for your anxiety. Take it and get it settled before the bank closes. Pay in the money to meet the other bill, and bring me the balance. You will find no difficulty with Tozer's name, and what's so likely as that one respectable tradesman should help another. By the way, the affair is a private one between us, and it is unnecessary to say anything to him about it. The arrangement, you understand, is between him and me. Beg your pardon, sir, said Cotstein, with a deprecatory movement of his hand to his forehead. But it is me as will be come upon first if anything happens, and that £50. Have you ever found me to fail you, Cotstein? If you knew the anxiety I have gone through, that you might be kept from harm, the sleepless nights, the schemes, the exertions, you may suppose it was no ordinary effort to ask a man like Tozer. Cotstein was moved by the touching tone in which his partner in trouble spoke, but terror gave him a certain power. He grumbled still, not altogether vanquished. I don't say nothing against that, sir, he said, not meeting Mr. May's eye. But when it comes to be paid, sir, I'm the first in it, and where's the other 50 to come from? That's what I'm thinking for I'm the first as they'd haul up after all. You, said Mr. May, what could they get from you? You're not worth powder and shot. Don't be ridiculous, my good fellow. I never avoid my responsibilities, as you know. I am as good, I hope, for that 50 as for all that went before. Have you ever known me to leave you or anyone in the lurch? No, sir, I can't say as. I don't suppose I have. I've always put my trust in you like in Providence itself, he cried, hastily, holding his breath. Then do as I tell you, said Mr. May, waving his hand with careless superiority. And though his heart was aching with 100 anxious fears, he left the shop with just that mixture of partial offense and indifference which overawed completely his humble retainer. Cotstein trembled at his own guilty folly and temerity. He did not dare to call his patron back again to ask his pardon. He did not venture to go back to the table and snatch a bit of cold bacon. He was afraid he had offended his clergyman. What matter that he was hungry for his dinner? He called the young man from the bacon, which was now cold and all but eaten up, and snatched at his hat and went out to the bank. It was all he could do. End of chapter 23, read by Brize Cries, Youngstown. Chapter 24 of Phoebe Jr., This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Phoebe Jr. by Margaret O. Oliphant. A Visit. Dear May, young Copperhead, the young fellow whom you have undertaken to coach, is coming to the hall for a few days before he enters upon his studies, and Anne wishes me to ask you to come over on Tuesday to dine and sleep, and to make acquaintance with him. You can carry him back with you if it suits you. In my private opinion, he is a cub of the most disagreeable kind, but the girls like his mother, who is a kind of cousin, as you know. It is not only because he has failed to take his degree, you know how I hate the hideous slang in which this fact is generally stated, but that his father, who is one of the rich persons who abound in the lower circles of society, is ambitious and would like to see him in Parliament, and that sort of thing, a position which cannot be held creditably without some sort of education. At least so I am myself disposed to think. Therefore your pleasing duty will be to get him up in a little history and geography, so that he may not get quite hopelessly wrong in any of the modern modifications of territory, for instance, and in so much Horace as may furnish him with a few stock quotations, in case he should be called upon, in the absence of any more hopeful neophyte, to move the address. He is a great hulking fellow, not very brilliant, you may suppose, but not so badly mannered as he might be, considering his parentage. I don't think he'll give you much trouble in the house, but he will most probably bore you to death, and in that case your family ought to have a claim, I should think, for compensation. Anyhow, come and see him and us before you begin your hard task. Very truly yours, R. Dorset. Anne makes me open my letter to say that Ursula must come too. We will send a carriage to meet you at the station. This letter caused considerable excitement in the parsonage. It was the first invitation to dinner which Ursula had ever received. The dinner parties in Carlingford were little frequented by young ladies. The male population was not large enough to afford a balance for the young women of the place, who came together in the evening and took all the trouble of putting on their pretty white frocks, only to sit in rows in the drawing-room, waiting till the old gentleman came in from the dining-room, after which everybody went away. There was no young gentleman to speak of in Carlingford, so that when any was bold enough to attempt a dancing party, or anything of an equally amusing description, friends were sent out in all directions, as the beaters are sent into the woods to bring together the unfortunate birds for a battue to find men. These circumstances will explain the flutter in Ursula's innocent bosom when her father read her that postscript. Mr. May was singularly amiable that day, a thing which happened at periodical intervals, usually after he had been specially cross. On this occasion there is no black mark against him in the family reckoning, and yet he was more kind than anyone had ever known him. Instead of making any objections, he decided at once that Ursula must go, and told her to put on her prettiest frock and make herself look very nice. You must let Anne Dorset see that you care to please her, he said. Anne is a very good woman, and her approval is worth having. Oh, Papa, cried Janey, when you are always calling her an old maid. L'une n'empache pas l'autre, he said, which puzzled Janey, whose French was very deficient. Even Ursula, supposed to be the best French scholar in the family, was not quite sure what it meant, but it was evidently something in favor of Cousin Anne, which was sweet to the grateful girl. Janey, though suffering bitterly under the miserable consciousness of being only 14 and not asked anywhere, helped with disinterested zeal to get her sister ready, and consoled herself by orders for unlimited muffins and cake for tea. There will be only the children, she said, resignedly, and felt herself incompromised. But indeed the attractions of a good romp afterwards, no one being in the house to restrain the spirits of the youthful party, made even Janey amends. As for Reginald, who was not asked, he was, it must be allowed, rather sulky too, and could not solace himself either with muffins or romps. His rooms at the college were very pleasant rooms, but he was used to home, and though the home at the parsonage was but faded, and not in such perfect order as it might have been, the young man felt even his wainscoted study hall dull without the familiar voices, the laughter and foolish family jokes, and even the little quarrels which kept life always astir. He walked with Ursula to the station, whither her little box with her evening dress had gone before her, in a half-affronted state of mind. "What does he want with the pupil?" Reginald was saying, as he had said before. "A fellow no one knows, coming and taking possession of the house as if it belonged to him. There is plenty to do in the parish without pupils, and if I were not on the spot he would get into trouble, I can tell you. A man that has been plowed, a big hulking fellow. Sir Robert says so, not I. Mind, I'll have no flirting, Ursula. That is what always happens with a pupil in the house." "Reginald, how dare you?" "Oh, yes, I dare. My courage is quite equal to facing you, even if you do shoot thunderbolts out of your eyes. Mind you, I won't have it. There is a set of fellows who try it regularly, and if you were above them, would go in for Janey, and it would be great fun and great promotion for Janey. She would feel herself a woman directly. So you must mind her as well as yourself. I don't like it at all," Reginald went on. "Probably he will complain of the dinners you give him, as if he were in an inn. Confound him! What my father means by it, I can't tell." "Reginald, you ought not to swear," said Ursula. "It is dreadfully wicked in a clergyman. Poor papa meant making a little money. What else could he mean? And I think it is very good of him, for it will bother him most. Mr. Copperhead is very nice, Reginald. I saw him in London, you know. I thought he was very—" "Oh," said Reginald, "I forgot that. You met him in London. To be sure, and it was there you met Miss Beecham. I begin to see. Is he coming here after her, I should like to know? She doesn't look the sort of girl to encourage that sort of thing." "The sort of girl to encourage that sort of thing? How strangely you talk when you get excited. Isn't that rather vulgar? I don't know if he is coming after Miss Beecham or not," said Ursula, who thought the suggestion uncalled for. "But in a very short time you can judge for yourself." Indignation," said the big brother, who, like most big brothers, laughed at Ursula's exhibition of offended dignity. "And by the way, Miss Beecham, you have not seen her since that night when she was sent for. Will not she think it strange that you never sent to inquire?" "I sent Betsy." "But if Miss Beecham had been somebody else, you would have gone yourself," he said, being in a humor for finding fault. "If poor old Mrs. Tozer had been what you call a lady—" "I thought you were much more strong than I am against dissenters," said Ursula, "ever since that man's speech, and indeed always, as long as I can recollect." "She is not a mere dissenter," said Reginald. "I think I shall call as I go home. She is the cleverest girl I ever met. Not like one of you bread-and-butter girls, though she is not much older than you. A man finds a girl like that worth talking to," said the young clergyman, holding himself erect. Certainly Reginald had not improved. He had grown ever so much more self-important since he got a living of his own. "And if I was to say, 'Mind, I won't have it, Reginald,'" cried Ursula, half laughing, half angry, "I think that is a great deal worse than a pupil. But Miss Beecham is very dignified, and you may be sure she will not think much of a call from you. Heaven be praised, that is one thing you can't get into your hands. We girls are always good for something there. Men may think themselves as grand as they please," said Ursula, "but their visits are of no consequence. It is ladies of the family who must call." After this little outbreak, she came down at once to her usual calm. "I will ask Cousin Anne what I ought to do. I don't think Miss Beecham wanted me to go then." "I shall go," said Reginald, and he left Ursula in her father's keeping, who met them at the station, and went off at once, with a pleasant sense of having piqued her curiosity, to Grange Lane. It was still early, for the trains which stopped at the little country station next to the hall were very few and inconvenient, and the sun, though setting, was still shining red from over St. Roch's upon Grange Lane. The old red walls grew redder still in the frosty night, and the sky began to bloom into great blazing patches of color upon the wintry clearness of the blue. There was going to be a beautiful sunset, and such a thing was always to be seen from Grange Lane better than anywhere else in Carlingford. Reginald went down the road slowly, looking at it, and already almost forgetting his idea of calling on Miss Beecham. To call on Miss Beecham would be to call on old Tozer, the butterman, to whom alone the visit would be naturally paid, and this made him laugh within himself. So he would have passed, no doubt, without the least attempt at intruding on the privacy of the Tozers, had not the garden door opened before he got so far, and Phoebe herself came out, with her hands in her muff, to take a little walk up and down as she did daily. She did not take her hand out of her warm enclosure to give it to him, but nodded with friendly ease in return to his salutation. "I have come out to see the sunset," said Phoebe. "I like a little air before the day is over, and Grandmamma, when she is poorly, likes her room to be very warm." "I hope Mrs. Tozer is better. I hope you have not been anxious." "Oh, no, it is chronic. There is no danger, but she requires a great deal of attendance, and I like to come out when I can. Oh, how fine it is! What color! I think, Mr. May, you must have a specialite for sunsets at Carlingford. I never saw them so beautiful anywhere else." "I am glad there is something you like in Carlingford." "Something? There is a very great deal, and that I don't like too," she said with a smile. "I don't care for the people I am living among, which is dreadful. I don't suppose you have ever had such an experience, though you must know a great deal more in other ways than I. All the people that come to inquire about Grandmamma are very kind. They are as good as possible. I respect them and all that, but, well, it must be my own fault, or education. It is education, no doubt, that gives us those absurd ideas." "Don't call them absurd," said Reginald. "Indeed, I can enter into them perfectly well. I don't know them, perhaps, in my own person, but I can perfectly understand the repugnance, the distress." "The words are too strong," said Phoebe. "Not so much as that. The annoyance, perhaps, the nasty, disagreeable struggle with one's self and one's pride, as if one were better than other people. I dislike myself and despise myself for it, but I can't help it. We have so little power over ourselves." "I hope you will let my sister do what she can to deliver you," said Reginald. "Ursula is not like you, but she is a good little thing, and she is able to appreciate you. I was to tell you she had been called suddenly off to the Dorsets, with whom my father and she have gone to pass the night, to meet, I believe, a person you know." "Oh, Clarence Copperhead. Is he come then? How odd it will be to see him here. His mother is nice, but his father is, oh, Mr. May, if you only knew the things people have to put up with. When I think of Mr. Copperhead and his great, ugly, staring wealth, I feel disposed to hate money, especially among dissenters. It would be better if we were all poor." Reginald said nothing. He thought so too. In that case there would be a few disagreeable things out of a poor clergyman's way, and assaults like that of Northcote upon himself would be impossible, but he could scarcely utter these virtuous sentiments. "Poverty is the desire of ascetics, and this is not an ascetic age," he said at length, with a half-laugh at himself for his stiff speech. "You may say it is not an ascetic age, but yet I suppose the ritualists— perhaps you are a ritualist yourself, Mr. May. I know as little personally about the church here as you do about Salem Chapel. I like the service, so does Papa, and I like above all things the independent standing of a clergyman, the feeling he must have that he is free to do his duty. That is why I like the church. For other things, of course, I like our own body best." "I don't suppose such things can be argued about, Miss Beecham. I wish I knew something of my father's new pupil. I don't like having a stranger in the house. My father is fond of having his own way." "It is astonishing how parents are so," said Phoebe, demurely. "And the way they talk of their experience, as if each new generation did not know more than the one that preceded it." "You are pleased to laugh, but I am quite in earnest. A pupil is a nuisance. For instance, no man who has a family should ever take one. I know what things are said." "You mean about the daughters? That is true enough. There are always difficulties in the way, but you need not be afraid of Clarence Copperhead. He is not the fascinating pupil of a church novel. There's nothing the least like the air of Redcliffe about him. You are very well up in Miss Young's novels, Miss Beecham. Yes, said Phoebe. One reads Scott for Scotland and a few other things, and one reads Miss Young for the church. Mr. Trollope is good for that too, but not so good. All that I know of clergymen's families I have got from her. I can recognize you quite well, and your sister, but the younger ones puzzle me. They are not in Miss Young. They are too much like other children, too naughty. I don't mean anything disagreeable. The babies in Miss Young are often very naughty too, but not the same. As for you, Mr. May, yes, as for me, oh, I know everything about you. You are a fine scholar, but you don't like the drudgery of teaching. You have a fine mind, but it interferes with you continually. You have had a few doubts, just enough to give a piquancy, and now you have a great ideal and mean to do many things that common clergymen don't think of. That was why you hesitated about the chaplaincy? See how much I have got out of Miss Young. I know you as well as if I had known you all my life. A great deal better than I know Clarence Copperhead, but then no person of genius has taken any trouble about him. I did not know I had been a hero of fiction, said Reginald, who had a great mind to be angry. All this time they were walking briskly backward and forward before Tozer's open door, the Anglican, in his long black coat, following the lively movements of Tozer's granddaughter, only because he could not help himself. He was irritated, yet he was pleased. A young man is pleased to be thought of, even when the notice is but barely complimentary. Phoebe must have thought of him a good deal before she found him out in this way, but he was irritated all the same. You are, however, she answered lightly. Look at that blaze of crimson, Mr. May, and the blue which is so clear and unfathomable. Winter is grander than summer, and even warmer, to look at with its orange and purple and gold. What poor little dirty, dingy things we are down here to have all this exhibited every evening for our delight. That is true, he said, and as he gazed, something woke in the young man's heart, a little thrill of fancy, if not of love. It is hard to look at a beautiful sunset and then see it reflected in a girl's face and not to feel something, which may be nothing perhaps. His heart gave a small jump, not much to speak of. Phoebe did not talk like the other young ladies in Grange Lane. Mr. May, she cried suddenly, please go away. I foresee a disastrous encounter which alarms me. You can't fight, but there is no saying what you might do to each other. Please go away. What is the matter? He said. I don't understand any encounter being disastrous here. Why should I go away? She laughed, but there was a certain fright in her tone. Please, she said, I see Mr. Northcote coming this way. He will stop to speak to me. It is the gentleman who attacked you in the meeting, Mr. May, she added, entreatingly, between laughter and fright. Do go, please. I shall do nothing of the kind, said Reginald, roused. I am not afraid. Let him come on. This wall shall fly from its firm base as soon as I. Phoebe clasped her hands in dismay, which was partially real. The typical churchman, she said, with a glance at Reginald's figure, which was not displeasing to him, and the typical dissenter. And what am I to do between them? Oh, I wish you would go away. Not an inch, said the young champion. Phoebe was frightened, but she was delighted. I shall introduce him to you, she said, threatening. I don't mind, he replied. Nothing on earth should induce me to fly. End of chapter 24, read by Brize Cries, Youngstown. Chapter 25 of Phoebe Jr. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Phoebe Jr. by Margaret O. Oliphant. T. Now here was a business. The typical Anglican and the typical dissenter, as Phoebe said, with only that clever young woman to keep them from flying at each other's throats, the one obstinately holding his place by her side, and Phoebe began to have a slight consciousness that, being without any chaperone, she ought not to have kept Reginald May at her side, but in the Tozer world, who knew anything of chaperones. The other, advancing steadily, coming up the lane out of the glow of the sunset, showing square against it in his frock coat and high hat, formal and demagogical, not like his rival. The situation pleased Phoebe, who liked to manage, but it slightly frightened her as well, though the open door behind and the long garden with its clouds of crocuses was a city of refuge always within reach. "Is it really you, Mr. Northcote?" she said. "You look as if you had dropped out of that lovely sunset I have been watching so long, and I thought you were at the other end of the world." "I have been at the other end of England, which comes to the same thing," said Northcote, in a voice which was harsh by nature and somewhat rough with cold. "And now they have sent me back to Salem Chapel to take Mr. Thorpe's place for 3 months. They asked for me, I believe, but that you must know better than I do." It was not in the nature of man not to be a little proud in the circumstances, and it was quite possible that he considered Phoebe to have something to do with the flattering request. "No, I've not heard, but I am glad," said Phoebe, "and if it is not wicked to say so, I am glad Mr. Thorpe is to be away. Let us hope it will do him good. I am sure it will do the rest of us good, at all events." Northcote made no answer, but he looked at the other, and several questions began to tremble on his lips. That this was a churchman did not immediately occur to him, for indeed various young pastors of his own body put on the livery which he himself adjured, and the sight of it as a servile copy filled him with a certain contempt. "Mr. May has been stopped in his way by the beauty of the skies," said Phoebe, rather enjoying the position as she got used to it. "Mr. Northcote, Mr. May. It is not easy to pass such an exhibition as that, is it? And given to us all for love, and nothing for reward," she added, for she was a well-read young woman and did not hesitate to suffer this to appear. And then there was a momentary pause. Northcote was confused, it must be allowed, by thus coming face to face, without previous warning, with the man whom he had so violently assailed. Reginald had the best of it in every way, for he was the man injured, and had it in his power to be magnanimous, and he had the advantage of full warning, and had prepared himself. Besides, was not he the superior by every social rule, and that consciousness is always sweet. If Mr. Northcote is new to Carlingford, he will probably not know what a fine point of view we have here. That, like so many other things, said Reginald pointedly, wants a little personal experience to find it out. For that matter, to see it once is as good as seeing it 100 times, said Northcote, somewhat sharply, for to give in was the very last thing he thought of. A little glow of anger came over him. He thought Phoebe had prepared this ordeal for him, and he was vexed, not only because she had done it, but because his sense of discomfiture might afford a kind of triumph to that party in the connection which was disposed, as he expressed it, to toady the church. "Pardon me, I don't think you can judge of anything at a first view." "And pardon me, I think you see everything most sharply and clearly at a first view," said the nonconformist, who was the loudest. "Certainly in all matters of principle. After a while you are persuaded against your will to modify this opinion and that, to pair off a little here and tolerate a little there. Your first view is the most correct." "Well," said Phoebe, throwing herself into the breach, "I am glad you don't agree, for the argument is interesting. Will you come in and fight it out? You shall have some tea, which will be pleasant, for it shall be hot. I really cannot stay out any longer. It is freezing here." The newcomer prepared to follow, but Reginald hesitated. Pride whispered that to go into the house of Tozer, the butterman, was something monstrous, but then it might be amusing. This dissenting fellow, no doubt, was a drawback, but a kind of angry antagonism and disdain half attracted him even to the dissenting fellow. It might be well, on the whole, to see what kind of being such a person was. All curious phenomena are attractive to a student. "The proper study of mankind is man," Reginald said to himself. Before he had got through this little argument with himself, Phoebe had gone in, and Northcote, whose disgust at the interposition of an adversary had no such softening of curiosity, followed her abruptly, without any of those graces which are current in society. This rudeness offended the other, who was about to walk on indignant, when Phoebe turned back and looked out at him from the open door. "Are not you coming, Mr. May?" she said softly, looking at him with the least little shrug of her shoulders. Reginald yielded without further resistance, but he felt fully that to see him, the chaplain of the old college, walking down through Tozer's garden, between the 2 rows of closed-up crocuses which glimmered ghostly by the side of the path, was one of the strangest sights in the world. Phoebe, to tell the truth, was a little confused as to where to convey her captive, out of whom she meant to get a little amusement for the long winter afternoon. For a girl of her active mind, it may easily be imagined that a succession of long days with Mrs. Tozer was somewhat monotonous. She did her duty like a hero and never complained, but still, if a little amusement was possible, it was worth having. She carried in her 2 young men as naughty boys carry stag beetles or other such small deer. If they would fight, it would be fun, and if they would not fight, why, it might be fun still, and more amusing than Grandmama. She hesitated between the chilly drawing-room, where a fire was lighted, but where there was no evidence of human living, and the cozy parlor, where Mrs. Tozer sat in her best cap, still wheezy, but convalescent, waiting for her tea, and not indisposed to receive such deputations of the community as might come to ask for her. Finally, Phoebe opened the door of that sanctuary, which was dazzling with bright firelight after the gloom outside. It was a very comfortable interior, arranged by Phoebe to suit her own ideas rather than those of Grandmama, though Grandmama's comfort had been her chief object. The tea things were sparkling upon the table, the kettle singing by the fire, and Mrs. Tozer half dozing in the tranquility and warmth. "Grandmama, I have brought Mr. May and Mr. Northcote to see you," she said. The poor old lady almost sprang from her chair in amazement. "Lord bless us, Phoebe, Mr. May?" "Don't disturb yourself, Grandmama. They will find seats. Yes, we were all looking at the sunset, and as I knew tea must be ready, I know you want it, dear Granny, I asked them to have some. Here it is, as I told you, quite hot and very fragrant this cold night. How cold it is outside. I think it will freeze, and that skating may come off at last, Mr. May, that you were talking of, you remember? You were to teach your sisters to skate." "Yes, with the advantage of your example." Reginald had put himself in a corner, as far away as possible from the old woman in the chair. His voice, he felt, had caught a formal tone. As for the other, his antagonist, he had assumed the front of the battle. Even in Tozer's absence, he had ventured to assume the front of the fire. He was not the sort of man Reginald had expected, almost hoped to see. A fleshy man loosely put together according to the nature, so far as he knew it, of dissenters, but a firmly knit, clean-limbed young man, with crisp hair curling about his head and a gleam of energy and spirit in his eye. The gentler Anglican felt by no means sure of a speedy victory, even of an intellectual kind. The young man before him did not look a slight antagonist. They glared at each other, measuring their strength. They did not know, indeed, that they had been brought in here to this warmth and light, like the stag beetles, to make a little amusement for Phoebe, but they were quite ready to fight all the same. "Mr. Northcote, sir, I am glad to see you. Now this is friendly. This is what I calls as it should be, when a young pastor comes in and makes free, without waiting for an invitation," said Tozer, kindly, bustling in. "That speech of yours, sir, was a rouser. That hit 'em off, that did, and you can see as the connection ain't ungrateful. What's that you say, Phoebe? What? I'm a little hard of hearing. Mr. May?" "Mr. May was good enough to come in with me, Grandpapa. We met at the door. We have mutual friends, and you know how kind Miss May has been," said Phoebe, trembling with sudden fright, while Reginald, pale with rage and embarrassment, stood up in his corner. Tozer was embarrassed too. He cleared his throat and rubbed his hands, with a terrible inclination to raise one of them to his forehead. It was all that he could do to get over this class instinct. Young May, though he had been delighted to hear him assailed in the meeting, was a totally different visitor from the clever young pastor whom he received with a certain consciousness of patronage. Tozer did not know that the Northcotes were infinitely richer and quite as well born and well bred in their ways as the Mays, and that his young dissenting brother was a more costly production, as well as a more wealthy man, than the young chaplain in his long coat. But if he had known this, it would have made no difference. His relation to the one was semi-servile, to the other condescending and superior. In Reginald May's presence he was but a butterman who supplied the family, but to Horace Northcote he was an influential member of society with power over a minister's individual fate. "I assure you, sir, as I'm proud to see you in my house," he said, with a duck of his head and an ingratiating but uncomfortable smile. "Your father, I hope, as he's well, sir, and all the family? We are a kind of neighbors now, not as we'd think of taking anything upon us on account of living in Grange Lane. But Phoebe here, Phoebe Junior as we call her, she's a cut above us, and I'm proud to see any of her friends in my humble house." "My good lady, sir," added Tozer, with another duck, indicating with a wave of his hand his wife, who had already once risen, wheezy, but knowing her manners, to make a kind of half-bow, half-curtsy from her chair. "You are very kind," said Reginald, feeling himself blush furiously, and not knowing what to say. The other young man stood with his back to the fire, and a sneer, which he intended to look like a smile, on his face. And as for Phoebe, it must be allowed that, notwithstanding all her resources, even she was exquisitely uncomfortable for a minute or two. The young people all felt this, but to Tozer it seemed that he had managed everything beautifully, and a sense of elation stole over him. To be visited in this manner by the gentry, making free, and quite in a friendly way, was an honor he had never looked for. He turned to Northcote with great affability and friendliness. "Well," he said, "Mr. Northcote, sir, it can't be denied as this is a strange meeting, you and Mr. May, as mightn't be, perhaps, just the best of friends, to meet quite comfortable over a cup of tea. But ain't it the very best thing that could happen? Men has their public opinions, sir, as every one should speak up bold for, and stick to. That's my way of thinking, but I wouldn't bring it no further, not, as might be said, into the domestic circle. I'm clean against that. You say your say in public, whatever you may think on a subject, but you don't bear no malice. It ain't a personal question. Them's my sentiments. And I don't know nothing more elevatin', nothing more consolin', than for two public opponents, as you may say, to meet like this quite cozy and comfortable over a cup of tea." "It is a pleasure, I assure you, which I appreciate highly," said Reginald, finding his voice. "And which fills me with delight and satisfaction," said Northcote. Those stag beetles, which Phoebe, so to speak, had carried in her handkerchief, were only too ready to fight. "You had better have some tea first," she said, breathless, "before you talk so much of its good effects. Sit down, Grandpapa, and have your muffin while it is hot. I know that is what you like. Do you care about China, Mr. May? But every one cares for China nowadays. Look at that cup, and fancy Grandmama having this old service in use without knowing how valuable it is. Cream Wedgwood. You may fancy how I stared when I saw it, and in everyday use. Most people put it up on brackets, when they are so lucky as to possess any. Tell Mr. May, Grandmama, how you picked it up. Mr. Northcote, there is an article in this review that I want you to look at. Papa sent it to me. It is too metaphysical for me, but I know you are great in metaphysics." "I am greater in China. May not I look at the Wedgwood first?" "Perhaps you will turn over the literature to me," said Reginald. "Reviews are more in my way than teacups, though I say it with confusion. I know how much I am behind my age." "And I too," whispered Phoebe, behind the book which she had taken up. "Don't tell anyone. It is rare, I know, and everybody likes to have something that is rare, but I don't really care for it the least in the world. I have seen some bits of Italian faience, indeed, but English pottery is not like Italian, any more than English skies." "You have the advantage of me, Miss Beecham, both as regards the pottery and the skies." "Ah, if it is an advantage. Bringing poetry down to prose is not always an advantage, is it? Italy is such a dream, so long as one has never been there." "Yes, it is a dream," said Reginald with enthusiasm. "To everybody, I think. But when one has little money and much work all one's life, poverty stands in the way of all kinds of enjoyment. Poverty is a nice friendly sort of thing, a ground we can all meet on, said Phoebe. But don't let us say that to Grandpapa. How odd people are. He knows you are not Croesus, but still he has a sort of feeling that you are a young prince, and do him the greatest honor in coming to his house, and yet all the same he thinks that money is the very grandest thing in existence. See what prejudice is. He would not allow that he had any class reverence, and yet he can no more get rid of it. Miss Beecham, it is very difficult for me to say anything on such a subject. Very difficult, and you show your delicacy by not saying anything. But you know, apart from this, which is not gratifying, I am rather proud of Grandpapa's way of looking at some things, about saying out your opinions in public, and yet bearing no malice, for instance. Now Mr. Northcote is the very antipodes to you, therefore you ought to know him and find out what he means. It would be better for you both. That is what I call enlarging the mind, said Phoebe with a smile, which was, to tell the truth, a very pretty smile, and filled with a soft luster the blue eyes with which she looked at him. Whether it was this or the cogency of her argument that moved the young Anglican, it would be hard to say. If you are going to be the promoter of this new science, I don't object to studying under you, he said, with a great deal of meaning in his voice. Phoebe gave him another smile, though she shook her head, and then she turned to the hero on the other side. Is it genuine, Mr. Northcote? Is it as fine as I thought? There now, I told you, Grandmamma. Have you been telling Mr. Northcote how you picked it up? I am sure you will present him with a cup and saucer for his collection in return for his praises. Not for the world, said Northcote with profound seriousness. Break a set of cream Wedgwood? What do you take me for, Miss Beecham? I don't mean to say that I would not give my ears to have it all, but to break the set. Oh, I beg your pardon. I was not prepared for such a delicacy of feeling, such conscientiousness. Ah, said Northcote with a long-drawn breath, I don't think you can understand the feelings of an enthusiast. A set of fine china is like a poem. Every individual bit is necessary to the perfection of the whole. I allow that this is not the usual way of looking at it, but my pleasure lies in seeing it entire, making the tea-table into a kind of lyric, elevating the family life by the application of the principles of abstract beauty to its homeliest details. Pardon, Miss Beecham, but Mrs. Tozer is right and you are wrong. The idea of carrying off a few lines of a poem in one's pocket for one's collection. Now that's what I call speaking up, said Mrs. Tozer, the first time she had opened her lips. That's just what I like. Mr. Northcote has a deal more sense than the like of you. He knows what's what. Old things like this, as might have been my granny's, they're good enough for every day. They're very nice for common use, but they ain't no more fit to be put away in cupboards and hoarded up like fine china, no more than I am. Mr. Northcote should see our best. That's worth the looking at, and if I'd known as the gentleman was coming, but you can't put an old head on young shoulders. Phoebe's as good as gold, and the trouble she takes with an old woman like me is wonderful, but she can't be expected to think of everything, can she now, at her age? The two young men laughed. It was the first point of approach between them, and Phoebe restrained a smile, giving them a look from one to another. She gave Reginald his cup of tea very graciously. Mr. Northcote prefers the Wedgwood, and Mr. May doesn't mind, Grandmamma, she said sweetly. So it is as well to have the best china in the cupboard. Grandpapa, another muffin? It is quite hot, and I know that is what you like best. Well, I'll say that for Phoebe, said Tozer, with his mouth full. That whether she understands china or not, I can't tell, but she knows what a man likes, which is more to the purpose for a young woman. That's what she does, and looks after folks' comforts as I never yet saw her match. She's a girl in 1,000, is Phoebe Junior. There be them as is more for dress, he added, fond and greasy, looking at her seated modestly in that gown, which had filled with awe and admiration the experienced mind of Mrs. Sam Hurst, and plays the piano and that sort of style of girl. But for one as minds the comforts of them about her, Tozer turned back to the table, and made a gulp of his last piece of muffin. Eloquence could have no more striking climax. The proof of all his enthusiasm, was it not there? "Don't you play, Miss Beecham?" said Reginald, half amused, half angry. "A little," said Phoebe, with a laugh. She had brought down a small cottage piano out of the drawing-room, where nobody ever touched it, into a dark corner out of reach of the lamp. It was the only accomplishment upon which she prided herself. She got up from the table, when she had poured out another cup of tea for her grandfather, and without saying a word went to the little piano. It was not much of an instrument, and Reginald May was very little of a connoisseur. Northcote, who knew her gifts, gave himself up to listening, but the Tozers looked on, shaking their heads, and it was only after some time had passed that Reginald began to understand that he was listening to something which he had never heard before. Ursula's schoolgirl tunes had never interested him very much. He did not know what this was which seemed to creep into his heart by his ears. He got up by and by and stole towards the piano, bewildered. "It'll soon be over, sir," said Tozer encouragingly. "Don't you run away, Mr. May. Them are queer tunes, I allow, but they don't last long, and your company's an honor. As for the playing, it'll soon be over. You needn't run away." End of chapter 25, read by Brize Cries, Youngstown. Chapter 26 of Phoebe Jr. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Phoebe Jr. by Margaret O. Oliphant. The Hall. It is unnecessary to say that the dinner party in the hall bore very little resemblance to those simple amusements in No. 6 Grange Lane. There were 3 or 4 people to meet Mr. May, who, as an orator and literary man, had greater reputation even such a little way from home than he had in his own town. He was a very good preacher, and those articles of his were much admired as thoughtful papers, searching into many mental depths, and fathoming the religious soul with wonderful insight. Ladies especially admired them, the ladies who were intellectual and found pleasure in the feeling of being more advanced than their neighbors. The rector's wife of the parish in which the Dorsets lived applied herself with great vigor to the art of drawing him out. She asked him questions with that air of delightful submission to an intellectual authority which some ladies love to assume, and which it pleases many men to accept. His daughters were not at all reverential of Mr. May, and it soothed him to get marks of devotion and literary submission out of doors. Even Sophie Dorset had gone through the phase of admiration for her cousin. This had been dissipated, it is true, long ago, but yet she did not laugh, as she usually did, at the believers in him. She listened to Mrs. Rector, plying him with eager questions, asking his advice on that point and the other, and smiled, but was charitable. As for Cousin Anne, she was charitable by nature, and all the world got the advantage of it. Little Ursula was one of her prime favorites, a motherless girl who was the oldest and who had to work for the family, was of all others the thing which moved her sympathies most. The little Indian children had long ere this yielded to the charms of Aunt Anne. They followed her wherever she went like little spaniels hanging on by her dress. She had to go up to the nursery to hear them say their prayers before she dressed for dinner. "You see, this is a proof that with children one should never be discouraged," she said, "for they did not take to me at first," and she turned her mild countenance, beaming with soft light, upon Ursula. To be hampered by these babies clinging about her, to have them claiming imperiously her attention and her time, however she might be engaged, to give up to them the moments of leisure in which otherwise she might have had a little quiet and repose, this was what Anne Dorset considered as her recompense. "Oh, I wish I could be as good to Amy and Robin, but I feel as if I should like to shake them often," cried Ursula, "even though I love them with all my heart. Oh, Cousin Anne, I don't think there is anyone like you." "Yes, that is what she thinks a reward," said Sophie. "I should like something better, if it was I. Don't copy her, Ursula. It is better to have children of your own and get other people to nurse them. Anne, you see, likes it. I want you to marry and get all the good things in this life. Let us leave the self-denials to her. She likes them, you perceive. I don't know why you should always talk of marrying to me, Cousin Sophie, said Ursula with gentle reproach. I hope I am not a girl to think of such things. And why not? Is it not the first duty of woman, you little simpleton? Said Sophie Dorset with a laugh. But Ursula could not imagine that it was only in this general way that her cousin spoke. She could not but feel that this big Clarence Copperhead, with the diamond buttons and that huge expanse of shirt front, had something to do with Sophie's talk. There was 6 feet of him, which is the thing that goes a long way with a girl, and he was not bad looking. And why did he come to Carlingford, having nothing in the world to do with the place? And coming to Carlingford, why was Papa sought out, of all people, to be his tutor? Certainly the circumstances were such as invited conjecture, especially when added on to Sophie's allusions. He took Ursula into dinner, which fluttered her somewhat, and though he was much intent upon the dinner itself, and studied the menu with a devotion which would have made her tremble for her housekeeping, had she been sufficiently disengaged to notice it, he yet found time to talk a little between the courses. I did not expect when I saw you in London that we were to meet again so soon, Miss May, was a perfectly innocent remark with which he opened the conversation. Ursula would have said it herself had he not said it, and all she could do was to answer, "No, indeed," with a smile. "And I am coming to your father to be coached," continued the young man. "It is a funny coincidence, don't you think so? I am glad you came to that ball, Miss May. It makes me feel that I know you. I don't like starting off afresh all at once among people I don't know." "No," said Ursula, "I should not like it either. But there are other people you know in Carlingford. There is a lady who was at the ball. The young lady in black, I used to call her, Miss Beecham. You must know her better than you know me." "Who, Phoebe? Really?" he said, elevating his eyebrows. "Phoebe in Carlingford? By Jove, how the governor will laugh. I should like to know," with a conscious smile on his countenance, "what she is doing there." "Her grandmamma is ill, and she is nursing her," said Ursula simply, at which young Copperhead laughed again. "Oh, that is how it is. Very good of her, don't you think? Shouldn't suppose she would be amusing, the old granny, and Phoebe likes to be amused. I must go to see her as soon as I can get there. You know we are dissenters at home, Miss May. Good joke, isn't it? The governor will not hear a word against them. As a matter of fact, nobody goes to the chapel in our rank of life, but the governor sometimes is as obstinate as an old pig." "I suppose he likes it best," said Ursula gently, and here a new course came around, and for the moment Clarence had something else to do. He resumed after the entrees, which were poor, as he made a mental note. "Is there anything to do at Carlingford, Miss May? I hope you skate. I am not much in the hunting way, nor your father, I suppose, for to be sure a hunting parson would never do. I am too heavy a weight for most horses, and the good of galloping over the country all day after a poor brute of a fox. But we must not say that before Sir Robert. I suppose it is dull," he said, somewhat pathetically, looking in her face. "We don't think it dull, Mr. Copperhead. It may be, perhaps, for a gentleman." "That's it," said Clarence. "I don't know if it's because women have more resources or because they want less, but you always get on better than we do somehow. Very lucky for you. You don't expect so much. I believe that's what it is." "Then that shows we are the most sensible," said Ursula, roused and a little indignant. He paused to make his choice between the inevitable turkey and the inevitable beef. "I hope it's braised," he said, in a devout undertone. "You don't expect so much, Miss May, that's what it is. You're always in the house. You don't care for exercise. Bless you, if I didn't take exercise, I should be 15 stone before you could turn round. How much are you? About 8, perhaps? Not much more. That makes a deal of difference. You don't require to keep yourself down." Ursula did not make any answer. She was prepared to look upon him very favorably and accept what he said as full of originality and force, but the tone the conversation had taken was not entirely to her mind. Phoebe could have managed it, but Ursula was not Phoebe. She was more disposed to take offense at the young man's tone than to guide it into better ways. "I hope your mother is well," she said at last, falteringly after a long pause. Ursula thought her companion would remark this pause and think her displeased. She might have saved herself the trouble, for it was the braised turkey which kept Clarence quiet, not offense. "Oh, quite well, I thank you. Not so well as when I am at home. She don't like parting with me," he said. "But of course I can't be always at my mother's apron strings. Women forget that. She was very kind when I was in London." "Yes, that just pleases her. She is never so happy as when she is buying things for somebody," he replied, betraying an acquaintance with the exact manner of the kindness which somewhat disturbed poor Ursula. "That is exactly her way. I dare say she'll come and see the Dorsets while I'm here." Then there was again a pause, and Clarence turned to speak to someone on his other side. "No, I don't hunt much," he said. "I have come into the country to be coached. My father's a modern sort of man and wants a fellow to be up in history and that sort of thing. Bore, yes. And I dare say Carlingford is very dull. Oh, yes, I will go out with the hounds now and then, if there is not a frost. I should rather like a frost for my part." It was a hunting lady who had started this new conversation, into which the stranger had drifted away, leaving Ursula stranded. She was slightly piqued, it must be allowed, and when Sophie asked her after dinner how she liked her companion, made a dignified reply. "I have no doubt he's very nice," she said. "I don't know much of gentlemen. He talks of Papa as if he were a schoolmaster, and thinks Carlingford will be dull." "So it is, Ursula. I have often heard you say so." "Yes, perhaps, but a stranger ought to be civil," said the girl, offended, and she went and entrenched herself by the side of Cousin Anne, where the new pupil could not come near her. Indeed, he did not seem very anxious to do so, as Ursula soon saw. She blushed very hotly all by herself, under Cousin Anne's shadow, that she could have been so absurd as ever to think, but his size and the weight over which he had lamented, and his abundant whiskers and large shirt front, made it quite impossible for Ursula to think of him as a person to be educated. "It must be Miss Beecham," she said to herself. No thoughts of this kind crossed Mr. Clarence Copperhead's mind as he stretched his big limbs before the drawing-room fire after dinner and said brava when the ladies sang. He knew brava was the right thing to say. He liked to be at the hall, which he had never visited before, and to know that it was undeniable gentry which surrounded him, and which at the piano was endeavoring to gain his approbation. He was so much his father's son that he had a sense of pleasure and triumph in being thus elevated, and he had a feeling, more or less, of contempt for the clergyman, only a parson, who was to be his coach. He felt the power and the beauty of money almost as much as his father did. What was there he could not buy with it? The services of the most learned pundit in existence, for what was learning? Or the prettiest woman going to be his wife, if that was what he wanted? It may be supposed that he had very little attention indeed to bestow upon a girl like Ursula, who was only the daughter of his coach, nobody at all in particular, and that her foolish fancies on the subject might have been spared. He aired himself on the hearthrug with great satisfaction, giving now and then a shake to one of his long limbs, and a furtive glance to see that all was perfect in the sit of the garment that clothed it. He had been plowed, it is true, but that did not interfere much with his mental satisfaction, for after all, scholarship was a thing cultivated chiefly by dons and prigs and poor men, and no doubt this other poor man, the parson, would be able to put all into his head that was necessary, just as much as would pay, and no more, a process the mere thought of which made Clarence yawn, yet which he had wound up his noble mind to submit to. "Mind you, I don't say I'm going to work," he had said to his mother, "but if you think he can put it into me, he may try," and he repeated much the same sentiment, with a difference to Sophie Dorset, who, by way of civility, while the rector's wife paid court to Mr. May, talked to Clarence a little from the corner of the ottoman close to the fire. Work? Well, I suppose so, after a sort. I don't mean to make myself ill with midnight oil and that sort of thing, he said. He was not at all clear in his mind as to how the midnight oil was applied. But if Mr. May can get it into me, I'll give him leave. For one thing, I suppose there will be nothing else to do. Not much in Carlingford. There are neither pictures, nor museums, nor fine buildings, nor anything of the sort, and very little society, a few tea parties, and one ball in the season. Mr. Clarence Copperhead shrugged his large shoulders. I shan't go to the tea parties, that's certain, he said. A fellow must hunt a little, I suppose, as the place is so destitute. As for pictures and museums, that don't trouble me. The worst of going abroad is that you've always got to look at things of that sort. To have to do it at home would be beyond a joke. Have you seen the box of curious things John sent me with the children? Said Sophie. They are on the table at the end of the room. Yataghans, and I don't know what other names they have, all sorts of Indian weapons. I should think you would be interested in them. Thanks, Cousin Sophie. I am very well where I am, he said. He looked at her in such a way that she might have appropriated this remark as a compliment, had she pleased, but Sophie laughed, and it was to be feared, did not feel the compliment, for she turned right round to somebody else and took no more notice of Clarence. He was so fully satisfied with himself that he had not any strong sense of neglect, though he had but little conversation with the company. He was quite satisfied to exhibit himself and his shirt front before the fire. Next day he accompanied the Mays back to Carlingford. Mr. May had enjoyed his visit. His mind was free for the moment. He had staved off the evil day, and he had a little money in his pocket, the remains of that extra £50 which he had put on to Tozer's bill. With some of it he had paid some urgent debts, and he had presented £5 to Kotstein to buy his wife a gown, and he had a little money in his pockets, so that in every way he was comfortable and more at ease than usual. The reckoning was 4 months off, which was like an eternity to him in his present mood of mind, and of course he would get the money before that time. There is so much time indeed that to begin to think of the ways and means of paying it at this early period seemed absurd. He was to have £300 for the year of Copperhead's residence with him, if he stayed so long, and that would do, if nothing else. Therefore Mr. May was quite easy in his mind, not in the least feeling the possibility of trouble in store for him. And the visit had been pleasant. He had enlarged his acquaintance, and that among the very sort of people he cared to know. He had been very well received by all the Dorsets, and introduced by Sir Robert as a relation, and he had received some personal incense about his works and his gifts which was sweet to him. Therefore he was in very good spirits and exceedingly amiable. He conversed with his future pupil urbanely, though he had not concealed his entire concurrence in Sir Robert's opinion that he was a cub. "What have you been reading lately?" he asked, when they had been transferred from the Dorsets' carriage, to the admiration and by the obsequious cares of all the attendant officials, into the railway carriage. Mr. May liked the fuss and liked the idea of that superiority which attended the Dorsets' guests. He had just been explaining to his companions that Sir Robert was the lord of the manor, and that all the homage done him was perfectly natural, and he was in great good humor even with this cub. "Well, I've not been reading very much," said Clarence candidly. "What was the good? The governor did not want me to be a parson, or a lawyer, or anything of that sort, and a fellow wants some sort of motive to read. I've loafed a good deal, I'm afraid. I've got into a very good set, you know, first chop, Lord Southdown, and the Beauchamps, and that lot, and, well, I suppose we were idle, and that's the truth." "I see," said Mr. May. "A good deal of smoke and billiards and so forth, and very little work." "That's about it," said the young man, settling himself in his trousers, which were the object of a great deal of affectionate care on his part. He gave them furtive pulls at the knees and stroked them down towards the ankle as he got himself comfortably into his seat. Mr. May looked at him with scientific observation, and Ursula with half-affronted curiosity. His self-occupation was an offense to the girl, but it was only amusing to her father. An unmitigated cub, Mr. May pronounced to himself. But there where he sat he represented 300 a year, and that, at least, was not to be despised. Ursula was not so charitable as her father. She was not amused by him in the slightest degree. Had he come down to Carlingford in humble worship of her pretty eyes, and with the romantic intention of making himself agreeable to her, the captivating flattery would have prepossessed Ursula and prepared her to see him in a very pleasant light, and put the best interpretation upon all he did and said. But this pretty delusion being dissipated, Ursula was angry with herself for having been so foolish, and naturally angry with Clarence for having led her into it, though he was quite without blame in the matter. She looked at him in his corner, he had taken the best corner, without consulting her inclinations, and thought him a vulgar coxcomb, which perhaps he was. But she would not have been so indignant except for that little bit of injured feeling, for which really, after all, he was not justly to blame. End of chapter 26, read by Brize Cries, Youngstown.
Chapter 27 of Phoebe Jr. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Allyson. Phoebe Jr. by Margaret O. Oliphant. A Pair of Natural Enemies. After the evening at Grange Lane, which has been described, Reginald May met Northcote in the street several times, as was unavoidable, considering the size of the place and the concentration of all business in Carlingford within the restricted length of the High Street. The two young men bowed stiffly to each other at first, then by dint of seeing each other frequently, got to inclinations a little more friendly, until at length one day when Northcote was passing by the college, as Reginald stood in the old doorway, the young chaplain, feeling magnanimous on his own ground and somewhat amused by the idea which suddenly presented itself to him, asked his dissenting assailant if he would not come in and see the place. Reginald had the best of it in every way. It was he who was the superior, holding out a hand of favor and kindness to one who, here at least, was beneath him in social consideration, and it was he who was the assailed and, so to speak, injured party, and who nevertheless extended to his assailant a polite recognition, which perhaps no one else occupying the same position would have given. He was amused by his own magnanimity, and enjoyed it, and the pleasure of heaping coals of fire upon his adversary's head was entirely delightful to him. "I know you do not approve of the place or me," he said, forgetting in that moment of triumph all his own objections to it, and the ground upon which these objections were founded. "Come in and see it, will you? The chapel and the rooms are worth seeing. They are fair memorials of the past, however little the foundation may be to your mind." He laughed as he spoke, but without ill humor, for it is easy to be good-humored when one feels oneself on the gaining, not the losing side. As for Northcote, pride kept him from any demonstration of unwillingness to look at what the other had to show. He would not for worlds have betrayed himself. It was expedient for him, if he did not mean to acknowledge himself worsted, to put on a good face and accept the politeness cheerfully. So that it was on the very strength of the conflict which made them first aware of each other's existence that they thus came together. The dissenter declared his entire delight in being taken to see the place, and with secret satisfaction, not easily put into words, the churchman led the way. They went to all the rooms where the old men sat, some dozing by the fire, some reading, some busy about small businesses. One had a turning lathe, another was illuminating text, a third had a collection of curiosities of a heterogeneous kind, which he was cleaning and arranging, writing neat little labels in the neatest little hand for each article. "The chariot of our ancestors might have been worse employed," said Reginald. "A home for the old and poor is surely as fine a kind of benevolence as one could think of, if benevolence is to be tolerated at all." "Yes," said Northcote, "I don't pretend to disapprove of benevolence. Perhaps the young, who have a future before them, who can be of use to their country, are better objects still." Because they will pay, said Reginald, because we can get something out of them in return, while we have already got all that is to be had out of the old people. A very modern doctrine, but not so lovely as the old-fashioned way. I did not mean that, said the other, coloring. Certainly it ought to pay. Everything, I suppose, is meant to pay one way or other. The life and progress of the young, or the gratified sentiment of the benefactor, who feels that he has provided for the old. Which is the noblest kind of payment? I think the first, for my part. For that matter, there is a large and most flourishing school, which you will come across without fail if you work among the poor. Do you work among the poor? Pardon my curiosity, I don't know. It depends on what you call the poor, said the other, who did not like to acknowledge the absence of this element in Salem Chapel. If you mean the destitute classes, the lowest level, no. But if you mean the respectable, comfortable, persons of small income, said Reginald, I mean people with no incomes at all, people without trades or anything to earn a comfortable living by, laboring people, here today and away tomorrow, women who take in washing, and men who go about hunting for a day's work. These are the kind of people the church is weighted with. I don't see any trace of them, said the nonconformist. Smooth lawns, fine trees, rooms that countesses might live in. I can't see any trace of them here. There is no harm in a bit of grass and a few trees, and the rooms are cheaper in their long continuance than any flimsy new rubbish that could be built. I know I am making an unfortunate quotation, said Northcote, but there is reason in it. It might be sold for so much and given to the poor. Cheating the poor in the first place, said Reginald, warmly concerned for what he felt to be his own. Just as the paddock an old horse dies in might bear a crop instead and pay the owner, but what would become of the old horse? Half-quarter of this space would do quite as well for your pensioners, and they might do without— A chaplain, said Reginald, laughing in spite of himself. I know you think so. It is a sinecure. Well, I think they may say their prayers for themselves. A young man like you, full of talent, full of capability— I beg your pardon, said Northcote. You must excuse me. I grudge the waste. There are so many things more worthy of you that you might do. What, for example? Anything almost, cried the other. Digging, ploughing, building, anything. And for me too. This he said in an undertone, but Reginald heard. It did not carry his magnanimity so far as to not reply. Yes, he said, if I am wasted reading prayers for my old men, what are you who come to agitate for my abolition? I think, too, almost anything would be better than to encourage the ignorant to make themselves judges of public institutions, which the wisest even find too delicate to meddle with. The digging and the ploughing might be a good thing for more than me. I don't say otherwise, said the young dissenter, following into the old 15th-century chapel, small but perfect, the young priest of the place. They stood together for a moment under the vaulted roof, both young, in the glory of their days, both with vague, noble meanings in them, which they knew so poorly how to carry out. They meant everything that was fine and great, these two young men, standing upon the threshold of their life, knowing little more than that they were fiercely opposed to each other, and meant to reform the world, each in his own way. One by careful services and visitings of the poor, the other by the Libertarian Society and overthrow of the State Church, both foolish, wrong and right, to the utmost bounds of human possibility. How different they felt themselves standing there, and yet how much at one they were without knowing it. Northcote had sufficient knowledge to admire the perfect old building. He followed his guide with a certain humility through the details, which Reginald had already learned by heart. There is nothing so perfect, so beautiful, so real nowadays, said the young churchman, with a natural expansion of mind over the beauty to which he had fallen heir. It seemed to him, as he looked up at the tall windows with their graceful tracery, that he was the representative of all who had worked out their belief in God within these beautiful walls, and of all the perpetual worshippers who had knelt among the old brasses of the early founders upon the worn floor. The other stood beside him with a half-envy in his mind. The dissenter did not feel himself the heir of those centuries in the same unhesitating way. He tried to feel that he was the heir of something better and more spiritual, yet felt a not ungenerous grudge that he could not share the other kinship too. It is very beautiful and noble, he said. I should like to feel for it as you do, but what I should like still better would be to have the same clear certainty of faith, the same conviction that what they were doing was the only right thing to do, which made both building and prayer so unfaltering in those days. We can't be so sure even of the span of an arch now. No, nor can you be content with the old span, even though it is clearly the best by all rules, said Reginald. The other smiled. He was the most speculative of the two, being perhaps the most thoughtful, and he had no 15th-century chapel to charm, nor old foundation to give him an anchor. He smiled, but there was a little envy in his mind. Even to have one's life set out before one within clear lines like this, would not that be something? If it had but been possible, no doubt saying prayers for the world, even with no better than the old men of the college to say amen, had something more beautiful in it than chores of agitation for the Libertarian Society. But Northcote knew that for him it was not possible, any more than was the tonsure of Reginald's predecessor, who had said Mass when those first pinnacles were reared towards heaven. After he had smiled and sighed, for the old faith was more lovely than all the new agitations, he felt a little ashamed of the Libertarian Society, so long as he stood under that groined and glorious roof. "May," said someone, coming in suddenly, "I want you to go to the hospital for me. I am obliged to go off to town on urgent business, convocation work, and I must get a lawyer's opinion about the re-redos question. There is not a moment to lose. Go and see the people in the pulmonary ward, there's a good fellow, and there are 2 or 3 bad accidents, and that old woman who is ill in Brown's cottage, you saw her the other day, and the Simons in Back Grove Street. I should have had a day's work well cut out if I had not had this summons to town, but the re-redos question is of the first importance, you know." "I'll go," said Reginald. "There is nothing more effectual in showing us the weakness of any habitual fallacy or assumption than to hear it sympathetically through the ears, as it were, of a skeptic." Reginald, seeing Northcote's keen eyes gleam at the sound of the rector's voice, instinctively fell into sympathy with him, and heard the speech through him, and though he himself felt the importance of the re-redos, yet he saw in a moment how such a question would take shape in the opinion of the young dissenter, in whom he clearly saw certain resemblances to himself. Therefore he assented very briefly, taking out his notebook to put down the special cases of which the rector told him. They had a confidential conversation in a corner, during which the newcomer contemplated the figure of Northcote, in his strange semi-clerical garments, with some amaze. "Who is your friend?" he said abruptly, for he was a rapid man, losing no time about anything. "It is not my friend at all. It is my enemy, who denounced me at the dissenters' meeting." "Pah!" cried the rector, curling up his nostrils, as if some disagreeable smell had reached him. "A dissenter here! I should not have expected it from you, May." "Nor I either," said Reginald, but his colour rose. He was not disposed to be rebuked by any rector in Carlingford or the world. "Are you his curate?" said Northcote, "that he orders you about as if you were bound to do his bidding? I hope, for your own sake, it is not so." Now it was Reginald's turn to smile. He was young, and liked a bit of grandiloquence as well as another. "Since I have been here," he said, "in this sinecure, as you call it, and such it almost is, I have been everybody's curate. If the others have too much work, and I too little, my duty is clear, don't you think?" Northcote made no reply. Had he known what was about to be said to him, he might have stirred up his faculties to say something, but he had not an idea that Reginald would answer him like this, and it took him aback. He was too honest himself not to be worsted by such a speech. He bowed his head with genuine respect. The apology of the churchman whom he had assaulted filled him with a kind of reverential confusion. He could make no reply in words. And need it be said that Reginald's heart too melted altogether when he saw how he had confounded his adversary? That silent assent more than made up for the noisy onslaught. That he should have thus overcome Northcote made Northcote appear his friend. He was pleased and satisfied beyond the reach of words. "Will you come to the hospital with me?" he said, and they walked out together, the young dissenter saying very little, doing what he could to arrange those new lights which had suddenly flashed upon his favourite subject, and feeling that he had lost his landmarks and was confused in his path. When the logic was taken out of all that a man is doing, what is to become of him? This was what he felt. An ideal person in Reginald's place could not have made a better answer. Suddenly, somehow, by a strange law of association, there came into his mind the innocent talk he had overheard between the 2 girls who were, he was aware, May's sisters. A certain romantic curiosity about the family came into his mind. Certainly they could not be an ordinary family like others. There must be something in their constitution to account for this sudden downfall, which he had encountered in the midst of all his theories. The Mays must be people of a different strain from others, a peculiar race, to whom great thoughts were familiar. He could not believe that there was anything common or ordinary in their blood. He went out in silence with the holder of the sinecure, which he had so denounced, but which now seemed to him to be held after a divine fashion in a way which common men had no idea of. Very little could he say, and that of the most commonplace kind. He walked quite respectfully by the young clergyman's side along the crowded High Street, though without any intention of going to the hospital, or of actually witnessing the kind of work undertaken by his new friend. Northcote himself had no turn that way. To go and minister at a sick bed had never been his custom. He did not understand how to do it, and though he had a kind of sense that it was the right thing to do, and that if anyone demanded such a service of him he would be obliged to render it, he was all in the dark as to how he could get through so painful an office, whereas May went to it without fear, thinking of it only as the most natural thing in the world. Perhaps it is possible Northcote's ministrations, had he been fully roused, would have been, in mere consequence of the reluctance of his mind to undertake them, more real and impressive than those which Reginald went to discharge as a daily though serious duty. But in any case it was the churchman whose mode was the more practical, the more useful. They had not gone far together when they met the rector hurrying to the railway. He cast a frowning, dissatisfied look at Northcote, and caught Reginald by the arm, drawing him aside. "Don't be seen walking about with that fellow," he said. "It will injure you in people's minds. What have you to do with a dissenter, a demagogue? Your father would not like it any more than I do. Get rid of him, May." "I am sorry to displease either you or my father," said Reginald stiffly, "but pardon me, in this respect I must judge for myself." "Don't be pig-headed," said the spiritual ruler of Carlingford, but he had to rush off for his train, and had no time to say more. He left Reginald hot and angry, doubly disposed, as was natural, to march Northcote over all the town and show his intimacy with him. Get rid of an acquaintance whom he chose to extend his countenance to please the rector, for a man so young as Reginald May, and so lately made independent, such an act of subserviency was impossible indeed. Before they entered the hospital, however, another encounter happened of a very different character. Strolling along in the center of the pavement, endeavoring after the almost impossible combination of a yawn and a cigar, they perceived a large figure in a very long greatcoat, and with an aspect of languor and ennui which was unmistakable 100 yards off. This apparition called a sudden exclamation from Northcote. "If it was possible," he said, "I should imagine I knew that man. Are there two like him? But I can't fancy what he can be doing here." "That fellow?" said Reginald. "It's a pity if there are two like him. I can't tell you what a nuisance he is to me. His name is Copperhead. He's my father's pupil." "Then it is Copperhead. I thought there could not be another. He gives a sort of odd, familiar aspect to the place all at once." "Then you are a friend of his?" said Reginald with a groan. "Pardon the natural feelings of a man whose father has suddenly chosen to become a coach. I hate it, and my dislike to the thing is reflected on the person of the pupil. I suppose that's what my antipathy means." "He does not merit antipathy. He is a bore, but there is no harm in him. Ah, he is quickening his pace. I am afraid he has seen us, and anybody he knows will be a godsend to him, I suppose." "I am off," said Reginald. "You will come again, that is?" he added, with winning politeness. "I shall come and seek you out. We are each the moral antipodes of the other, Miss Beecham says, from which she argues that we should be acquainted and learn the meaning of our differences." "I am much obliged to Miss Beecham." "Why, Northcote," said Clarence Copperhead, bearing down upon them in his big grey ulster like a ship in full sail. "Morning, May. Who'd have thought to see you here? Oh, don't turn on my account. I'm only taking a walk. It don't matter which way I go." "I am very much hurried. I was just about to hasten off to an appointment. Good-bye, Northcote," said Reginald. "We shall meet again soon, I hope." "By Jove, this is a surprise," said Clarence, "to see you here, where I should as soon have thought of looking for St. Paul's, and to find you walking about cheek by jowl with that muff young May, who couldn't be civil, I think, if he were to try. What is the meaning of it? I suppose you're just as much startled to see me. I'm with a coach. Clever, and a good scholar, and a good family, and all that. Father to that young sprig. So there ain't any mystery about me. What's brought you here?" "Work," said Northcote curtly. He did not feel disposed to enter into any kind of explanation. "Oh, work! Now I do wonder what a fellow like you, with plenty of money in your pocket, should go in for work as you do. What's the good of it? And in the dissenting parson line of all things in the world. When a fellow has nothing you can understand it. He must get his grub somehow. That's what people think of you, of course. Me, I don't do anything, and everybody knows I'm a catch, and all of that sort of thing. Now I don't say, for I don't know, if your governor has as much to leave behind him as mine, but halt a bit, you walk as if you were going in for athletics, and doing a 2-mile. "I'm sorry to see you so easily blown," said Northcote, not displeased in his turn to say something unpleasant. "What is it? Are you only out of training?" "That's it," said Clarence with a gasp. "I'm awfully out of training, and that's the fact. We do, perhaps, live too well in Portland Place. But look here, about what we were saying. Do you live with the Mays?" "Worse luck. It's what you call plain cooking. And bless us all, dinner in the middle of the day, and the children at table. But I'd put a stop to that. And old May ain't a bad old fellow. Don't bother me with work more than I like, and none of your high mightiness like that fellow. I'll tell you what, Northcote, you must come and see me. I haven't got a sitting room of my own, which is a shame, but I have the use of their rooms as much as I like. The sisters go flying away like a flock of pigeons. I'll tell you what, I'll have you asked to dinner. Capital fun it will be. A high church parson, cheek by jowl with a red-hot dissenter, and compelled to be civil. By Jove, won't it be a joke?" "It is not a joke that either of us will enjoy." "Never mind, I'll enjoy it, by Jove," said Copperhead. "He daren't say no. I'd give sixpence just to see you together. And the Bashaw of Two Tails, the young fellow, they shall have a party. Leave it all to me." End of chapter 27.
Chapter 28 of Phoebe Junior. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by Yoganandh. Phoebe Junior by Margaret O. Oliphant. The New Pupil. Mr. May, since the bargain was fairly concluded with the Copperheads, had thought a great deal about the 300 a year he was to get for his pupil. It almost doubled his income in a moment, and that has a great effect upon the imagination. It was true he would have another person to maintain on this additional income, but still that additional person would simply fill Reginald's place, and it did not at first occur to him that what was good enough for himself, Mr. May, of St. Roch's, was not good enough for any parvenu on the face of the earth. Therefore, the additional income represented a great deal of additional comfort, and that general expansion of expenditure, not going into any special extravagances, but representing a universal ease and enlargement which was congenial to him, and which was one of the great charms of money in his eyes. To be sure, when he reflected on the matter, he felt that the first half year of Clarence's payment ought to be appropriated to that bill which for the present had brought him so much relief. But this would be so entirely to lose the benefits of the money so far as he was himself concerned, that it was only in moments of reflection that this appeared urgent. The bill to which Tozer's signature had been appended did not oppress his conscience. After all, what was it? Not a very large sum. A sum which, when put to it, and with the time before him, he could so easily supply. And as for any other consideration, it was really, when you come to think of it, a quite justifiable expedient, not to be condemned except by squeamish persons, and which being never known could do no harm in the world. He had not harmed anybody by what he had done. Tozer, who was quite able to pay it over and over again, would never know of it. And in what respect, he asked himself, was it worse to have done this than to have a bill really signed by a man of straw, whose value received meant nothing in the world but a simple fiction? Cotsdean was no more than a man of straw. If left to himself, he could not pay anything, nor had he anything really to do with the business for which his name stood sponsor, and Tozer's name was merely placed there in the same fictitious way, without any trouble to Tozer or burden of responsibility. What was the difference, except that it saved trouble and anxiety to everybody except the principal in the affair, he who ought to bear the brunt? Mr. May recognized this without doubt. It was he who had reaped the advantage, and whether Cotsdean was the instrument who knew all about it, or Tozer who did not know anything about it, it was he, Mr. May, whose natural duty it was to meet the claim and pay the money. He was an honest man. If he was occasionally a little slow in his payment, no one could throw any doubt upon his character. But of course, should any unforeseen emergency arise, the pupil at once made that straight. Mr. May felt that he had only to go to the bank, which generally did not encourage his visits, and tell them of his pupil to have the money at once. Nobody could reject such unmistakable security. So that really there was no further occasion for so much as thinking of Tozer. That was provided for. With the freest conscience in the world, he might put it out of his mind. But how he could feel this so strongly and at the same time revel in the consciousness of a fuller purse, more to enjoy and more to spend, is a mystery which it would be difficult to solve. He did so, and many others have done so besides him, eating their cake, yet believing that they had their cake with the fullest confidence. He was a sensible man, rather priding himself on his knowledge of business, with much experience in human nature and a thoughtful sense, fully evidenced in his writings, of all the strange inconsistencies and self-deceits of mankind. But he dropped into the strain of self-delusion with the calmest satisfaction of mind, and was as sure of his own good sense and kindness as if he had never in all his life taken a step out of the rigidest of the narrow ways of uprightness. Some part of this illusion, however, was sharply dispelled at a very early date. Clarence Copperhead, who was not likely to err by means of too much consideration for the feelings of others, grumbled frankly at the midday meal. "I don't understand a 2 o'clock dinner," he said. "It's lunch, that's what I call it, and I won't be disagreeable about the kids, but I must have my dinner. Bless you, a man can't live without his dinner. What is he to do? It's a sort of thing you can look forward to whatever happens. If it's a wet day or anything of that sort, there's always dinner, and after it's over, if there's music or a rubber, why, that's all very well. Or if a man feels a bit sleepy, it doesn't matter. Why, dinner's your standby, wherever you are. I'd as soon do without my head for my part." Ursula hastened to tell her father this with dismay in her looks. "I've always heard that late dinners were so expensive. You require twice as many dishes. At 2, one has only what is necessary, but at 7 you require to have fish and soup and entrees and all sorts of things besides a joint." "It was disgraceful of him to say it," cried Ursula, "and I think he ought to be made to follow a plan, whatever it is, and not do everything he likes here." "That's all very true," said Mr. May, "but he is right about the dinner. It's a great deal more agreeable." "And expensive, Papa?" "Well, perhaps it's a great deal to expect at your age. But if you read your cookery book, as I've often said, when you were reading those novels, and learned how to toss up little dishes out of nothing, and make entrees and so forth at next to no expense." The tears came into Ursula's eyes at this unjust assault. "Papa," she said, "you ought to know better at your age. One forgives the boys for saying such silly things. How can I toss up little dishes out of nothing? If you only knew the price of butter, not to talk of anything else. Made dishes are the most expensive things. A leg of mutton, for instance. There it is, and when one weighs it, one knows what it costs. But there is not one of those entrees but costs shillings for herbs and truffles and gravy and forcemeat and a glass of white wine here and a half-pint claret there. It's all very well to talk of dishes made out of nothing. The meat may not be very much, and men never think of the other things, I suppose." "It is management that is wanted," said Mr. May. "To throw nothing away, to make use of everything, to employ all your scraps. If you once have a good sauce, which is as easy as daylight when you take the trouble, you can make all sorts of things out of a cold joint. But women never will take the trouble, and that is the secret of poor dinners. Not 1 in 50 will do it. If you wanted really to help us and improve my position, you might, Ursula." "I can't afford to fall out with Copperhead. He is very important to me just at this moment, and perhaps it is better that I should give in to him at once about the late dinner." "You may say it's not my business," said Ursula, "but we have already another maid, and now 2 dinners, for it is just the same as 2 dinners. He will not be any advantage to you like that. And why should he be so much harder to please than we are? Reginald never grumbled, who was much better bred and better educated than Mr. Copperhead." "And with so much money to keep up his dignity," said her father mockingly. "No, it's not your business. The cookery book is your business, and how to make the best of everything. Otherwise I don't want any advice from you." "What did he say?" cried Jenny, rushing in as soon as her father had left the room. Ursula, a very general consequence of such interviews, was sitting by the fire, very red and excited, with tears glistening in her eyes. "Of course I knew what he would say. He says it's not my business, and there are to be late dinners, and everything that man chooses to ask for. Oh, it's so hard to put up with it," cried Ursula, her eyes flashing through her tears. "I am to read up the cookery book and learn to make entrees for him. but to say we can't afford it is not my business. I wonder whose business it is. It is I who have to go to the tradespeople and to bear it all if they grumble. And now this horrible man who dares to tell me the coffee is not strong enough, as if I was a barmaid. Barmaids don't have to do with coffee, have they? Said matter-of-fact Jenny. But the fact is, he is not a gentleman. Why should you mind? What does it matter what a person like that says or does? You said so yourself. He's not a bit a gentleman. I wonder what Cousin Anne and Cousin Sophie could mean. It's not their fault. They think of his mother, who is nice, who sent those things. But Mr. Copperhead knew about the things which was not so nice of her, was it? But never mind. We must try to make the best of it. Get the cookery book, Jenny. Perhaps if you were to read it out loud, and we were both to try fix a mind upon it, for something must be done, said Ursula gravely. Papa will never find it out till all the money is spent, but we shall be poorer than we are before we had the pupil. Who is that, Jenny, at the door? It was Phoebe, who came in blooming from the cold, in a furred jacket, at which the girls looked with unfeigned admiration. The skating will soon come on its earnest now, she said. Grandmamma is better, and I thought I might come and see you. I had a long talk with your brother the other day. Did he tell you? And I made him know Mr. Northcote, one of our people. I know you will turn up your pretty nose, Ursula, at a dissenter. I should think so, cried Jenny. We have nothing to do with such people, being gentlefolks. Have we, Ursula? Oh, I forgot. I beg your pardon. I didn't mean to say... Phoebe smiled upon her serenely. I am not angry, she said. I understand all that. And in Carlingford I have no right, I suppose, to stand upon being a lady, though I always thought I was one. I'm only a young woman here, and not so bad either for that, if you will promise, Jenny, not to call me a young person. Oh, Miss Beecham. Mr. Copperhead is a dissenter, said Ursula somewhat sullenly. We put up with him because he is rich. Oh, it's all very disagreeable. I don't want to know any new people, whatever they are. I find the old ones bare enough. Reginald hates him too. A big, lazy, useless being that treats one as if one were a chambermaid. Is it Clarence? It's not quite his fault. His mother is a lady, but his father is a brute, said Phoebe, thinking of nothing but his horrible money. Clarence is not so bad. It's because he has no imagination and does not understand other people's feelings. He does not mean it, poor fellow. He goes trampling about with his big feet upon everybody's toes and never is a bit the wiser. Here he is. He is coming with your father. I suppose there must be a great deal in race, she added with a soft little sigh. Clarence looks a clown, and your father is such a gentleman. I suppose I show just the same when I stand beside you. Now Phoebe was well aware that this was not the case, and Ursula's indignant disclaimer made her rather laugh because it was so unnecessary than be pleased by its vehemence. There was an old convex mirror opposite which reflected the girls in miniature, making a pretty picture of them as they sat together. Ursula with her dark locks, and Phoebe in her golden hair, and the tall, sharp schoolgirl Jenny, all elbows and ankles, short petticoats, and grey stockings. Jenny was the only one in whom there could have been suspected any inferiority of race, but her awkwardness was that of youth, and her disordered hair and dress belonged also to her age, for she was at that troublesome period when frocks are constantly getting too short and sleeves too scanty. Jenny was shuffling slowly round the visitor, admiring her at every point. Her garments were not made as dresses were made in Carlingford. Their fit and texture were alike too perfect for anything that ever came out of High Street. The furred jacket had not been seen in Grange Lane before. Perhaps it was because the cold had become more severe, an ordinary and simple reason, or because Clarence Copperhead, who knew her, and in whose eyes it was important to bate no jot of her social pretensions, was here, and the furred jacket was beyond comparison with anything that had been seen for ages in Carlingford. The deep border of fur round the velvet, the warm waddings and paddings, the close fit up to the throat, were excellencies which warranted Jenny's store of inspection. Phoebe perceived it very well, but did not confuse the girl by taking any notice, and in her heart she was herself slightly preoccupied, wondering, as Ursula had done, what the man had come here for, and what he would say when he saw her. both of these young women had a secret belief that something romantic, something more than the mere prose of reading in the first tutor's house that happened to have been suggested to him, had brought young Copperhead to such an unlikely place as Carlingford. Ursula had by this time learned to reject this hypothesis with much indignation at herself for having entertained it, but Phoebe still felt slightly fluttered by this possibility and was eager for the entrance of Clarence. She would know at once what had brought him, she said to herself, the moment she caught his eye. And though Mr. May had reconciled himself so completely to the Tozer business, the appearance of Tozer's granddaughter gave him a momentary shock. "What did you do with my grandfather's letter?" he thought her eyes said, and the meeting confused and disturbed him. This, however, was only for a moment. He was a man to whom it was always possible to make himself agreeable to women, and though he felt so easy in his mind about Tozer, still it was evident that to conciliate Tozer's relation, and that so influential a relation, was on the whole a good thing to do. He was going up to her accordingly with outstretched hands and the most amiable inquiries about her grandmother's health, when to his surprise he was frustrated by Clarence, who had come in before him, his large person swelling out, as it always seemed to do when he presented himself upon a new scene, with importance and grandeur. "Miss Beecham," he said, "really, who would have thought it? Now, look here, I came to Carlingford thinking there was not a soul I knew in the place, and here have you turned up all at once. And Northcote. You know Northcote? It's very queer." "It is odd, isn't it?" said Phoebe quickly. "I was astonished to see Mr. Northcote, and though I heard you were coming, I am not less surprised to see you." "He has not come for me," she said rapidly to herself, "nor for Ursula either." "Then who is it?" Phoebe demanded in the depths of her own bosom. That he should have come for nobody at all, but simply for his own purposes, to get a little information put into his head, seemed incredible to both girls. Ursula, for her part, had been angry when she discovered his want of meaning, though why she would have found it hard to say. But Phoebe, for her part, was not angry. She took this, like other things of the kind, with great and most philosophical calm, but she could not outgrow it all at once. For whom was it? His cousins, those Miss Dorsets? But they were much older, and not the kind of women for whom such an act was likely. Her mind wandered forth lively and curious in search of the necessary clue. She could not consent to the fact that no clue was necessary where no mystery was. "I am glad to see that you ventured out in this wintry weather," said Mr. May. "You set us all a good example. I am always telling my girls that cold weather is no sufficient reason for staying indoors. I wish Ursula would do as you do." "Papa, how can you talk so?" said Janie, indignant, "when you know very well it's not the cold that keeps Ursula in, but because she has so much to do." "Oh yes, one knows the sort of things young ladies have to do," said Clarence with a laugh. "Read stories and look up pretty dresses for their parties, eh, Miss Janie? And consult the fashion book? Oh, of course you will deny it, but my mother makes me a confidant, and I know that's what you all do." "To be sure," said Phoebe, "we are not so clever as you are and can't do so many things. We know no Latin or Greek to keep our minds instructed. We acknowledge our infirmity. And we couldn't play football to save our lives. Football is what you do in the season when you don't hunt and before the ice is bearing. We are poor creatures. We can't parcel out our lives according as it is time for football or cricket. You must not be so severe upon girls for being so inferior to you." "Oh, don't be too hard upon him," whispered Ursula, in a parenthesis, afraid that this irony should drive the pupil to desperation. "Hard upon him? He will never find it out," Phoebe whispered back in the same tone. "Oh, hang it all, I don't mean to be severe upon girls," said Clarence, pulling his moustache with much complacency. "I'm sorry for them, I can tell you. It ain't their fault. I know heaps of nice girls who feel it horribly. What can they do? They can't go in for cricket and football. There ought to be something invented for them. To be sure, there is lawn tennis, but that's only for summer. I should go mad, I think, if I had nothing to do. But you have more brain and more strength, you see, than we have. And besides, we are used to it," said Phoebe. "I'm afraid, Ursula, Grandmamma will want me, and I must go." Here Mr. May said something to his daughter which filled Ursula with excitement, mingled of pleasure and displeasure. "Papa says, will you come to dinner tomorrow at 7? It appears there is someone you know coming, a Mr. Northcote. I don't know who he is, but it will be very kind if you will come on my account. the girl concluded, whispering in her ear, for how shall I ever get through a dinner party? We never gave one in my life before. Of course I will come, said Phoebe. Dinner parties are not so common here that I should neglect the chance. I must thank Mr. May. But I hope you know who Mr. Northcote is, she added, laughing. I gave an account of myself loyally before I permitted you to ask me. But Mr. Northcote, oh no, he does not belong to the lower classes, but is a fiery, red-hot— What? Cried eagerly Jenny, pressing to the front. Radical? I'm a radical too, and Reginald used to be once, and so was Ursula. Oh, I wish it was tonight, said Jenny, clasping her hands. Not a radical, but a dissenter. And you, who are a clergyman, Mr. May? I like you, oh, so much for it, but I wonder what the people will say. My dear Miss Beecham, said the suave churchman, quite ready to seize a chance of making the point for himself. In the church, fortunately, what the people say has not to be studied, as your unfortunate pastors, I'm informed, have to do. While Mr. Copperhead is under my roof, I make his friends welcome, for his sake first, probably afterwards for their own. Yes, I asked Northcote, said Clarence. I never thought they would have any objection. He's not a common dissenter, like the most of those people that have nothing but their salaries. He's well off. He don't require, bless you, to keep people in good temper and toady to them like most do. He's as independent as I am. I don't say that he's quite as well off, but money always finds its level. I shouldn't have thought of asking May to receive a common dissenting fellow like the rest. Phoebe laughed. It did not occur to the accomplished scion of the house of Copperhead, nor to the two girls, who were not experienced enough to think of such things, what was the meaning expressed in Phoebe's laugh, which was not cheerful. Mr. May himself had the advantage of more discrimination. I hope you will find that, dissenter or not, I know what is my duty to my friends, he said. What my guests may possess, or the exact nature of their opinions on all points, are not subjects to be discussed by me. Oh, there's nothing to find fault within you, said Phoebe, with less than her usual universal courtesy. You're always kind, Mr. May. And then she laughed again. Some people are very clever in finding out the vulnerable places, she said. She is changed, said Clarence when she was gone. She's not the jolly girl she used to be. She was always a very jolly girl, ready to help a fellow out of a scrap, you know. But Northcote's a fearfully clever fellow. You should just hear him talk. He and May will go at it hammer and tongs as sure as fate. The end of chapter 28.
Chapter 29 of Phoebe Jr. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Phoebe Jr. by Margaret O. Oliphant. Ursula's Entrees. It would be difficult to describe the anxiety with which that first late dinner was regarded by Ursula. Janie, too, had thrown herself into it heart and soul until she received the crushing intimation from her father that her company was not expected at the stately meal, a discovery which altogether extinguished poor Janie, accustomed to be always in the front whatever occurred, and to whom suggestions of things that could not be done by a girl who was not out had never presented themselves. She retired to her own room, dissolved in tears when this fearful mandate went forth, and for the rest of the morning was good for nothing, her eyes being converted into a sort of red pulp, her rough hair doubly disheveled, her whole being run into tears. She was of no more use now to go errands between the kitchen and the drawing-room, or to read the cookery book out loud, which was a process upon which Ursula depended very much, to fix in her mind the exact ingredients and painful method of preparation of the entrees at which she was toiling. Betsy, the former maid of all work, now promoted under the title of cook, could be trusted to roast a saddle of mutton, which, on consideration that it was a party, had been thought preferable to a leg, and she could boil the fish after a sort, and make good honest family soup, and the rice pudding or apple tart, which was the nearest approach to luxury indulged in at the parsonage. But as for entrees, Betsy did not know what they were. She had heard of made dishes indeed, and respectfully afar off had seen them when she was kitchen maid at Lady Weston's, the golden age of her youthful inexperience. But this was so long ago that her recollections were rather confusing than useful to Ursula when she went downstairs to make her first heroic effort. "La, miss, that ain't how cook used to do 'em at Lady Weston's," Betsy said, looking on with unbelieving eyes. She was sure of this negative, but she was not sure of anything else, and utterly failed to give any active assistance after driving the girl desperate with her criticisms. Altogether it was a confused and unpleasant day. When Reginald came in the morning, his sister had no time to speak to him, so anxious was she and preoccupied, and the drawing-room was being turned upside down to make it look more modern, more elegant, more like the Dorsets' drawing-room, which was the only one Ursula knew. The comfortable round table in the middle, round which the family had grouped themselves for so long, had been pushed aside into a corner, leaving one fresh patch of carpet, quite inappropriate and unconnected with anything else, and instead of the work and the school books which so often intruded there, all that was gaudy and uninteresting in the maid library had been produced to decorate the table, and even a case of wax flowers, a production of 30 years since, which had been respectfully transferred to a china closet by Ursula's better taste, but which in the dearth of ornament she had brought back again. Reginald carried off the wax flowers and replaced the table with his own hands, while Ursula scorched her cheeks over the entrees downstairs. "All this for Northcote?" he said, when she ran up for a moment, done up in a big white apron, her face crimson with the fire and anxiety combined. "For Miss Beecham has been here before, and you made no fuss about her then." "She came to tea," said Ursula, "and I got a cake, which was all anyone could do, but a dinner is a very different thing." Indeed, she had by this time come to share her father's opinion that dinner was the right and dignified thing in all cases, and that they had been hitherto living in a very higgledy-piggledy way. The dinner had gone to her head. "Then it is for Northcote, as I say," said Reginald. "Do you know who he is?" "A dissenter," said Ursula, with a certain languor. "But so, you know, is Mr. Copperhead, and he is the chief person here nowadays. Papa thinks there is nobody like him, and so is Phoebe." "Oh, have you come so far as that?" said Reginald, with a little tinge of color in his face. He laughed, but the name moved him. "It is a pretty fresh sort of country name, not quite such an accomplished person." "Oh, that is just like you men with your injustice. Because she is clever you take it amiss. You're all jealous of her. Look at her pretty color and her beautiful hair. If that is not fresh, I should like to know what is. She might be Hebe instead of Phoebe," said Ursula, who had picked up scraps of classical knowledge in spite of herself. "You are a little goose," said Reginald, pinching her ear, but he liked his sister for her generous partisanship. "Mind you don't come to dinner with cheeks like that," he said. "I like my sister to be herself, not a cook-maid, and I don't believe in entrees." But he went away smiling and with a certain warmth in his breast. He had gone up and down Grange Lane many times at the hour of sunset, hoping to meet Phoebe again, but that sensible young woman had no mind to be talked of, and never appeared except when she was certain the road was clear. This had tantalized Reginald more than he chose to avow, even to himself. Pride prevented him from knocking at the closed door. The old Tozers were fearful people to encounter. People whom to visit would be to damn himself in Carlingford. But then the Miss Griffiths were very insipid by the side of Phoebe, and the variety of her talk, though he had seen so little of her, seemed to have created a new want in his life. He thought of 100 things which he should like to discuss with her, things which did not interest Ursula, and which the people about him did not understand much. Society at that time, as may be presumed, was in a poor way in Carlingford. The Wentworths and the Wodehouses were gone, and many other nice people. The houses in Grange Lane were getting deserted, or falling into inferior hands, as was apparent by the fact that the Tozers, old Tozer, the butterman, had got one of them. The other people were mostly relics of a bygone state of things, retired old couples, old ladies, spinsters, and widows, excellent people but not lively to talk to, and the Griffiths, above mentioned, put up with in consideration of tolerable good looks and fun, became tiresome when anything better was to be had. The mere apparition of Phoebe upon the horizon had been enough to show Reginald that there were other kinds of human beings in the world. It had not occurred to him that he was in love with her, and the idea of the social suicide implied by marrying old Tozer's granddaughter had not so much as once entered his imagination. Had he thought of it, he would have pulled that imagination up tight, like an unruly horse, the thing being too impossible to bear thinking of. But this had never entered his mind. He wanted to see Phoebe, to talk to her, to be near her, as something very new, captivating, and full of interest. That was all. No one else within his sphere could talk so well. The rector was very great indeed on the Reredos question and the necessity of reviving the disused church customs, but Reginald could not go so far as he did to the importance of the Reredos, and was quite in doubt whether it was not as well for most people to direct themselves by their own consciences as to be directed by the spiritual head of the parish, who was not overwise in his own concerns. His father, Reginald knew, could be very agreeable among strangers, but he seldom chose to be so in his own house. All this made the advent of Phoebe appear to him like a sudden revelation out of a different world. He was an Oxford man, with the best of education, but he was a simpleton all the same. He thought he saw in her an evidence of what life was like in those intellectual professional circles which a man may hope to get into only in London. It was not the world of fashion, he was aware, but he thought in his simplicity that it was the still higher world of culture and knowledge, in which genius and wit and intellect stood instead of rank or riches. How Tozer's granddaughter had got admission there he did not ask himself, but this was what he thought, and to talk to her was a new sensation. He was quite unconscious of anything more. Nobody knew when Ursula took her place at the head of the table in her pretty white dress, which she had worn at the Dorsets, how much toil and anxiety the preparations had given her. At the last moment, when her mind was so far clear of the entrees, etc., as clear as the mind of an inexperienced dinner-giver can be, until the blessed moment when they are eaten and done with, she had to take Sarah in hand, who was not very clear about the waiting, and to instruct her according to her own very imperfect knowledge how to fulfill her duties. Think it not a dinner party at all, but only just our ordinary luncheon, and don't get fluttered, and when I look at you like this, come quite close, and I will whisper what you are to do. And oh, Sarah, like a good creature, don't break anything, said Ursula, almost with tears. These were all the directions she could give, and they, it must be allowed, were somewhat vague. The excitement was becoming to her. She sat down with a dreadful flutter in her heart, but her eyes shining and sparkling. Clarence Copperhead, who extended an arm very carelessly to take her downstairs, absolutely certain of being a more important person than his guest Northcote, was roused for the first time to the consciousness that she was very pretty, which he had not found out before. But no style, he said to himself. Phoebe was the one who had style. She sat between Mr. May and the stranger, but devoted herself to her host chiefly, displaying a gentle contempt of the younger men in his presence. No anxiety was in her mind about the dinner. She did not follow the fate of those entrees round the table with terrible palpitations, as poor Ursula did. And alas, the entrees were not good, and Ursula had the mortification to see the dishes she had taken so much trouble with rejected by one and another. Reginald ate some, for which she blessed him, and so did Phoebe, but Mr. May sent his plate away with polite execrations. "Tell your cook she shall go if she sends up such uneatable stuff again, Ursula," her father cried from the other end of the table. Two big tears dashed up, hot and scalding, into Ursula's eyes. Oh, how she wished she could be dismissed like Betsy. She turned those two little oceans of trouble piteously, without knowing it, upon Northcote, who had said something to her without being able to reply to him. And Northcote, who was but a young man, though he was a fiery political dissenter, and who had come to the parsonage with a curious mixture of pleasure and reluctance, immediately threw down any arms that nature might have provided him with, and fell in love with her there and then on the spot, to his own absolute consternation. This is how it happened. The moment was not romantic, the situation was not sublime. A little motherless housekeeper, crying because her father scolded her in public for a piece of bad cookery. There is nothing in this to make an idol out of, but such as it was, it provided enough for Horace Northcote. He yielded himself on the spot. Not a word was said, for Ursula felt that if she tried to talk, she must cry, and anything further from her troubled thoughts and love it would be impossible to imagine. But then and there, so far as the young man was concerned, the story began. He talked very little for the rest of the meal, and Ursula did not exert herself, though she recovered slightly when the mutton turned out to be very good, and was commended. But what was the mutton in comparison with her entrees, which she had made with her own hands, and which were a failure? She was reduced to silence, and she thought that the stranger at her left hand was nice, because he did not bother her, and was content with a very little talk. "Oh, Phoebe, did you hear Papa about those entrees?" she cried when they reached the drawing-room, and sitting down on the stool by the fire which Janie usually appropriated. She cried, poor child, with undisguised passion. "I had made them myself. I had been busy about them all day. I read the cookery book till my head ached, and took such pains, and you heard what he said." "Yes, dear, I heard him, but he did not think what he was saying. It never occurred to him that it was you. Don't shake your little head. I am sure of it, you know, Ursula. Your papa is very agreeable and very clever." "Yes, I know he is clever, and he can be nice when he likes." "Did you like it?" cried Janie, bursting in, red-eyed and disheveled in her morning frock. "Oh, no, I am not dressed. I don't mean to let him get the better of me and think I care. Only just for a moment to see you too. Oh, isn't Phoebe grand in that dress? She is like a picture. You are nothing beside her, Ursula. Tell me, is it nice to have dinner instead of tea? Did it go off very well? Did you enjoy yourselves? Or were you all unhappy, sitting around the table, eating beef and mutton," cried Janie with all the scorn of ignorance, "at that ridiculous hour?" "I was as miserable as I could be," cried Ursula. "I was not happy at all. Enjoy myself, with the entrees on my mind, and after what Papa said? Oh, run away, Janie, and dress, or else go to bed. Papa will be so angry if he comes up and finds you here." "I should like to make him frantic," cried Janie, with vindictive force. "I should just like to drive him out of his senses." "Never mind. Yes, I am angry. Haven't I a right to be angry? I am as tall as Ursula. I hope I know how to behave myself. And when there were people coming, and a real dinner—" "Oh, I hear them," cried Ursula in alarm, and Janie flew off, her hair streaming behind her. Phoebe put her arm around Ursula and raised her from the stool. She was not perhaps a perfect young woman, but had her own ends to serve like other people. Yet she had a friendly soul. She gave her friend a kiss to preface her admonition, as girls have a way of doing. "I would not let Janie talk so," she said. "I think you should not talk so yourself, Ursula, if you will forgive me, of your papa. He is very nice, and so clever. I should try all I could to please him, and I should not let anyone be disrespectful to him if it was I." "Oh, Phoebe, if you only knew." "Yes, I know. Gentlemen don't understand often. But we must do our duty. He is nice and clever and handsome, and you ought to be proud of him. Dry your eyes. Here they are, really, coming upstairs. You must be good-humored and talk. He is ever so much nicer than the young men," said Phoebe, almost loud enough to be heard, as Clarence Copperhead, sauntering in advance of the others, with his large shirt-front fully displayed, came into the room. He came in half-whistling in serene indifference. Phoebe had style, it was true, but she was only a dissenting parson's daughter, and what were two such girls to Clarence Copperhead? He came in whistling an opera air, which he let drop only after he was well inside the door. "Miss Beecham, let us have some music. I know you can play," he said. "If Miss May likes," said Phoebe, covering his rudeness, and then she laughed and added, "if you will accompany me." "Does Mr. Copperhead play too?" "Oh, beautifully. Has he not let you see his music? Won't you bring it here and let us look over it? I dare say there are some things we can play together." "You can play everything," said the young man, "and I'll bring my violin if you like." He was delighted. He quickened his steps almost into a run as he went away. "You should not laugh at Mr. Copperhead," Ursula retorted on her friend. "You should be good-humored too. You are better than I am, but you are not quite good after all." "Violin," said Mr. May. "Heaven and earth, is there going to be any fiddling? Miss Beecham, I did not expect you to bring such a horror upon me. I thought I had nothing but good to expect from you." "Wait till you hear him, sir," said Phoebe. Mr. May retired to the far corner of the room. He called young Northcote to him, who was standing beside Ursula, eager to talk, but not knowing how to begin. It was bad enough to be thus withdrawn from his chance of making himself agreeable, but the reader may imagine what was the dissenter's feelings when Mr. May, with a smile, turned upon him, having given him a tolerably good dinner, and lulled him into a belief that his sins against the family were unknown. He looked at him, smiling, and began, "Mr. Northcote, the first time I saw you, you were discoursing at an anti-establishment meeting in the town hall." Northcote started. He blushed fiery red. "It is quite true. I wish to have told you not to come here on false pretenses, but Copperhead and your son has been very kind." "Then I suppose your views are modified. Clergymen no longer appear to you the demons in human shape you thought them then, and my son in particular has lost his horns and hoofs." "Mr. May, you are very severe, but I own there is reason." "It was you who were severe. I was not quite sure of you till Copperhead brought you in. Nay," said the clergyman, rubbing his hands, "do you think that I object to the utterance of a real opinion? Certainly not. As for Reginald, it was the thing that decided him. I leave you to find out how, so that we are positively in your debt. But I hope you don't fiddle too, if you like to come with me to my study." Northcote gave a longing look round the room, which had become all at once so interesting to him. Mr. May was too clear-sighted not to see it. He thought, quite impartially, that perhaps it was an excusable weakness, even though it was his own society that was the counter-attraction. They were two nice-looking girls. This was how he put it, being no longer young and father to one of them. Naturally, the two young men would have described the attraction of Phoebe and Ursula more warmly. Clarence Copperhead, who had come in with an armful of music and his fiddle, was not thinking of the girls, nor of anything but the sweet sounds he was about to make, and himself. When he began to tune his violin, Mr. May got up in dismay. "This is more than mortal can stand," he said, making as though he would have gone away. Then he changed his mind, for, after all, he was the chaperone of his motherless girl. "Get me the paper, Ursula," he said. It would be hard to tell with what feelings Northcote contemplated him. He was the father of Ursula, yet he dared to order her about, to bring the tears to her eyes. Northcote darted the same way as she was going, and caught at the paper on a side table, and brought it hastily. But alas, it was last week's paper. He did not save her the trouble, but he brought upon himself a gleam of mischief from her father's eyes. "Mr. Northcote thinks me a tyrant to send you for the paper," he said, as he took it out of her hands. "Thank him for his consideration, but he is not always so careful of your peace of mind," he added, with a laugh. Ursula looked at him with a wondering question in her eyes, but those tears were no longer there, which had gone to Northcote's heart. "I don't know what Papa means," she said, softly, and then, "I want to beg your pardon, please. I was very silly. Will you try to forget it and not tell anyone, Mr. Northcote? The truth was, I thought I had done them nicely, and I was vexed. It was very childish, she said, shaking her head with something of the same moisture floating back over the luster in her pretty eyes. I will never tell anyone, you may be sure, said the young man, but Ursula did not notice that he declined to give the other pledge, for Reginald came up just then with wrath in his eyes. Is that idiot going to fiddle all night? He cried. Poor Clarence had scarcely begun. As if anybody wanted to hear him and his tweedledees. Miss Beecham plays like St. Cecilia, Ursula, and I want to speak to her about something. Can't you get that brute beguiled away? Clarence was one who was de trop in the little party, but he fiddled beatifically with his eyes fixed on the ceiling without the slightest suspicion of the fact, while Phoebe accompanied him with little smiles at her friends and shrugs of her shoulders. Reginald felt very strongly, though for the first time, that she was overdoing the scriptural maxim of being all things to all men. End of chapter 29, read by Brize Cries, Youngstown. Chapter 30 of Phoebe Jr. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Phoebe Jr. by Margaret O. Oliphant. Society at the Parsonage. After this dinner party, such as it was, the parsonage became gradually the center of a little society, such as sometimes forms in the most accidental way in a house where there are young men and young women, and of which no one can say what momentous results may arise. They came together fortuitously, blown to one center by the merest winds of circumstance, and of circles totally different and unlike. Why it was that Mr. May, so good a churchman, permitted two people so entirely out of his sphere to become his habitual guests and the companions of his children was very perplexing to the outside world, who, half in mere surprise and a little in despite, wondered and commented till they were tired, or till they had become so familiar with the strange spectacle that it ceased to strike them. A rich pupil might be forgiven for being a dissenter. Indeed, in Carlingford, as elsewhere, money made up for most deficiencies, but even natural complacency towards the rich pupil scarcely accounted for the reception of the others. The neighbors could never quite be sure whether the family at the parsonage knew or did not know that their new friend Northcote was not only acting as minister of Salem Chapel, but was the assailant of Reginald May at the anti-establishment meeting, and various persons in Grange Lane held themselves for a long time on the tiptoe of preparation, ready to breathe to Mr. May the painful intelligence in case he was unaware of it. But he never gave them the opportunity. Honestly, he had forgotten the speaker's name at first and only recognized him when he was introduced by young Copperhead, and then the situation was piquant and amused him, especially the evident confusion and consternation of the culprit when found out. I don't know what he thinks he has done to you, said Clarence. I could scarcely make him come in. He says he is sure you can't wish to see him. This was 2 days after the dinner, when Horace Northcote came to leave a respectful card, hoping that he might see Ursula at a door or window. Clarence had seized upon him and dragged him in spite of himself. On the contrary, I am very glad to see him, said Mr. May with a smile. He looked at the young dissenter with a jeer in his eyes. He liked to punish him, having suddenly perceived that this jeer was much more potent than any serious penalty. If he will promise not to slay me, I shan't quarrel with him. Mr. May was in such good spirits at this moment that he could afford to joke. His own magnanimity and the others' confused looks of guilt overcame his gravity. Come back again, he said, holding out his hand, and though Horace, retired for the moment, utterly confounded, yet the attractions of the cheerful house overcame, after a while, his sense of humiliation and inappropriateness. If the injured family had condoned his offense, why should he mind? And the pleasant girlish friendliness, without any arrière-pensée, of Ursula was enough to have set any man at his ease. The facts of the case being that Mrs. Hurst was away upon a long visit, and that, having no other gossip within the range of her acquaintance, Ursula did not know. Reginald, who did, had the same sense of magnanimity as his father had, and began to like the society of the congenial yet different spirit which it was so strange to him to find under a guise so unlike his own. And Northcote, on his side, finding no house to which he could betake himself among those whom Phoebe called our own people, found a refuge which gradually became dearer and dearer to him at the parsonage, and in his profound sense of the generosity of the people who had thus received him, felt his own partisanship wax feebler and feebler every day. He seemed to see the ground cut from under his feet as he watched the young chaplain at his work. Mr. May, to be sure, was no example of pastoral diligence, but he was a pleasant companion, and had put himself from the first in that position of moral superiority which naturally belongs to an injured person who can forgive heartily and without prejudice. And Ursula, he did not venture to call her Ursula, even in the secret depths of his heart. There her pronoun was enough, as, indeed, incipient love generally finds it. She spoke to him, smiled at him in the street, and immediately life became a vita nuova to him. The young dissenter was as Dante, and simple Ursula, with her housekeeping books in her hand, became another Beatrice. It is not every one who has the capacity for this perfect and absorbing sentiment, but Horace Northcote had, and for a long time Ursula was as unconscious of it as heart could desire. Phoebe's admission to the house had been more simple still. A girlish fancy on Ursula's part, a fit of good nature on her father's, and then that secret thread of connection with Tozer which no one knew of, and the coming of Clarence Copperhead, to please whom Mr. May permitted himself to be persuaded to do much, and in addition to all this, her good looks, her pretty manners, her cleverness, and the deference she had always shown in the proper quarter. Mr. May did not enter into the lists with his son, or think of offering himself as a suitor to Phoebe, but he liked to talk to her and to watch what he called her little ways, and to hear her play when Clarence and his violin were otherwise disposed of. He was an experienced man, priding himself on knowledge of human nature, and Phoebe's little ways amused him greatly. What did she mean? To catch Clarence Copperhead, who would be a great match, or to fascinate Northcote? Oddly enough, Mr. May never thought of Reginald, though that young man showed an eagerness to talk to Phoebe which was more than equal with his own, and had always subjects laid up ready to discuss with her when he could find the opportunity. Sometimes he would go up to her in the midst of the little party and broach one of these topics straight on end, without preface or introduction, as which was her favorite play of Shakespeare, and what did she think of the character of King Lear? It was not very wise, not any wiser than his neighbor was, who made pretty little Ursula into the ideal lady, the most gentle and stately figure in poetry, and yet no doubt there was something in both follies that was a great deal better than wisdom. The society formed by these two young pairs, with Clarence Copperhead as a heavy floating balance, and Mr. May and Janey, one philosophical, wise, and mistaken, the other sharp-sighted and seeing everything, as spectators, was very pleasant to the close little coterie themselves, and nobody else got within the charmed circle. They grew more and more intimate daily, and had a whole vocabulary of domestic jokes and allusions which no one else could understand. It must be allowed, however, that the outside world was not pleased with this arrangement on either side of the question. The church people were shocked with the Mays for harboring dissenters under any circumstances whatever, and there had not been a minister at Salem Chapel for a long time so unpopular as Horace Northcote, who was always engaged when any of the connection asked him to tea, and preached sermons which went over their heads, and did not remember them when he met them in the street. Tozer was about the only one of the congregation who stood up for the young man. The others thanked heaven that he was but temporary, and on the whole they were right, for certainly he was out of place in his present post. As for Clarence Copperhead, he led an agreeable life enough among all these undercurrents of feeling, which he did not recognize with any distinctness. He was comfortable enough, pleased with his own importance, and too obtuse to perceive he bored his companions, and then he considered himself to be slightly sweet upon both the girls. Ursula was his favorite in the morning, when he embarrassed her much by persistently seeking her company whenever liberated by her father. But Phoebe was the queen of the evening, when he would get his fiddle with an unfailing complacency which drove Reginald frantic. Whether it was mere good nature or any warmer impulse, Phoebe was strangely tolerant of these fiddlings, and would go on playing for hours with serene composure, never tired and never impatient. Yet poor Clarence was not an accompanist to be coveted. He was weak in the ear and defective in science, but full of a cheerful confidence which was as good as genius. "Never mind, Miss Phoebe," he would say cheerfully, when he had broken down for the 20th time. "Play on, and I'll catch you up." He had thus a series of trysting places in every page or two, which might have been very laughable to an indifferent spectator, but which aggravated the Mays, father and son, to an intolerable extent. They were the two who suffered. As for Horace Northcote, who was not a great talker, it was not a disagreeable shield for his silent contemplation of Ursula and the little things which from time to time he ventured to say to her. For conversation he had not the thirst which animated Reginald, and Ursula's talk, though lively and natural, was not like Phoebe's. But while the music went on, he could sit by her in a state of silent beatitude, now and then saying something, to which Ursula replied if she was disposed, or if she was not disposed, put aside by a little shake of her head and smiling glance at the piano. Sometimes it was simple willfulness that made her silent, but Northcote set it down to an angelical sweetness which would not wound even the worst of performances by inattention. They were happy enough sitting there under the shelter of the piano, the young man absorbed in the dreams of a young love, the girl just beginning to realize the adoration which she was receiving, with a timid perception of it, half frightened, half grateful. She was, in spite of herself, amused by the idea, only half understood, and which she could scarcely believe, that this big-grown man, so much more important than herself in everybody's eyes, should show so much respect to a little girl whom her father scolded, whom Reginald sent trotting about on all sorts of errands, and whom Cousin Anne and Cousin Sophie considered a child. It was very strange, a thing to call forth inextinguishable laughter, and yet with a strange touch of sweetness in it, which almost made her cry in wondering gratitude. What she thought of him, Ursula did not ask herself. That he should think like this of her was a bewildering, extraordinary, ridiculous fact that at present filled her girlish head. But if they were sweet to Northcote, these evenings were the crown of Clarence Copperhead's content and conscious success. He was supremely happy, caressing his fiddle between his cheek and his shoulder, and raising his pale eyes to the ceiling in an ecstasy. The music and the audience and the accompanist altogether were delightful to him. He could have gone on, he felt, not only till midnight, but till morning, and so on to midnight again, with short intervals for refreshment. Every 10 minutes or so there occurred a break in the continuity of the strain, and a little dialogue between the performers. "Ah, yes, I have missed a line. Never mind. Go on, Miss Phoebe. I will make up to you," he said. "It is these accidentals that have been your ruin," said Phoebe, laughing. "It is a very hard passage. Let us turn back and begin again." And then the audience would laugh, not very sweetly, and some of them make accurate observations. But the pianist was good nature itself, and went back and counted, and kept time with her head, and with her hand, when she could take it from the piano, until she had triumphantly tided him over the bad passage, or they had come to the point of shipwreck again. During these labors, Phoebe, who was really a good musician, ought to have suffered horribly, but either she did not, or her good nature was stronger than her good taste, for she went on serenely, sometimes for hours together, while her old and her young admirers sat secretly cursing, in such ways as are becoming to a clergyman, each in his corner. Perhaps she had a slight degree of pleasure in the evident power she had over father and son, but it was difficult fully to understand her views at this somewhat bewildering period of her life, in which she was left entirely to her own resources. She was herself groping a little through paths of uncertain footing, enjoying herself a great deal, but not seeing clearly where it led to, and having no definite purpose or chart of those unknown countries in her mind. "How you can go on," said Reginald on one of these occasions, having at length managed to seize upon and get her into a corner. "For hours, having your ears sacrificed and your patience tried by these fearful discords, and smile through it, is a mystery which I cannot fathom. If it was only consideration for your audience, that might be enough to move anyone but yourself. I don't seem to feel it so very much myself. And yet you are a musician. Don't be too hard upon me, Mr. May. I only play a little. I'm not like my cousins in the High Street, who are supposed to be very clever at music, and then poor Mr. Copperhead is a very old friend." "Poor Mr. Copperhead? Poor us, you mean, who have to listen, and you who choose to play." "You are very vindictive," she said, with a piteous look. "Why should you be so vindictive? I do what I can to please my friends, and there is no doubt about what poor Clarence likes best. If you were to show me as plainly what you would like, quite plainly, as he does." "Don't you know?" said Reginald, with glowing eyes. "Ah, well, if I may show you plainly, quite plainly, with the same results, you may be sure not to be left long in doubt. Talk to me. It is easier and not so fatiguing." "Here," said the young man, placing a chair for her. "He has had your patient services for 2 hours. Do only half as much for me." "Ah, but talking is a different thing, and more difficult, and more personal." "Well," said Phoebe, with a laugh and a blush, taking the chair, "I will try, but you must begin, and I cannot promise, you know, for a whole hour." "After you have given that fellow 2, and such a fellow! If it was Northcote I might be equally displeased, but I could understand it, for he is not a fool." "I think," said Phoebe, looking towards the other end of the room, where Northcote was occupied as usual close to Ursula's work-basket, "that Mr. Northcote manages to amuse himself very well without any help of mine." "Ah!" cried Reginald, startled, for of course it is needless to say that the idea of any special devotion to his little sister had never entered his mind. He felt disposed to laugh at first when the idea was suggested to him, but he gave a second look and fellow-feeling through a certain enlightenment upon the subject. "That would never do," he said gravely. "I wonder I never thought of it before." "Why would it not do? She is very nice, and he is clever and a rising man, and he is very well off, and you said just now he was not a fool." "Nevertheless, it would never do," said Reginald, opposing her pointedly, as he had never opposed her before, and he remained silent for a whole minute, looking across the room, during which long interval Phoebe sat demurely on the chair where he had placed her, looking at him with a smile on her face. "Well," she said at length, softly, "it was talk you said you wanted, Mr. May, but you are not so ready to tune up your violin as Mr. Copperhead, though I wait with my fingers on the piano, so to speak." "I beg your pardon," he cried, and then their eyes met, and both laughed, though, as far as Reginald was concerned, in an embarrassed way. "You perceive," said Phoebe, rising, "that it is not nearly so easy to please you, and that you don't know half so exactly what you want as Clarence Copperhead does, though you abuse him, poor fellow. I have got something to say to Ursula, though perhaps she does not want me any more than you do. Don't give me up for one moment's distraction, and it was your fault, not mine, for suggesting such a startling idea." Phoebe shook her head and waved her hand as a parting salutation, and then went across the room to where Ursula was sitting, where Horace Northcote at least found her very much in his way. She began at once to talk low and earnestly on some subject so interesting that it absorbed both the girls in a way which was very surprising and unpleasant to the young men, neither of whom had been able to interest the one whose attention he was specially anxious to secure half so effectually. Northcote, from the other side of the table, and Reginald from the other end of the room, gazed and gloomed with discomfited curiosity, wondering what it could be, while Clarence strutted uneasily about the piano, taking up his fiddle now and then, striking a note, and screwing up his strings into concord with many impatient glances. But still the girls talked. Was it about their dresses or some nonsense, or was it a more serious subject, which could thus be discussed without masculine help? But this matter they never fathomed, nor have they found out till this hour. End of chapter 30, read by Brize Cries, Youngstown. Chapter 31 of Phoebe Jr. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Phoebe Jr. by Margaret O. Oliphant. Society. Notwithstanding such little social crosses, however, the society at the parsonage, as thus constituted, was very agreeable. Mr. May, though he had his faults, was careful of his daughter. He sat in the drawing-room every evening till she retired, on the nights that visitors came, and even when it was Clarence only who remained, an inmate of the house, and free to go and come as he pleased. Ursula, he felt, must not be left alone, and though it is uncertain whether she fully appreciated the care he took of her, this point in his character is worth noting. When the young party went out together, to skate for instance, as they did for several merry days, Reginald and Janey were, he considered, sufficient guardians for their sister. Phoebe had no chaperone, unless you will take that serious office upon you, Ursula, she said, shrugging her shoulders prettily. But she only went once or twice, so well was she able, even when the temptation was strongest, to exercise self-denial and show her perfect power of self-guidance. As for old Tozer and his wife, the idea of a chaperone never entered their homely head. Such articles are unnecessary in the lower levels of society. They were anxious that their child should enjoy herself, and could not understand the reason of her staying at home on a bright frosty day when the Mays came to the door in a body to fetch her. No, if they'd have gone down on their knees, nor if I'd gone down on mine, would that girl have left me, cried the old lady, with tears in her eyes. She do behave beautiful to her old granny. If so be as I haven't a good night, no power on earth would make that child go pleasuring. It's almost too much at her age. But Phoebe confided to Ursula that it was not altogether anxiety about her grandmother. I have nobody of my own to go with. If I took Grandpapa with me, I don't think it would mend matters. Once or twice it was possible, but not every day. Go and enjoy yourself, dear, she said, kissing her friend. Ursula was disposed to cry rather than to enjoy herself, and appealed to Reginald, who was deeply touched by Phoebe's fine feeling. He took his sister to the ice, but that day he went so far as to go back himself to number 6, actually into the house, to make a humble protest, yet to insinuate his admiration. He was much impressed by and approved highly of this reticence, having a very high standard of minor morals for ladies in his mind, like most young men. She is not one of the girls who rush about everywhere and whom one is sick of seeing, he said. I think it is very silly, cried Janey. Who cares for a chaperone? And why shouldn't Phoebe have her fun, like the rest, instead of shutting herself up in a stuffy room with that dreadful old Mrs. Tozer? Her brother reproved her so sharply for this speech that Janey withdrew in tears, still asking why, as she rushed to her room. Clarence Copperhead, for his part, stroked his mustache and said it was a bore. For she is the best skater of all the ladies here, he said. I beg your pardon, Miss Ursula. She's got so much go in her, and keeps it up like fun. She's the best I know for keeping a fellow from getting tired. But as it's Thursday, I suppose she'll be there in the evening. Clarence never called them anything but Miss Ursula and Miss Phoebe, dropping the prefix in his thoughts. He felt that he was a little sweet upon them both, and indeed it had gleamed dully across his mind that a man who could marry them both need never be bored, but was likely always to find something to do. Choice, however, being necessary, he did not see his way so clearly as to which he should choose. The mountain sheep are sweeter, but the valley sheep are fatter, he said to himself, if not in these immortal words, then with full appreciation of the sentiment. Ursula began to understand dinners with a judicious intelligence, which he felt was partly created by his own instructions and remarks. But in the evening it was Phoebe who reigned supreme. She was so sensible that most likely she could invent a menu all out of her own head, he thought, feeling that the girl who got him through the wedding march with but 6 mistakes was capable of any intellectual feat. He had not the slightest doubt that it was in his power to marry either of the girls as soon as he chose to intimate his choice, and in the meantime he found it very agreeable to maintain a kind of mental possibility of future proprietorship of them both. And thus the pleasant life ran on in the most agreeable absorption and abstraction from the world outside. "Don't ask anyone else. Why should we have anyone else?" they all said, except Janey, who had condescended to appear in the evening in her best frock, though she was not admitted at dinner, and who thought a few additional guests and a round game now and then would be delightful variations upon the ordinary program. But the others did not agree with her. They became more and more intimate, mingling the brother and sister relationship with a something unnamed, unexpressed, which gave a subtle flavor to their talks and flirtations. In that incipient stage of lovemaking, this process is very pleasant even to the spectators, full of little excitements and surprises, and sharp stings of momentary quarrel, and great revolutions, done with a single look, which are infinitely amusing to the lookers-on. The house became a real domestic center, thought of by each and all with tender sentiment, such as made the owners somewhat proud of it. They could scarcely tell why. Even Mr. May felt a certain complacence in the fact that the young men were so fond of the parsonage, and when he heard complaints of the coldness and dullness of domestic intercourse, smiled, and said that he did not feel it so, with that pleasant sense of something superior in himself to cause this difference, which is sweet to the greatest stoic, for he was not as yet enlightened as to the entire indifference of the little circle to any charm in him, and would have been utterly confounded had anyone told him that to the grave and reflective Northcote, whom he had treated with such magnanimous charity, binding him, evidently by bonds of gratitude, to himself forever, it was little Ursula, and not her father, who was the magnet of attraction. Mr. May was a clever man, and yet it had not occurred to him that any comparison between his own society and that of Ursula was possible. Ursula, a child! He would have laughed aloud at the thought. But all this pleasant society, though father and daughter both agreed that it cost nothing, for what is a cake and a cup of tea, and the late dinners and the extra maid and the additional fires and general enlargement of expenditure made immense inroads, it must be allowed, into the additional income brought by Clarence Copperhead. The first quarter's payment was spent, and more than spent, before it came. The money that was to be laid up for that bill of Tozer's, perhaps, had now no saving peradventure left in it, for the second half would not be due till 2 months after the Tozer bill, and would but be half, even if procurable at once. Mr. May felt a slight shock while this gleamed across his mind, but only for a moment. There was still a month, and a month is a long time, and in the meantime James was almost certain to send something, and his Easter offerings might, probably would this year, be something worth having. Why they should be better than usual this year, Mr. May did not explain to himself. His head was a little turned, it must be supposed, by the momentary chance of having more money in his hands than he used to have. Already he had got into the habit of ordering what he wanted somewhat recklessly, without asking himself how the things he ordered were to be paid for, and as so often happened, followed up that first tampering with the rules of right and wrong by a general recklessness of the most dangerous kind. He was not so much alone as he had been. His house, in which he was infinitely more amiable than of old, had become more pleasant to him. He liked his life better. His son was independent with an income of his own, and therefore he felt much more respect for him and treated him as a companion. His daughter had developed, if not in the way of Entrees, a talent for dinners, which raised her very much in his eyes, and naturally the regard shown to her by the visitors reacted upon Mr. May, though it had not crossed his mind as yet that anyone could be in love with Ursula. All this made him happier in spite of himself. When you begin to esteem and be proud of your children, your life is naturally happier than when you scoff and jeer at them, and treat them as creatures of inferior mold to yourself. Mr. May found out all at once that Reginald was a fine young fellow, that Ursula was pretty and pleasant, and that droll Janey, with her elf looks and angles, was amusing at least, if no more. As for the little ones, they were considerably thrust into a corner when the elder youth forced itself into the front. They learned their lessons in corners and had their tea by themselves, and were much humbled and subdued from the moment in which their school books and toys had meandered over the whole house, and their looks and likings had been just as important as anything else. When there is no mother to protect them, the elder sister's first lover marks a terribly critical period for the children of the house. They were banished from the drawing-room, except on special occasions, when they came en grande tenue in their best things, and were jeered at by Mr. Copperhead. He called them the kids, both Amy and Robin were aware, and they resented it unspeakably. Thus the inward happiness of the Mays confined itself to the upper regions of the family. Even Betsy regretted the days when, if she had more to do, she had at least her kitchen to herself, and nobody to share the credit. There is more fuss and more worry, if a trifle less labor, and the increase in consequence which resulted from being called cook instead of maid of all work was scarcely so sweet in possession as had seemed in prospect. Them late dinners were the object of her perpetual railings. Oh, how much more comfortable it was, if gentry would but think so, to have your dinner at 2, and get done with your washing up before you was cleaned, or had any reason to bother yourself about your cap. When little Amy cried over the loneliness of the children's tea, which they frequently had to pour out for themselves, Betty gave her a cake and a kiss, and felt disposed to cry too. "And she don't know, poor child, not the half," said Betty, which was a kind of oracular sentence, difficult for Betty herself to understand. The children had nothing to do with the late dinner. They were sent to bed earlier than they used to be, and scolded if any distant sounds of romps made itself audible at 7 o'clock when their elders were dining, and then when the little ones went injured to bed, and Johnny, indignant, worked at his lessons by himself in a corner of the old nursery, deeply aware that his schoolboy boots and jacket were quite unfit for the drawing-room, the grown-up young people ran lightly upstairs, all smiles and pleasure, and those delightful evenings began. The children sometimes could not get to sleep for the piano and the raspings of the fiddle, which sounds of mirth suggested nothing but the wildest enjoyment to them, and when the door opened now and then, bursts of laughter and mingling voices would come out like the sounds the Peri heard at the gates of paradise. The elder ones were happy. Their little atoms of individual life had all united for the moment into one sunshiny and broad foundation, on which everything seemed to rest with that strange sense of stability and continuance which such a moment of happiness, though it carries every element of change in it, almost invariably brings. It felt as if it might go on forever, and yet the very sentiment that inspired it made separation and convulsion inevitable, one of those strange paradoxes which occur every day. Thus the year crept round, and winter melted away with all its amusements, and spring began. Mr. Northcote's time at Salem Chapel was more than half over, a fact on which the congregation congratulated itself much. "If so be as he had a settled charge of his own, I shouldn't be sorry to see him go tomorrow," said one of the recent members. "Settled charge? You take my word, says Mrs. Pigeon, who was getting old, but always continued a woman of spirit. He'll never have a settled charge in our connection. He carries on here 'cause he can't help himself, but he ain't cut out for a pastor, and he's a deal too thick with them church folks. A parson, too. I'd a thought he'd had more pride. Nay, now, but I don't wish him no harm, said the first speaker. He's a civil-spoken gentleman if he ain't so free and so pleasant as a body looks for. Civil-spoken, said the other. One of our own ministers in our own connection. Bless you, they're our servants. That's what they are. I'd like to see one of 'em as 'ud take upon him to be civil-spoken to me. Well, I wouldn't go as far as that, cried Mrs. Brown. We pays 'em their salary, and we has a right to a civil word, but a minister's a minister, and I'll show him respect as long as he deserves it. I ain't one for being too hard upon ministers, especially when they're young men, as has their temptations, like we all know. I don't know what you call temptations, said Mrs. Pigeon, licking the dust under the feet of a church parson, and after speaking up so bold against young May and them old cheats at the college. I wish he was gone from here, that's what I wish, and our old pastor, if we can't get none better, back again. He was one as knew his place, and wouldn't have set foot inside one of them parsonages. Parsonages indeed, kept up with our money. If ever there was an iniquity on this earth, it's a state church, and all the argufying in the world won't put that out of me. It happened that Northcote was in the poulterer's shop, talking to the poulterer himself at this moment, and he heard the conclusion of this speech, delivered with much unction and force. Such sentiments would have charmed him 3 months ago, and probably would have thought this uneducated but strenuous partisan an extremely intelligent woman. He hurried away now with an uncomfortable smile. If an opinion is the right opinion, why should it have an air of absurdity thrown upon it by being thus uttered in ungrammatical language by a poulterer's wife? Truth is the same by whomsoever stated, but yet was not dogmatism on any subject the sign of an inexperienced and uncultivated, or a rude and untutored mind? What did this woman know of the parsonage which she supposed she helped to pay for? What had he himself known 3 months ago of Reginald May, whom he had assaulted so savagely? This church family, which Mrs. Pigeon knew no better than to abuse, with what divine charity it had received himself, notwithstanding his public sin against it. When he thought of that public sin, Northcote's countenance glowed with shame, and it continued to glow with a more agreeable warmth when he escaped into thought of the goodness which the Mays had shown him. Had there ever been such goodness? Was there ever so sweet a home of the heart as that faded, homely drawing-room? His heart beat high, his steps quickened. They had carried him down Grange Lane in a path so often trod that he felt there must be a special track of his own under the garden walls, going Parsonage way. End of chapter 31, read by Brize Cries, Youngstown.
Chapter 32 of Phoebe Jr. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Laurie. Phoebe Jr. by Margaret O. Oliphant. Lovemaking. Mrs. Samshurst had been a long time out of Carlingford. She had been paying visits among her friends, with whom, though the very young Mays would never believe it, she was very popular, for she was not ill-natured in her gossip, and she was often amusing in her fullness of her interest in other people. It was April when she came back, and the early warmth and softness of the spring were beginning to be felt in Grange Lane. The doors of the houses began to be left open, and the girls at the parsonage had taken to running out and in without their hats, gleaming through the little shrubbery in front and round to the back garden. One evening it was so mild that they all, which comprehensive term sometimes extended to the whole party, began to be commonly used among them with the complacence in the exclusiveness of their little coterie which every set more or less feels, came downstairs in a body and wandered about among the laurel bushes in the spring moonlight. There was Ursula and Mr. Northcote, Phoebe and Reginald, and Clarence Copperhead, with Janey behind, who followed where they went, but did not enjoy the ceremony. It was bad enough in the drawing-room, but moonlight? Who cared about moonlight? Janey said to herself indignantly. She was the only one who looked up to Mrs. Hurst's window. When there was a faint light, and when the voices became audible, Janey perceived someone come behind the curtain and look out. The girl was divided between her faithful family feud against Mrs. Hurst and a vague sense of satisfaction in her presence as a moorplot who one way or other would infallibly interfere. "She will say something to Papa," said Janey, her heart involuntarily rising at the thought, though at the same time she shivered to think of the treachery involved to all the tenants of the family. Janey sat on the steps and listened to the others talking. No one pointed out the stars to her, or followed her about as Reginald followed Phoebe. As for Mr. Copperhead, Janey thought he was almost as lonely as she was. He had lighted his cigar and was strolling up and down, interrupting both of the other pairs occasionally, breaking into the midst of Northcote's astronomical lecture abruptly, and stopping Phoebe herself in the middle of a sentence. Janey, watching sharply from the steps, noticed, as a spectator has it in her power to do, that whereas Northcote was extremely impatient of the interruption, and discovered immediately that the stars could be seen better from another spot, Phoebe took it quite sweetly, and addressed herself to him as she went on, which Reginald did not like, Janey was sure. Were they in love with each other? The girl asked herself, was this how it was managed? When the moon went under a cloud for a moment, Clarence Copperhead's vast shirt-front made a kind of substitute down below. Janey lost the other two among the bushes, but she always beheld that orb of white moving backward and forward with two dark figures near. She felt sure Reginald did not want to have him in such close neighborhood, but Phoebe's voice went on talking to both alike. Janey was half pleased and half indignant. She had a jealous dislike, such as most girls have, to see her brother engrossed by anyone, but no more did she like to see another man preferred to Reginald. She was jealous both ways. As she sat and watched, a slight little creak came to her sharp ears, and looking up she saw Mrs. Hurst's drawing-room window opened, the very least little bit in the world. "Ah!" Janey said with a long breath. There was nothing she would not have given to have talked it all over with Mrs. Hurst, and to hear what she would say, if she had not been the traditional adversary against whom all the family steeled their hearts. That was a very pleasant evening. They all remembered it afterwards. It was the moment when Ursula discovered all in the darkness, when the moon was under that cloud, what Mr. Northcote meant. It flashed upon her like a sudden light, though they were standing in the shade of a great laurel. He did not make any declaration, nor say a word that she could remember. And yet, all at once, by some magic which is not explainable, she found out that was what he was meaning. This is not an admirable sentence, but it is difficult to know how to put it better. It was quite a strange discovery. It set her heart beating, thumping against her breast. She herself meant nothing whatever, and she never thought of any response or of the time when he might ask her to make a response. The sensation of the moment was quite enough for Ursula. She was greatly startled, surprised, yet not surprised, touched and full of a wondering respect and sympathy, awe and half amusement. Could it be possible? Was that what it was? Though he was not conscious of betraying himself in any way, Northcote thought he had done something to offend her. Her shy silence and withdrawal from him went to his heart. Never had her society been so sweet. Never had he had her so completely to himself. What had he done to alarm or offend her? He went home with his head full of this, able to think of nothing else. And Phoebe went home too, escorted by Reginald and Clarence together, to her grandfather's door, with her head buzzing with many thoughts. It was not her heart that was in a commotion, like little Ursula's. She was more experienced, though she was not much older, and had gone through such discoveries before now. But a much more perplexing accident had befallen her. Reginald May had fallen in love with her, and Clarence Copperhead, after considerable resistance and hanging off, was making up his mind to propose. Yes, Phoebe felt with unerring instinct that this was the state of affairs. He was making up his mind to propose. So much of her and so little of her had at length made an end of all the prudent hesitations that lay under the crisp pie crust of that starched and dazzling shirt front, that he should never be able to speak a word to her without that May, that fellow, that son of my coach, poking himself in, was a thing which at length had fired his cool blood to fever heat. Nobody else could play his accompaniments like that, or pull him through the wedding march like that, or who would look better at the head of a table, or show better at a ball, or get on better in society. No one he knew, certainly. It was true she was only a minister's daughter, and without a penny, for the little fortune Mr. and Mrs. Beecham had carefully gathered together and preserved for their daughter. What was that to the Copperheads? Nothing, not a penny. But on the other hand, Clarence felt that he himself, or rather his father, was rich enough to be able to afford a wife without money. There was no reason why he should marry money, and a wife like Phoebe, what a relief that would be in the way of education. No need of any more coaching. She was clever and fond of reading, and so forth. She would get everything up for him if he went into Parliament, or that sort of thing. Why, she'd keep him posted up. There ain't many girls that could do that, he said to himself. She would save him worlds of trouble, save his money even, for coaches and that sort of thing costs money. And then that fellow May would be out of it. His nose would be put out of joint. These are not eloquent sentiments, but so it was that Clarence's natural feelings expressed themselves. He had intimated that he would see Miss Phoebe home, but May had stalked out side by side with him, had not left them for a moment, and Clarence determined that he would not stand it any longer. If there was no other way of shaking this fellow off, why then he would make up his mind to it and propose. Phoebe somehow saw this written in his fine countenance, and she saw at the same time that poor Reginald, who was, she thought, young and simple, and just the sort of poor boy to yield to such folly, was in love with her, and her head was buzzing with a double discovery. The first was, of course, the most important. She had no time to indulge her thoughts while she walked up between them, keeping them in play each with a word, talking all the way to fill up the somewhat sulky silence between them. But when she got safely within the garden door, and heard it shut behind her, and found herself in the quiet of the little green enclosure, with the budding trees and the lilac bushes for her only companions, the relief was very grateful to her. She could not go in at all at once to make conversation for Grandpapa and Grandmamma, and give them the account they liked to hear of how she had enjoyed herself. She took off her hat to be cooler, and walked slowly down under the moonlight, her head all throbbing and rustling with thought. The paths were bordered with primroses, which made a pale glimmer in the moon and shed a soft fragrance about. Phoebe had nothing to appeal to heaven about, or to seek counsel from nature upon, as sentimental people might do. She took counsel with herself, the person most interested. What was the thing she ought to do? Clarence Copperhead was going to propose to her. She did not even take the trouble of saying to herself that he loved her. It was Reginald who did that, a totally different person, but yet the other was more urgent. What was Phoebe to do? She did not dislike Clarence Copperhead, and it was no horror to her to think of marrying him. She had felt for years that this might be on the cards, and there were a great many things in it which demanded consideration. He was not very wise, nor a man to be enthusiastic about, but he would be a career to Phoebe. She did not think it humbly like this, but with a big capital. A career. Yes, she could put him into Parliament and keep him there. She could thrust him forward, she believed, to the front of affairs. He would be as good as a profession, a position, a great work to Phoebe. He meant wealth, which she dismissed in its superficial aspect as something meaningless and vulgar, but accepted in its higher aspect as an almost necessary condition of influence. And he meant all the possibilities of future power. Who can say that she was not as romantic as any girl of 20 could be? Only her romance took an unusual form. It was her head that was full of throbbings and pulses, not her heart. No doubt there would be difficulties and disagreeables. His father would oppose it, and Phoebe felt with a slight shiver that his father's opposition was nothing to be laughed at, and that Mr. Copperhead had it in him to crush rebellion with a ferocious hand. And would Clarence have strength of mind or spirit to hold out? This was a very serious question, and one which included all the rest. If she accepted his proposal, would he have the heart to stand to it against his father? Or would her consent simply involve her in a humiliating struggle which would end in defeat? That was the great question. If this should be the case, what use would there be in any sacrifice that Phoebe might make? A struggle with Mr. Copperhead would affect her father's position as much or more than her own, and she knew that a great many of the congregation would infallibly side with Mr. Copperhead, feeling it a most dangerous precedent that a pastor's daughter should be encouraged to think herself eligible for a promotion so great, and thus interfere with the more suitable matrimonial prospects of wealthy young men who might happen to attend her father's chapel. Such a thing, conscript fathers of the connection would feel, ought to be put a stop to with a high hand. So it may be supposed that Phoebe had enough to think of, as she strolled about in the moonlight alone between the two borders of primroses. Tozer thought she had gone upstairs to take off her things, and it was natural that when a girl got before a looking-glass she should forget the progress of time, so that he merely wondered at her non-appearance until the little chill of air stole in from the open door and made Mrs. Tozer cough. "If it ain't our Phoebe, a-walking about in the moonlight like a play-actor," said Tozer in consternation, drawing aside the curtain to look out. "I'll tell you what, old woman, the girl's in love, and that's what it is." He thought this was a capital joke, and followed his witticism with a laugh. "Not much wonder neither, with all them young fellows about," said the old lady. "You may laugh, but, Tozer, I ain't so easy in my mind as you. If it's him as they call Northcote, that don't matter. But if it's that big gaby of a Copperhead, there's trouble a-comin', though he's as rich, they do say, as Croesus, whoever Croesus might be, and it would be a credit to have the girl make a match like that out of our house." Whereat Tozer again laughed loud and long. "Well," he said, "if Mr. Croesus himself was here, I wouldn't say as he was a bit too good for our Phoebe. Don't you trouble your head, old woman. Copperhead or t'other one, let her make her choice. Phoebe Junior's the girl as'll be their match, and you may take my word for that. Phoebe's the one as will keep them in their right place, whoever that may be." Phoebe heard this laugh echo out in the quiet of the night. Of course she did not know the cause of it, but it disturbed her in her thought. "Poor, kind, excellent grandpapa," she said to herself. "How would he get on with Mr. Copperhead? he would touch his forelock to so rich a man. He would go down metaphorically upon his knees before so much wealth. And what a fool Clarence would be thought on every side for wanting to marry her. Even his mother, who was a romantic woman, would not see any romance in it if it was she, Phoebe, who was the poor girl whom he wanted to marry. Ursula might have been different, who was a clergyman's daughter, and consequently a lady by prospective right. But herself, Tozier's granddaughter, Tom Tozier's niece, fresh from the butter shop, as it were, and redolent of that pretty trade which big trade ignores as much as the greatest aristocrat does. Phoebe was too sensible by far to vex or distress herself on this point, but she recognized it without any hesitation, and the question remained, was it for her advantage to enter upon this struggle, about which there could be no mistake, or was it not? And this question was very difficult. She did not dislike Clarence, but then she was not in love with him. He would be a career, but he was not a passion, she said to herself with a smile. And if the struggle should not turn out successful on her part, it would involve a kind of ruin, not to herself only, but to all concerned. What then was she to do? The only thing Phoebe decided upon was that, if she did enter upon that struggle, it must be successful. Of this alone there could be no manner of doubt. End of chapter 32.
Chapter 33 of Phoebe Junior. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by AshleyM. Phoebe Junior by Margaret O. Oliphant. A disclosure. "Well, young ladies," said Mrs. Samhurst, "I left you very quiet, but there seems to be plenty going on nowadays. What a beautiful moon there was last night. I put up my window to look at it, and all at once I found there was a party going on below, quite a fête champêtre. I have newly come from abroad, you know, and it seemed quite congenial. I actually rubbed my eyes and said to myself, I can't have come home, it's Boulogne still, it isn't Carlingford." "There was no company," said Ursula with dignity. "There was only our own party. A friend of Reginald's, and a friend of mine join us often in the evening, and there is Papa's Pupil, if you call that a party. We are just as quiet as when you went away. We never invite strangers. We are as much by ourselves as ever." "With a friend of Reginald's and a friend of yours, and Papa's Pupil?" said Mrs. Hurst, laughing. "Double your own number, Ursula, and I don't suppose Janey counts yet. Why, there is a young man too many. How dare you waste the gifts of Providence, you prodigal child? And now let me hear who they are." "You may say Janey doesn't count," cried that young woman in person. "Oh, Mrs. Hurst, what a bore they are. If that's society, I don't care for society. One always following Ursula about wherever she moves, so that you can't say a word to her, and the others pulling poor Phoebe to pieces, who hates them, I'm sure. Phoebe was so jolly at first. She would talk to you, or she would play for you. Why, she taught Johnny and me a part song to sing with her, and said he had a delightful voice. But she never has any time to look at us now," said Janey, stopping in this breathless enumeration of wrongs. "She is always taken up with those horrible men." "I suppose you call Reginald a horrible man," said Ursula with rising colour. "If that was my opinion of my own brother, I should take care not to say it, at least." "Oh, Reginald isn't the worst. There's your Mr. Northcote, and there's that Copperhead, Woodenhead we call him in the nursery. Oh, how Papa can put up with him, I can't tell. He never had any patience with us. You can't think how dull he is, Mrs. Hurst. I suppose girls don't mind when a man goes on, whether he's stupid or not. I never heard Mr. Northcote say much that was interesting either. But he looks clever, and that is always something." "So, Mr. Northcote is Ursula's one," said Mrs. Hurst, laughing. "You are a perfect jewel, Janey, and I don't know how I should ever find out anything that's going on but for you. Northcote? It is a new name in Carlingford. I wonder I have not heard of him already. or have you kept him entirely to yourself and let nobody know that there was a new man in the place?" There was a little pause here. The girls knew nothing about Northcote except the one fact that he was a dissenter, but as Mrs. Hurst was an excellent churchwoman, much better than they were, who had perhaps been brought up too completely under the shadow of the church to believe in it implicitly, they hesitated before pronouncing before her that unfortunate name. "I don't know whether you are aware," Ursula said at last, with some slowness and reluctance, "that Papa's pupil is of a dissenting family. He is related through his mother to our cousins, the Dorsets." This fact Ursula put forth with a little triumph, as refuting triumphantly any ready conclusion as to the social standing of dissenters. "I think Mr. Northcote came first to the house with Mr. Copperhead. He is a dissenter too." "Why, Ursula," cried Mrs. Hurst, "not the man who attacked Reginald in the meeting? It was all in the papers. He made a frightful violent speech about the college and the sinecure, and what a disgraceful thing it was that your brother, a young man, could accept it. You don't mean him?" Ursula was struck dumb. She looked up at her questioner with her lips falling apart a little, with a look of mingled consternation and fear. "Of course it can't be," said the gossip, who was not ill-natured. "You never read the papers, but your papa does, and so does Reginald. Oh, you may be sure it is some other Northcote, though I don't know the name." "Ursula doesn't like to tell you," said Janey, "but he's the dissenting minister. I know he is." "Well, I don't care. He is just as good as anybody else. I don't go in for your illiberal ways of thinking, as if no one was worth talking to, except in the church. Mr. Northcote is very nice. I don't mind what you say. Do you mean to tell me that all those curates and people who used to plague our lives out were nicer? Mr. Saunders, for instance, he is a real good churchman. I have always heard people say—" "Hold your tongue, Janey. You don't know anything about it," said Mrs. Hurst, whom this wonderful disclosure elevated into authority. "A dissenting minister? Ah, me! What a thing it is for you poor girls to have no mother. I did not think your papa would have had so little consideration as to expose you to society like that. But men are so thoughtless." "I don't know what right you have to speak of exposing us to society like that," cried Ursula, quivering all over with sudden excitement. She felt as if someone had dug a knife into her and turned it round in the wound. "Men have so little consideration," repeated Mrs. Hurst, "especially when a girl is concerned. Though how your papa could have received a man who made such an assault upon him! Even if he had passed over the attack upon Reginald, he was attacked himself." "It must be a mistake," said Ursula, growing pale. Her hands came together half unconsciously, and clasped in a mute gesture of appeal. "It is not possible. It cannot be true." "Well, it is very odd that your papa should show such charity, I allow. I don't think it is in human nature. And Reginald, what does Reginald say? If it is that man, it will be the strangest thing I ever heard of." "But there could not be two Northcotes, dissenting ministers in Carlingford, could there? It is very strange. I can't think what your papa can have had in his head. He is a man who would do a thing for a deep reason, whether he liked it or not. How did this Mr. Northcote come first here?" "Oh, it was through Mr. Copperhead," said Janey. "It was the first dinner party we had. You should have seen the fright Ursula was in, and papa would not let me come to dinner, which was a horrid shame. I'm sure I am big enough, bigger than Ursula. If he came with the pupil, that makes it all quite plain. I suppose your papa did not want to quarrel with his pupil. What a predicament for him, if that was the case. Poor Mr. May. Of course he did not want to be uncivil. Why, it was in the Gazette and the Express, and all the papers. An account of the meeting, and that speech, and then a leading article upon it. I always file the Express, so you can see it if you like. But what an embarrassment for your poor papa, Ursula, that you should have taken this man up. And Reginald, how could he put up with it? A touchy young man, always ready to take offence. You see now the drawback of not paying a little attention to what is going on round you. How uncomfortable you must have made them. It might be very well to look over an offence, not to be unpleasant to the stranger, but that you should have thoughtlessly led this man on into the position of an intimate." "I did nothing of the sort," cried Ursula, growing red and growing pale, starting up from her work with a sense of the intolerable which she could not restrain. "What have I done to be spoken of so? I never led him on, or anyone. What you say is cruel, very cruel, and it is not true." "Isn't it true that he was here last night, following you about, as Janey says? Oh, I know how these sorts of things go on. But you ought to think of your papa's position, and you ought to think of Reginald. If it was to come to the bishop's ears that St. Roch's parsonage was a refuge for dissenters, for I know who your friend is, Ursula. That Tozer girl, another of them. Indeed, I assure you, it makes me feel very uncomfortable. And Reginald, just at the very beginning of his career." Ursula did not make any reply. She bent her head down over her work, so low that her flushed cheeks could scarcely be seen, and went on stitching with energy and passion, such as needles and thread are seldom the instruments of. And yet how much passion is continually worked away through needles and thread! Mrs. Hurst sat still for some time, looking at her, very little satisfied to keep silence, but feeling that she had discharged an efficient missile, and biting her lips not to say more to weaken its effect. When some time had passed in this way, and it was apparent that Ursula had no intention of breaking the silence, her visitor got up and shook out her skirts with a little flutter of indignation. "You are offended," she said, "though I must say it is very ill on your part to be offended. What motive can I have but your good, and regard for your poor dear papa? It is he that is always the victim, poor man, whether it is your vagaries he has to pay for, or Reginald's high-flying. Oh yes, you may be as angry as you like, Ursula, but you will find out the difference if your encouragement of this dissenter interferes with something better, a living for Reginald, perhaps, or better preferment for your poor papa." "Oh," cried Janey, awe-stricken, "but after all it was not Ursula, it was papa himself. I think he must have done it to please Mr. Copperhead. For Mrs. Hurst, you know, Mr. Copperhead is very important. We have all to give in to him. He pays papa 300 a year." "3,000 wouldn't make up for it if it spoilt all your career," cried the indignant woman, and she swept away without saying any more to Ursula, who kept quite still over her work without budging. Janey went downstairs meekly after her to open the door, whispering an entreaty that she would not be angry. "No, no, I am not angry," said Mrs. Hurst, "but I shall keep it up for a day or two. It is the best thing for her. I think she was struck with what I said." Janey stole upstairs again, feeling rather guilty, but Ursula took little notice of her. The dinner was ordered, and everything settled for the day. She was busy with her week's mending and darning, with the stockings and other things in a big basket beside her. When she came to some articles belonging to Janey, she threw them out with great impatience. "You may surely mend your things yourself. You are big enough. You can talk for yourself and me too," cried Ursula with sudden impetuosity. And then she sat and worked, her needle flying through the meshes of her darning, though it is hard to darn stockings in that impassioned way. They were socks of Johnny's, however, with holes in the heels that you could put your fist through. And the way in which the big spans filled themselves up under this influence was wonderful to see. Janey, who was not fond of mending, set to work quite humbly under the influence of this example, and made 2 or 3 attempts to begin a conversation, but without avail. The girls were seated thus in a disturbed and restless silence, working as if for their lives, when the usual little jar of the gate and sound of the bell downstairs announced a visitor. On ordinary occasions they were both in the habit of rushing to the window when the gate was opened to see who was coming, and Janey had thrown aside her work to do so when a look from Ursula stopped her. High-spirited as Janey was, she did not dare to disobey that look. By right of the passion that had got possession of her, Ursula took the absolute command of the situation in a way she had never done before, and some sudden intuition made her aware who it was who was coming. The girls both sat there, still and breathless, waiting for his appearance. He never came in the day, never had been seen in the parsonage at that hour before, and yet Ursula was as certain who it was as if she had seen him a mile off. He came into the room, himself looking a little breathless and disturbed, and gave a quick impatient look at Janey as he went up to her sister. Ursula saw it, and understood well enough. Janey was in his way. He had come this morning with a special purpose. Her heart sank down to her very shoes, and then rose again with a feverish and unreal leap. Was it not her duty to take the initiative, to cut away the very ground from beneath his feet? He took a seat not far from where she was sitting, and made an effort to begin a little ordinary conversation, throwing frequent glances at Janey. He said it was a fine day, which was self-evident, that he almost feared they would be out, that he had come to tell her something he had forgotten last night, about Cassiopeia's chair, to correct what he had said about Orion. Yes, that was it. And again he looked at Janey, who saw his looks and wondered much what she ought to do. Go away, as he evidently wished her, or stay and listen, which was the eager desire of her mind. When Ursula lifted her head from her darning and looked at him with cheeks alternately white and crimson, Janey felt herself grow hot and breathless with kindred excitement, and knew that the moment had come. "Mr. Northcote," said Ursula, looking at him fixedly, so fixedly that a nervous trembling ran over him, "I have a question to ask you. You have been coming to us very often, and perhaps Papa may know, but I don't. Is it true that you made a speech about Reginald when you first came here?" Janey, looking eagerly on, saw Northcote grow pale, nay, grey in the fresh daylight. The colour seemed to ebb out of him. He started very slightly, as if waking up when she began to speak, and then sat looking at her, growing greyer and greyer. A moment elapsed before he made any reply. "Yes, I did," he said with a half-groan of pain in his voice. "You did? Really, you did? Oh!" cried Ursula, the hot tears falling suddenly out of her eyes while she still looked at him. "I was hoping that it was all some horrible mistake, and that you would have laughed. I hoped you would laugh and say no." Northcote cleared his throat. They were waiting for him to defend himself. Janey, holding herself on the leash, as it were, keeping herself back from springing upon him like a hound. Ursula gazed at him with great blazing reproachful eyes, and all that he could do was to give that sign of embarrassment, of guilt and confusion. He could not utter a word. By the time he had got himself wound up to the point of speech, Ursula, impatient, had taken the words out of his mouth. "Reginald is my brother," she said. "Whatever is against him is against us all. We have never had any separate interests. Didn't you think it strange, Mr. Northcote, to come to this house, among us all, when you have been so unkind to him?" "Miss May," he made a broken sort of outcry and motion of his head, and then cleared his throat nervously once more. "Did you think how your own brothers and sisters would have stood up for you? That it would have been an offence to them if anybody had come to the house who was not a friend to you? That they would have had a right—" "Miss May," said the culprit, "all this I have felt to the bottom of my heart. That I was here on false pretences, that I had no right to be here. But this painful feeling was all quenched and extinguished, and turned into gratitude by the goodness of your father and brother. I did not even know that you had not been told. I thought you were aware from the beginning. You were colder than they were, and I thought it was natural, quite natural, for it is easier to forgive for oneself than for those one loves. And then I thought you melted and grew kinder to me, that you saw how all my ideas were changed, all my feelings, my mind itself, changed by the great charity, the wonderful goodness I have found here." "Mr. Northcote," Ursula had been struggling to break in all the time, but while he spoke her words dispersed, her feelings softened, and at the end she found nothing but that startled repetition of his name with which to answer him. No doubt if he had given her time the eloquence would have come back, but he was too much in earnest to be guilty of such a mistake. "What can I say about it?" cried the young man. "It has filled me with shame and with happiness. I have been taken in my own trap. Those whom I attacked, as you say, went out of my way to attack, and abused like a fool because I knew nothing about them, have shown me what the Bible means. Your father and brother knew what I had done. They met me separately, quite independent of each other, and both of them held out their hands to me. Why, except that I had offended them, I cannot tell. A stranger, belonging to an obscure class? I had no claim upon them, except that I had done what ought to have closed their house against me. And you know how they have interpreted that? They have shown me what the Bible means. The two girls sat listening, both with their heads bent towards him and their eyes fixed upon his face. When he stopped, Janey got up with her work in her lap, and coming a little nearer to Ursula, addressed her in a wondering voice. "Is it Papa he is talking of like that?" she said under her breath. "Yes," he said fervently, turning to her. "It is your father. He has made charity and kindness real things to me." "Poor Papa," said Ursula, whose tears were arrested in her eyes by the same surprised sensation, half pleasure, half pain, which hushed even Janey's voice. They were struck, as Mrs. Hurst had said, but by such a strange mingling of feelings that neither knew what to make of them. Northcote did not understand what they meant. Their words conveyed a slight shock of surprise, but no distinct idea to him. And when Janey, too much impressed to settle down again, went away after a while musingly, carrying her work in the upper skirt of her gown, held like a market woman's apron by her elbow against her side, and he found himself to have attained in the very confusion of his intentions to what he wished, i.e., an interview with Ursula by herself. He was almost too much agitated to take advantage of it. As for Ursula, she had floated 100 miles away from that sensation of last night, which, had no stronger feeling come in to bewilder her, would have made his errand very plain to her mind. She had ceased to think about him. She was thinking with a certain tenderness, and wondering, half awed, half amused, self-questioning, about her father. Was he so good as this? Had he done this Christian action? Were they all perhaps doing Papa injustice? She was recalled to herself by Northcote's next proceeding. He went to the door and closed it after Janey, who had left it open, of course, and then he came to the back of the chair on which stood the great basket of darning. His voice was tremulous, his eyes liquid and shining with emotion. "Will you forgive me, since they have forgiven me? May I ask you something?" he said. End of chapter 33.
Chapter 34 of Phoebe Jr. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Phoebe Jr. by Margaret O. Oliphant. An Extravagance. Mr. May did not take any particular notice of what was going on around him, among the young people. Nobody could have been more startled than he, had he been told of the purpose with which Horace Northcote, the dissenting minister, had paid his early morning visit. And though he had a half-scornful, half-amused glimmer of insight into the feelings of his son, and saw that Clarence Copperhead was heavily veering the same way, it did not occur to him that any crisis was approaching. He was enjoying himself in his way, and he had not done that for a long time. He dearly liked the better way of living, the more liberal strain of housekeeping and expenditure. He liked the social meetings in the evening, the talk after dinner with the three young men, the half-fatherly flirtation with Phoebe, which she too enjoyed much, avowedly preferring him with pretty coquetry to the others. All this was very pleasant to him, and the additional money in his pocket was very pleasant. And when the post came in, one of these April mornings, and brought a letter from James enclosing a draft for £50, his satisfaction was intense. The sight of the money brought an itching to his fingers, a restlessness about him generally. And yet, it was not all that might have been desired. Only £50! He had been buoying himself up by vain thoughts of how James, this time, having been so long writing, would send a larger sum, which would, at once, tide him over the Tozer business, and on this account had been giving himself no trouble about it. Never before had he been so insouciant, although never before had the risk been so great. He had suffered so much about it last time, probably that was why he took it so easily now. Or was it because his trust in the chapter of accidents had grown greater since he was more dependent on it? Or because of the generally expanded sense of living in him which made anxiety uncongenial anyhow? Whatever the cause was, this was the effect. A momentary disappointment when he saw how little James's draft was, Then a sense of that semi-intoxication which comes upon a poor man when a sum of money falls into his hands, gradually invaded his soul. He tried to settle down to his writing, but did not feel equal to the effort. It was too little for the purpose, he said to himself, for which he wanted it, but it was enough to do a great many pleasant things with otherwise. For the first time, he had no urgent bills to swallow it up. The very grocer, a long-suffering tradesman who made less fuss than the others, and about whom Ursula made less fuss, had been pacified by a payment on account of the Copperhead money, and thus had his mouth stopped. Barring that bill, indeed, things were in a more comfortable state than they had been for a long time in the May household. And putting that out of account, James's money would have been the nearest approach to luxury, reckoning luxury in its most simple form, as money to spend without any absolutely forestalling claim upon it, which Mr. May had known for years. It is so seldom that poor people have this delicious sense of a little, ever so little, surplus, and it would be hard to say how he could entertain the feeling that it was an overplus. There was something of the fumes of desperation, perhaps, an impending fate in the lightness of heart which seized upon him. He could not keep still over his writing. He got up at last and put James's draft into his pocket-book and got his hat to go out. It was a fine morning, full of that exhilaration which belongs only to the spring. He went to the bank and paid in the money, getting a small sum at the same time for his own immediate use. But somehow his restlessness was scarcely satisfied by that very legitimate piece of business, and he extended his walk into the town, and strayed, half by chance, half by intention, to the old furniture shop at the other end of the High Street, which was a favorite resort of the higher classes in Carlingford, and where, periodically, there was an auction, at which, sometimes, great bargains were to be had. Mr. May went into this dangerous place boldly. The sale was going on. He walked into the midst of temptation, forgetting the prayer against it, which no doubt he had said that morning. And, as evil fate would have it, a carved bookcase, the very thing he had been sighing for years, was at that moment the object of the auctioneer's praises. It was standing against the wall, a noble piece of furniture, in which books would show to an advantage impossible otherwise, preserved from dust and damp by the fine old oak and glass door. Mr. May's heart gave a little jump. Almost everybody has wished for something unattainable, and this had been the object of his desires for years. He gave a little start when he saw it, and hurried forward. The bidding had actually begun. There was no time to think and consider, if he wished to have a chance, and it was going cheap, dead cheap. After a minute or two of competition, the blood rose to his cheeks. He got thoroughly excited. The effect of this excitement was twofold. Not only did it drive all thought of prudence out of his head, but it raised, by several pounds, the price of the bookcase, which, had he gone about it coolly, he might have had at a much cheaper rate. When he suddenly woke up to find himself the owner of it, a thrill of consternation ran over him. It was all so sudden, and it was perfectly innocent. If only he had any money. And, to be sure, he had James's money, which was not enough to do anything else, certainly not to do the thing he wanted it for. He tried to laugh at himself for the little thrill of alarm that ran through him, but it was too late to recede, and he gave his check for the money and his directions as to having it sent to the parsonage with a quake of his heart, yet a little flourish of satisfaction. "Just what I have been wanting for years," he said, as he examined his new acquisition, and the people about looked at him with additional respect. He felt, not being used to seeing Mr. May so prompt in payment, and so ready with his money. This pleased him also. He walked home with his head a little turned, still, although there was a quake and flutter underneath. "Well," he said to himself, "who could call it an extravagance? A thing he had wanted for years, a thing which was a necessity, not for luxury, but everyday use, a thing which was not dear, and which was very handsome and substantial, and really good. How could anyone say it was extravagant?" Ursula might stare with her big eyes, but she was only a silly little girl, and women always were silly about expenses, alarmed by a big, bold, handsome purchase, though there was nobody better at the art of frittering away money in pretty nothings. When he got home, he began, at once, nervously, to clear the space where it should stand. What an improvement it would be! And his books were getting spoiled daily in those unsightly, open shelves, entirely spoiled. It was exciting to anticipate its arrival, and the admiration and commotion in the house. He called in Betsy and gave her orders about it. How, if it came when he was absent, it was to be put in that particular place, no other. And mind that great care is taken, for it is valuable and a beautiful piece of furniture, he said. La, sir, said Betsy, who was thunderstruck, though she knew it was not her place to show any feeling. He did not think it was necessary to appeal to Ursula on the same subject, but was rather glad to get out again, feeling the restlessness which had not been dissipated, but rather the reverse. He went and saw one or two poor people, to whom he was much more tolerant and kind than his wont, for in general Mr. May was not attracted towards the poor, and he gave them a shilling or two of the money he had drawn at the bank that morning, though somehow it had acquired a certain value in his eyes, and it was with a grudge that he took it out of his pocket. I must not spend this, he said to himself, but gave the shillings as a kind of tithe or propitiatory offering to Providence, that things might go well with him. Why should not things go well with him? He was not a bad man. He wronged nobody. He had done nothing today that a saint might not have done. He wanted the bookcase, and he had the money, a sum not big enough for any more important purpose, but which was far better disposed of so than frittered away in nothings, as no doubt it would have otherwise been. By the afternoon, when the bookcase arrived, he had convinced himself that it was not only quite reasonable, but a most lucky chance, a thing he could scarcely have hoped for, the opportunity and the money both coming in such exact accord with each other. When he returned from his walk, the girls were looking at it, Ursula somewhat scared, Janey in open raptures. "It is very nice indeed, Papa," said the elder girl, "but it must have cost a deal of money." "Be thankful that you haven't got to pay for it," he said brusquely. He was not disposed to stand criticism. How it filled up his bare room, and made it, Mr. May thought, all at once into a library, though the old writing table and shabby chairs looked rather worse, perhaps, than before, and suggested renewal in the most urgent way. To make it all of a piece, to put a soft turkey carpet instead of the drugget, how pleasant it would be! Not extravagant, only a natural inclination towards the seemly, and a desire to have things around him becoming his position. No doubt such things were things which he ought to have in his position. A gentleman and a scholar, how humiliating it was that nothing but the barest elements of comfort should be within his reach. This was not how life ought to be. A poor creature like Clarence Copperhead, without birth or breeding or brains, or anything but money, was able to gratify every wish, while he, his senior, his superior, instead of blaming himself, therefore, for his self-indulgence, Mr. May sympathized with himself, which is a much less safe thing to do. And accordingly, it soon began to appear to him that his self-denial all this time in not giving himself what he wanted had been extreme, and that what he had now done, in conceding himself so harmless a gratification, was what he ought to have done many years ago. It was his own money, sent to him by his dutiful son, without conditions, and who had any right to interfere? When he was at dinner, Betsy came behind his chair under pretense of serving him. Betsy, whose place was in the kitchen, who had no right to show in the dining room at all, and whose confused toilette had caught Ursula's eye and filled her with horror. "Please, sir," she said, breathing hot on Mr. May's ear, till he shrank with sensitive horror. "Cotstein's in the kitchen. He says as how he must see you, and I can't get him away." "Ah, Cotstein? Tell him if he has anything to say to me, to write it down." "Which he's done, sir," said Betsy, producing a little bit of paper rolled tightly together, "but I wasn't to give it till I'd ask you to see him. Oh, please see him, sir. like a dear good gentleman. He looks like a man as is going off his head." "He is a fool," said Mr. May, taking the paper, but setting his teeth as he did so. Evidently he must get rid of this fellow, already beginning to trouble him, as if he was not the best person to know when and how far he could go. "Tell him I'll attend to it. He need not trouble himself," he said, and put the paper into his pocket, and went on with his dinner. Cotstein, indeed! Surely there had been enough of him. What were his trumpery losses in comparison with what his principal would lose, and how dare that fellow turn up thus, and press him continually for his own poor selfish safety? This was not how Mr. May had felt 3 months before, but everything changes, and he felt that he had a right to be angry at this selfish solicitude. Surely it was of as much consequence to him, at least, as to Cotstein. The man was a fussy, disagreeable fool, and nothing more. As it happened, they sat late that night at dinner, without any particular reason, because of some discussion into which Clarence and Reginald fell, so that it was late before Mr. May got back to his room, where his books were lying in a heap, waiting their transportation. They seemed to appeal to him also, and ask him reproachfully how they had got there, and he went to work arranging them all, with all the enthusiasm natural to a lover of books. He was a book lover, a man full of fine tastes and cultured elegant ways of thinking. If he had been extravagant, which he was not, it would have been in the most innocent, nay, delightful and laudable way. To attach any notion of criminality, any suspicion of wrongdoing, to such a virtuous indulgence, how unjust it would be! There was no company upstairs that evening. Copperhead had strolled out with Reginald to smoke his cigar, much against the will of the latter, and was boring him all the way to the college with accounts of his own lavish expenditure, and how much he had given for this and that. His cameos, his diamond studs, the magnificent dressing case which was the wonder of the parsonage. "Hang it all, what is the good of having money if you don't spend it?" said Clarence, and Reginald, who had not much money to spend, felt as near hating him as it was in his nature to do. Thus Mr. May was released from duty in the drawing-room, where Ursula, palpitating with many thoughts which were altogether new to her, sat doing her darning, and eluding, as well as she could, Janie's questions. Janie was determinedly conversational that night. She drove Ursula nearly out of her senses, and kept Johnny, who had crept into the drawing-room in high delight at finding it, for once, free to him, from learning his lessons. "Oh, how nice it is to be by ourselves," said Janie, "instead of all those new people. I don't mind Phoebe, but strange men in the house, what a nuisance they are, always getting in one's way. Don't you think so, Ursula?" Ursula made no reply, and after a while even Janie sank into silence, and the drawing-room, usually so gay, got a cold and deserted look. The new life which had come in had left its mark, and to go back to what had been so pleasant in the past was no longer possible. Johnny and Janie might like it, having regained their former places, but to Ursula the solitude was horrible. She asked herself, with a great blush and quiver, what she would do if that temporary filling up of new interests and relationships was to fall away, as was likely, and leave her to the old life unbroken, to Janie's childish society and questions, and Papa's imperious and unmodified sway. She grew pale and chill at the very thought. But Mr. May, as we have said, was off duty. He forgot all about Cotstein and the note in his pocket, and set to work with the most boyish simplicity of delight to arrange his books in his new shelves. How well they looked! Never before had their setting done them justice. There were books in gorgeous bindings, college prizes which had never shone at all, and which now gleamed out in crimson and gold from behind the glass and made their owner's heart beat with pleasure. Alas, to think how much innocent pleasure is denied us by the want of that small sum of money! And worse still, how an innocent pleasure becomes the reverse of innocent, when it is purchased by the appropriation of something which should have been employed elsewhere. Perhaps, however, the sense of guilt which he kept under added zest in Mr. May's mind to the pleasure of his acquisition. He was snatching a fearful joy. Heaven knows how soon the penalty might overwhelm him. In the meantime, he was determined to take the good of it and enjoy what he had gained. When the books were all in, he sat down at his table and surveyed it, rubbing his dusty hands. How much that is childish, how much that is fresh and youthful and innocent must be in the mind of a man, you would say, who could be thus excited about a bookcase? And yet, this was not the kind of man whom you would call unsophisticated and youthful. It was probably the state of suppressed excitement in which he was, the unreality of his position, that helped him to that sense of elation as much as anything else. For emotion is a Proteus, ready to take any form, and pain itself sometimes find vent in the quick blazing up of fictitious delight, as much as in the moanings that seem more accordant with its own nature. He put his hand into his pocket for his pencil to make a note of the contents of the new shelves, and then he found Cotstein's note, which he had not forgotten, but which he had felt no desire to remember. When he felt it between his fingers, his countenance fell a little, but he took it out and read it, with a smile still upon his face. It was a dirty little roll of paper, scribbled in pencil. Reverend Sir, I hope, as you are not forgetting the 15th. Please excuse anxiety and bad writing. I am a poor nervous man, I know. A word of answer just to say as it is all right will much oblige. Reverend Sir, your humble servant, T. Cotstein. Betsy knocked at the door as he read this, with a request for an answer to Mr. Cotstein's note. Little Bobby, sir, is waiting for it in the kitchen. Give Bobby some supper, said Mr. May. Tell him to tell his father it's all right, and I shan't forget. You understand? He is a troublesome little fool, but it's all right, and I shan't forget. And give the child some supper, Betsy. He ought not to be out so late. He is a delicate little thing, sir. Thank ye, sir, said Betsy, half frightened by her master's amiability. And he smiled and repeated, Tell him it's all right. Was it all right? The 15th? Cotstein must have made a mistake. Mr. May's countenance paled, and the laugh went off. He opened a drawer in his writing table and took out a book, and anxiously consulted an entry in it. It was the 18th, certainly, as clear as possible. Something had been written on the opposite page, and had blotted slightly the one on which these entries were written, but there it stood, the 18th April. Mr. May prided himself on making no mistakes in business. He closed the book again, with a look of relief, the smile coming back once more to his face. The 18th, it was 3 days additional, and in the time there was no doubt that he would find out what was the right thing to do. End of chapter 34, read by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona, September 26, 2022.
Chapter 35 of Phoebe Jr. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Phoebe Jr. by Margaret O. Oliphant. The Millionaire. When Mr. May woke next morning, it was not the bookcase he thought of, but that date which had been the last thing in his mind on the previous night. Not the 15th, the 18th. Certainly he was right, and Cotstein was wrong. Cotstein was a puzzle-headed being, making his calculations by the rule of thumb, but he had put down the date, and there could be no possible mistake about it. He got up, disposed to smile at the poor man's ignorance and fussy restlessness of mind. I have never left him in the lurch. He may trust to me surely in the future, Mr. May said to himself, and smiled with a kind of condescending pity for his poor agent's timidity. After all, perhaps, as Cotstein had so little profit by it, it was not wonderful that he should be uneasy. After this, it might be well if they did anything further of the sort, to divide the money, so that Cotstein too might feel that he had got something for the risk he ran. But then, to be sure, if he had not the money, he had no trouble except for his own foolish anxiety for the payment, and always a 5-pound note or two for his pains. But Mr. May said to himself that he would do no more in this way after the present bill was disposed of. No, he would make a stand. He would insist upon living within his income. He would not allow himself to be subject to these perpetual agitations any more. It would require an effort, but after the effort was made, all would be easy. So he said to himself, and it was the 18th, not the 15th, 3 days more to make his arrangements in. It had come to be the 12th now, and up to this moment he had done nothing, having that vague faith in the Indian mail which had been realized, and yet had not been realized. But still he had nearly a week before him, which was enough, certainly. Anything that he could do in 6 months, he said to himself, he could easily do in 6 days. The mere time was nothing, and he smiled as he dressed himself leisurely, thinking it all over. Somehow everything looked perfectly easy to him this time. Last time he had been plunged into tragic despair. Now, and he did not know why, he took it quite easily. He seemed to fear nothing. There were various ways of getting the money, as natural as the daylight, and in the meantime why should he make himself unhappy? As soon as he was ready, he went to his room and had another look at the bookcase, which, with his best books in it, all in order and ranged in unbroken lines, looked everything a bookcase ought to look. It made him feel more of a man somehow, more like the gentleman and scholar he had meant to be when he started in life. He had not intended then to be a poor district incumbent all his life, with a family of 8 children. His bookcase somehow transported him back to the days when he had thought of better things for himself, and when life had been an ideal for him. Perhaps at the best of times it had never been a very high ideal, but when a man is over 50 and has given up doing anything but struggle through each day as it comes, and get out of his work as best he may, doing what he must, leaving undone what he can, any ideal seems almost something higher than himself. But the recollection of what he had meant to be came back to him strongly when he looked at his carved oak. It had not been carried out, but still he felt rehabilitated and better in his own opinion as he stood beside this costly purchase he had made, and felt that it changed his room and all his surroundings. It might have been almost wicked to run into such an extravagance, but yet it did him good. "My people came down to the hall last night," Clarence Copperhead said to him at breakfast, "and the governor is coming over along with Sir Robert. He'd like to see you, I am sure, and I suppose they'll be going in for sightseeing and that sort of thing. He is a dab at sightseeing, is the governor. I can't think how he can stand it for my part." "Then you must remember that I put myself at his orders for the day," said Mr. May graciously. "Sir Robert is not a bad guide, but I am better, though it sounds modest to say it. And Ursula, of course, Mr. Copperhead will take luncheon with us." "Don't think of that," said Clarence. "He's queer and likes his own way. Just as likely as not, he'll think he ought to support the hotels of the place where he is. Sort of local production, you know. I think it's nonsense, but that is how it is. That's the man." "We shall look for him all the same," said Mr. May, with a nod at Ursula, and a sudden project sprang up in his mind, wild as projects so often are. This father, whom his fancy, working upon what Clarence said, immediately invested with all the prodigal liberality of a typical rich man. This stranger to whom £100 was less than a penny was to himself, would give him the money he wanted. What so easy? He drew a long breath, and though he had not been aware that he was anxious, he was suddenly conscious of a sense of relief. Yes, to be sure, what so simple, what so likely? He would explain his monetary necessities lightly and with grace, and Mr. Copperhead would supply them. He was in the mildest state of desperation, the painless stage, as may be seen, when this strange idea entered into his head. He hugged it, though he was a man of the world and might have known better, and it produced a kind of elation which would have been a very strange spectacle to any looker-on who knew what it meant. The thing seemed done when he next thought of it 10 minutes later, settled as if it had been so for years. Mr. Copperhead would make it all right for him, and after that he would undertake such risks no more. Mr. Copperhead, however, did not come for 2 days, though Ursula spent all the morning and a great deal of trouble in arranging a luncheon for him. But on the second morning he came, driven by Sir Robert, who had changed horses on the road, and who was in a somewhat irritated and excited condition, very glad to get rid of his visitor. "I hope you don't mind having your toes trodden on, May," he said privately. "That fellow is never happy but when he's insulting someone." And indeed Mr. Copperhead began this favorite pastime at once by making very big eyes at the sight of Ursula. "Aha!" he said, rubbing his hands and elevating his eyebrows, and he gave a meaning laugh as he shook hands with her and declared that he did not expect to find young ladies here. "I haven't a great deal of education myself, and I never knew it could be carried on so pleasantly," he said. "You're a lucky young dog, Clara, that's what you are," and the son laughed with the father at this excellent joke, though the rest of the company looked on with great gravity. Ursula, for her part, turned with wondering eyes from the newcomer to her old friend, Sir Robert. "What does he mean?" she asked, with an appealing look. "He is the greatest brute I know," said poor Sir Robert under his breath, and he went off suddenly on the plea of business, leaving his unpleasant visitor in Mr. May's hands, who undertook the charge not unwillingly, being possessed by his own plan. Mr. Copperhead went all over Carlingford. He inspected the town hall, the infirmary, and the church, with the businesslike air of a man who was doing his duty. "Poor little place, but well enough for the country," he said. "A country town's a mistake, in my opinion. If I had it in my power, I'd raze them all to the ground, and have one London and the rest green fields. That's your sort, Mr. May. Now you don't produce anything here. What's the good of you? All unproductive communities, sir, ought to be swept off the face of the earth. I'd let Manchester and those sorts of places go on till they burst. But a bit of a little piggery like this, where there's nothing doing, no trade, no productions of any kind." "We like it all the same," said Mr. May. "We small sort of people who have no enterprise like you." "I dare say you like it. To be sure, you can moon about here as much as you please, and make believe you do something, and there's nobody to contradict you. In a great center of industry you couldn't live like that. You must work or you'll get pushed aside altogether. Unless, of course, you're a millionaire to start with," Mr. Copperhead added, with a noisy laugh. "Which I am not, certainly. Very much the reverse. In short, a poor man with a large family, which I suppose is a thing about as objectionable in the center of industry as anything can be." "The large family ain't objectionable if you make 'em work," said Mr. Copperhead. "It all depends on that. There's always objections, you know," he said with a jocular grin, "to pretty girls like that daughter of yours, put straight in a young fellow's way. You won't mind my saying it. They neither work themselves nor let others work, that sort. I think we could get on with a deal fewer women, I must allow. That's where Providence is in a mistake. We don't want 'em in England. It's a waste of raw material. They are bad for the men, and they ain't much good for themselves that I can see." "You're a little hard upon the ladies, Mr. Copperhead." "Not I. We can't do without 'em, of course, and the surplus we ought to export as we export other surpluses. But I object to them in a young man's way, not meaning anything unpleasant to you, and perhaps if I'd been put to it sooner, but let's hope there's no mischief done. What is this now? Some of your antiquities, I suppose? Oh yes, let's have a look at it, but I confess it's the present age I like best." "This is a college," cried Mr. May, swallowing certain sensations which impaired his sense of friendliness. "But not an educational college, a foundation for old men, decayed citizens, as they are called, founded in the 15th century. My son is the chaplain, and will be very glad to show it you. There are 12 old men here at present, very comfortably looked after, thanks to the liberal arrangements of the founder. They attend chapel twice a day, where Reginald officiates. It is very agreeable to me to have him settled so near me." "Cunning, I call it," said Mr. Copperhead, with his hoarse laugh. "Does you credit. A capital snug nest. Nothing to do, and pay Pay good now? These old fellows generally managed that. As it was priests that had the doing of it, of course they did well for their own kind. Good Lord, what a waste of good money all this is, he continued as they went into the quadrangle and saw the little park beyond with its few fine trees. Half a dozen nice villas might be built on this site, and it's just the sort of place I should fancy where villas would pay. Why don't the corporation lay hands on it? And your son lives here? Too dull for me. I like a little movement going on, but I dare say he likes it, and with how much a year? 250, and some advantages beside. Bravo, said Mr. Copperhead. Now how many curates could you get for that 2.5? I've got a great respect for you, Mr. May. You know what's what. That shows sense, that does. How do you do, sir? Fine old place you've got here. Capital snug appointment. I've just been saying to your father I admire his sense, looking out for you, a nice, fat, easy appointment like this. Reginald turned from red to white, and then to portentous blackness. The subject was, of all others, the one least likely to please him. It is not very fat, he said, with a look of offense, quite undeserved by the chief sufferer, towards his father, nor very easy. But come in, it is rather an interesting old place. I suppose you would like to see the chapel and the old captain's rooms. They are very fine in their way. Thank you. We've been seeing a deal already, and I feel tired. I think I'll let you off the chapel. Hullo, here's another old friend, Northcote, by George. And what are you doing here, I should like to know? A blazing young screamer of the Liberation Society in a high and dry parson's rooms. This is as good as a play. I suppose one is not required to stay at exactly the same point of opinion all one's life, said Northcote, with a half-smile. By George, but you are, though, when you're a public man, especially when you're on a crusade. Haven't I heard you call it a crusade? I can tell you that changing your opinion is just the very last thing the public will permit you to do. But I shan't tell for my part. Make yourself easy. Clarence, don't you let it out. Your mother, fortunately, is out of the way. The world shall never know through me that young Northcote, the anti-state churchman, was discovered hobnobbing with a snug chaplain in a sinecure appointment. Ha ha, had you there. To do Northcote justice, said Mr. May, he began life in Carlingford by pointing out this fact to the neighborhood, that it was a sinecure, and that my son and I— Would it not be more to the point to inspect the chapel? Said Reginald, who had been standing by, impatiently playing with a big key, upon which Mr. Copperhead laughed more loudly than before. We'll not trouble the chapel, he said. Railway stations are more in my way. You are all a great deal finer than I am, and know a deal more, I suppose, but my roughness has served its purpose on the whole, better perhaps for some things. Yes, for some things, Clare, and you may thank your stars, old boy. If you had been a parson's son, by George, there would have been no fat appointment waiting for you. After all, my son's appointment is not so very fat, said Mr. May, forcing a laugh. It is not so much as many a boy at school gets from his father. Ah, you mean my boy at school. He's an extravagant dog. His mother and he, sir, are made of different clay for me. They are porcelain, and I am Delft. They want fine velvet cupboards to stand themselves in, while I'm for the kitchen dresser. That's the difference. But I can afford it, thank heaven. I tell Clarence that he may thank his stars that I can afford it, and that he isn't born a poor man's son. He has been plucked at Oxford, you know, he said with a big laugh, thrusting forth his chest as Clarence thrust forth his shirt front, with an apparent complacency over the very plucking. My son can afford to be plucked, he seemed to say. He got up as he spoke, and approaching the fireplace, turned his back to it, and gathered up his coat-tails under his arm. He was no taller than Mr. May, and very little taller than Reginald, but they both shrank into insignificance beside the big, self-assertive figure. He looked about the room as if he was thinking of buying up the whole contents of it, and thought very little of them. A glance of contempt, a shrug more implied than actual, testified his low opinion of everything around. When he withdrew his eyes from the furniture, he shook out his leg, as Clarence had done his, and gave a pull to his trousers that they might sit properly. He had the word rich painted in big letters all over him, and he seemed to feel it his vocation to show this sense of superiority. Clarence, by his side, the living copy of the great man's appearance and manners, strutted and put himself forward like his father, as a big calf might place itself beside the parent cow. Mr. Copperhead did not look upon his offspring, however, with the cow's motherly complacency. He laughed at him openly, with cynical amusement. He was clever in his way, and Clarence was stupid, and besides he was the proprietor, and Clarence, for all he was porcelain, was his good and chattels. When he looked at him, a wicked leer of derision awoke in his eye. "Yes, my boy," he said, "thank your stars, you would not make much of it if you were a poor man. You're an ornament that costs dear, but I can afford you. So, Northcote, you're changing your opinions. Going over to the church, eh? Extremes meet, they say. I shouldn't have thought it." "I am doing nothing of the kind," said Northcote stoutly. He was not in the mood to be taken to task by this mammon of unrighteousness, and indeed had at all times been a great deal too independent and unwilling to submit to leading members of the connection. Mr. Copperhead, however, showed no resentment. Northcote, too, like Clarence, had a father before him, and stood on quite a different footing from the ordinary young pastor, whose business it was to be humble and accept all that his betters might portion out. "Well," he said, "you can afford to please yourself, and that's always something. By the way, isn't it time to have something to eat? If there is a good hotel near—" "Luncheon will be waiting at my house," said Mr. May, who was still doing his best to please the man upon whom he had built such wild hopes, "and Ursula will be waiting." "Aha, the young lady, so she will. I wouldn't miss that for something, but I don't like putting you to so much expense. My son here has an excellent appetite, as you must have found out by this time, and for my part so have I. I think it 1,000 pities to put you to this trouble and expense." "Pray don't think of that," said Mr. May, with courtesy, which belied his feelings, for he would have liked nothing so well as to have knocked down his complacent patron. He led the way out, almost with eagerness, feeling Mr. Copperhead to be less offensive out of doors than within four walls. Was this the sort of man to be appealed to for help, as he had thought? Probably his very arrogance would make him more disposed towards liberality. Probably it would flatter his sense of consequence to have such a request made to him. Mr. May was very much at sea, letting "I dare not" wait upon "I would," afraid to speak lest he should shut this door of help by so doing, and afraid to lose the chance of any succor by not speaking. He tried hard, in spite of all his difficulties, to be smooth and agreeable to a man who had so much in his power, but it was harder work than he could have thought. End of chapter 35, read by Brize Cries, Youngstown. Chapter 36 of Phoebe Jr. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Phoebe Jr. by Margaret O. Oliphant, Father and Son. Ursula had prepared a very careful luncheon for the stranger. She thought him disagreeable, but she had not looked at him much, for indeed Ursula's mind was much unsettled. Horace Northcote had spoken to her that morning, after Mrs. Hurst's visit and her retaliation upon him, as no man had yet ever spoken to her before. He had told her a long story, though it was briefly done, and could have been expressed in 3 words. He was not of her species of humanity. His ways of thinking, his prejudices, his traditions were all different from hers, and yet that had happened to him which happens all over the world in every kind of circumstances. Without knowing how it was, he had got to love her. Yes, he knew very well how it was, or rather he knew when it was, which is all that is to be expected from a lover. It was on the evening of the Entrees, the first dinner party, and he had gone on ever since, deeper and deeper, hearing her say many things which he did not agree in, and tracing her life through a score of little habits which were not congenial to his, yet loving her more and more for all that was new to him, and even for the things which were uncongenial. He had told her all this, and Ursula had listened with a kind of awe, wondering at the ardor in the young man's eyes, and the warmth with which he spoke, wondering and trembling a little. She had guessed what he meant the night before, as has been said, and this had touched her with a little thrill of awakened feeling, but the innocent girl knew no more about passion than a child, and when she saw it, glowing and ardent, appealing to her, she was half alarmed, half overawed by the strange sight. What answer could she make to him? She did not know what to say. To reject him altogether was not in Ursula's heart, but she could not respond to that strange, new, overwhelming sentiment which put a light in his eyes which she dared not meet, which dazzled her when she ventured a glance at him. Was he to go away, he asked, his voice too sounding musical and full of touching chords. Ursula could not tell him to go away either. What she did say to him she never quite knew, but at least, whatever it was, it left him hopeful, if unsatisfied. And since that time her mind had been in a strange confusion, a confusion strange but sweet. Gratified vanity is not a pretty title to give to any feeling, and yet that mixture of gratification and gratitude, and penetrating pleasure in the fact of being elevated from an often scolded and imperfect child to an admired and worshipped woman is, perhaps, of all the sensations that feminine youth is conscious of, the most poignant in its sweetness. It went through her whole life. Sometimes it made her laugh when she was all alone, and there was nothing of a laughter-producing nature in her way, and sometimes it made her cry, both the crying and the laughter being one. It was strange, very strange, and yet sweet. Under the influence of this, and of the secret homage which Northcote paid her whenever they met, and which she now understood as she had never understood it before, the girl's whole nature expanded, though she did not know. She was becoming sweet to the children, to puzzled Janey, to everyone around her. Her little petulances were all subdued. She was more sympathetic than she had ever been before, and yet she was not in love with her lover. It was only that the sunshine of young life had caught her, that the highest gratifications of youth had fallen to her share unawares. All this might have been, and yet someone else come in to secure Ursula's real love, but in the meantime she was all the happier, all the better for the love which she did not return. This is a digression from our immediate subject, which was a luncheon prepared for Mr. Copperhead. Ursula sent up an urgent message for Phoebe, who came to her in her prettiest morning dress, very carefully arranged, but with a line of care upon her brow. "I will come if you wish it, dear," she said, "but I don't want to meet Mr. Copperhead. I don't like him." "Neither do I like him," cried Ursula. "He said something disagreeable the little moment he was here. Oh, I don't remember what it was, but something. Please stay. What am I to do with them all by myself? If you will help me, I may get through." Phoebe kissed her with a tremulous kiss. Perhaps she was not unwilling to see with her own eyes what the father of Clarence meant, and what brought him here. She sat down at the window, and was the first to see them coming along the street. "What a gentleman your father looks beside them," cried Phoebe. "Both of them, father and son, though Clarence, after all, is a great deal better than his father, less like a British snob." Ursula came and stood by her, looking out. "I don't think he is much better than his father," she said. Phoebe took her hand suddenly and wrung it, then dropped it as if it had hurt her. What did it all mean? Ursula, though rays of enlightenment had come to her, was still perplexed and did not understand. Mr. Copperhead did not see her till he went to luncheon, when Phoebe appeared with little Amy May looking like a visitor newly arrived. She had run upstairs after that first sight of him from the window, declaring herself unable to be civil to him except at table. The great man's face almost grew pale at the sight of her. He looked at Ursula, and then at Clarence, and laughed. "Wheresoever the carcass is, the eagles are gathered together," he said. "That's Scripture, ain't it, Miss Ursula? I'm not good at giving chapter and verse." "What does it mean?" asked Ursula. She was quite indifferent to Mr. Copperhead and perfectly unconscious of his observation. As for Phoebe, on the contrary, she was slightly agitated, her placid surface ruffled a little, and she looked her best in her agitation. Mr. Copperhead looked straight at her across the table and laughed in his insolent way. "So you are here too, Miss Phoebe," he said. "I might think myself in the Crescent if I didn't know better. I met young Northcote just now, and now you. What may you be doing here, might one ask? Is it what you call a curious coincidence, ain't it, Clarence and you both here?" "I said so when Mr. Clarence came," said Phoebe. "I came to take care of my grandmother, who is ill, and it was a very lucky thing for me that I had met Miss May at your ball, Mr. Copperhead." "By Jove, wasn't it?" said Clarence, roused to some dull sense of what was going on. "We owe all the fun we have had here to that, so we do. Odd when one thinks of it, and thought so little of it then, didn't we? It's a very queer world." "So you've been having fun here," said his father. "I thought you came here to work. That's how we old fellows get taken in. Work, with young ladies dangling about and putting things into your head. I ought to have known better. Don't you think so, Miss Ursula? You could have taught me a thing or two." "I," said Ursula, startled. "I don't know what I could teach anyone. I think Mr. Clarence Copperhead has kept to his hours very steadily. Papa is rather severe. He never would take any excuse from any of us when we were working with him." "He is not so severe now, I'll be bound," said Mr. Copperhead. "Lets you have your fun a little, as Clarence tells me, don't you, May? Girls will be girls, and boys boys, whatever we do, and I'm sure, Miss Phoebe, you have been very entertaining, as you always were." "I have done my best," said Phoebe, looking him in the face. "I should have a very dull life but for the parsonage, and I have tried to be grateful. I have accompanied your son on the violin a great many evenings, and I hope our friends have liked it. Mr. Clarence is a promising player, though I should like him to trust less to his ear, but we always pulled through." "Thanks to you," said Clarence, in the middle of his cutlet. He did not quite see why she should flourish this music in his father's face, but still he was loyal in a dull fashion, and he was obstinate, and did not mean to be sat upon, to use his own words. As for Phoebe, her quick mind caught at once the best line of policy. She determined to deliver Ursula, and she determined at the same time to let her future father-in-law, if he was to be her father-in-law, see what sort of a person he had to deal with. As soon as she made up her mind, her agitation disappeared. It was only the uncertainty that had cowed her. Now she saw what to do. "So," said Mr. Copperhead, "musical evenings. I hope you have not turned poor Clare's head among you, young ladies. It is not a strong head, and two is more than a match for one. I dare say he had no chance between you." "Make yourself quite easy," said Phoebe, with her sweetest smile. "He was only one of a party. Mr. Reginald May and Mr. Northcote are both very pleasant companions. Your son is bored sometimes, but the rest of us are never bored. You see, he has been accustomed to more brilliant society, but as for us, we have no particular pretensions. We have been very happy, and if there has been 2 to 1, it has been the other way." "I think I must let your people know of your gaieties, Miss Phoebe. If your mother sent you here, I don't doubt it was for a purpose, eh? She knows what she's about, and she won't like it if she knows you are fritting away your chances and your attentions. She has an eye for business, has Mrs. Beecham," said the leading member, with a laugh. "You cannot tell Mamma more about me than she knows already," said Phoebe, with rising color. And by this time everyone else at table was uncomfortable. Even Clarence, who had a dull appreciation of his father's jokes when they were not leveled at himself, and who was by no means indisposed to believe that girls generally were after him, and that even in this particular case Phoebe herself might have come to Carlingford on purpose to complete his conquest, even Clarence was moved. "I don't know what you mean by brilliant society," he said. "I know I am the dull one among you clever people. I don't say much, but I know it all the same, and it's awfully good of you to pull me through all that music. I don't begrudge you your laugh after. Is my mother coming over, sir, to see the place?" "To see what? "There is not much in the place," said Mr. Copperhead. "You're coming back with me, my boy. I hope it won't inconvenience you, May. I've other views for him. Circumstances alter cases, you know. I've been turning it over in my head, and I think I can see my way to another arrangement." "That, of course, is entirely in your hands," said Mr. May, with a cheerfulness he did not feel. His heart sank, but every rule of good society made it incumbent upon him to show no failure at such a moment. "Copperhead, see that your father has some wine. Well, I suppose our poor little Carlingford is not much of a place. No trade, no movement, no manufactures." "The sort of place that should be cleared off the face of the earth," said the millionaire, "meaning no offense, of course. That's my opinion in respect to country towns. What's the good of them? Nests of gossip, places where people waste their time and don't even amuse themselves. Give me green fields and London. That is my sort. I don't care that there was not another blessed brick in the country. There is always something that will grow in a field, corn or fat beasts. Not that we couldn't get all that cheaper from over the water if it was managed as it ought to be. But a place like this, what's the good of it? Almshouses and chaplains and that sort of rubbish, and old women. There's old women by the score." "They must be somewhere, I suppose," said Mr. May. "We cannot kill them off if they are inoffensive and keep the laws, so that, after all, a country town is of use." "Kill 'em off? No. It's against what your benevolent humbugs call the spirit of the time, and Christianity, and all that. But there's such a thing as carrying Christianity too far. That's my opinion. There's your almshouses now. What's the principle of them? I call it encouraging those old beggars to live," said Mr. Copperhead, "giving them permission to burden the community as long as they can manage it. A dead mistake, depend upon it, the greatest mistake in the world." "I think there's a great deal to be said in favor of euthanasia," said Phoebe, quietly stepping into the conversation. "But then it would have to be with the consent of the victims. When anyone found himself useless, unnecessary to the world, or unhappy in it." "Humbug and nonsense," said Mr. Copperhead. "A likely thing for anybody to do. No, it is not a question for law-making. Let him die out naturally. That's my opinion. Don't do anything to hurry him. That is, I don't see my way to it. But let him go quiet, and don't bring him any cordials and feather-beds and all that medieval nonsense to keep him going as long as possible. It's wicked, that's what it is." "At all events," said Mr. May, who, poor man, was bent on pleasing, "it is refreshing to hear opinions so bold and original. Something new is always a blessing. I cannot say I agree with you." "No parson would be bold enough for that. Christianity's been a capital thing for the world," said Mr. Copperhead. "I don't say a word against it, but in these go-ahead days, sir, we've had enough of it. That's to say, when it's carried too far. All this fuss about the poor, all the row about dragging up a lot of poor little beggars to live that had far better die, and your almshouses to keep the old ones going, past all nature. Shovel the mold over them, that's the thing for the world. Let them die when they ought to die, and let them live who can live. That's my way of thinking, and what's more, I'm right." "What a fine thing for you, Mr. Clarence," cried Phoebe, "who are going into Parliament, to take up your father's idea and work it out. What a speech you could make on the subject. I saw a hospital once in Paris that would make such a wonderful illustration. I'll tell you about it if you like. Poor old wretched people whose life was nothing but wretchedness kept going, kept living for years and years. Why, no one could tell. For I am sure it would have been better, far better, for them to die and be done with it. What a speech you might make when you bring a bill into Parliament to abolish almshouses and all sorts of charities," she added with a laugh, turning from Clarence, at whom she had been looking, to his father, who was puzzled and did not know how to understand the young woman's eyes. "I'll never make much of a speech in Parliament," said Clarence, "unless you make it for me," he added in an undertone. But no one else was speaking, and the undertone was quite audible. Meanwhile, Phoebe had not ceased to look at his father, and held him with a pair of eyes not like the ancient mariners. Mr. Copperhead was confused. His power even of insolence was cowed for the moment. He obeyed quite docilely the movement made to leave the table. Was it possible that she defied him? this minister's daughter, and measured her strength against his? Mr. Copperhead felt as if he could have shaken the impertinent girl, but dared not, being where he was. And lunch being over, Mr. May led his pupil's father into the study. "I want to show you what your boy has been doing," he said, pointing to a line of books which made the millionaire's soul shrink within him. "I have not bothered him with classics. What was the use, as he is not going back to Oxford? But I've done my best for him in a practical way. He has read history, largely, as you see, and as much as I could give him of political and constitutional." "Yes, yes," said Mr. Copperhead, reading the titles of some of the books under his breath. They impressed him deeply, and took away for a moment his self-confidence. It was his habit to boast that he knew nothing about books, but in their presence he shrank, feeling that they were greater than he, which was, there is little doubt, a sign of grace. "If you wish to remove Clarence," said Mr. May, "perhaps I had better make out a scheme of reading for him." "Look here," cried the rich man, "I didn't want to remove him, but there he is, the first I see of him, cheek for jowl with a good-looking girl. I don't mean to say a word against Miss May. I've no doubt she's charming, but anyhow, there she is side by side with Claire, who is no more able to resist that sort of thing." Mr. May laughed, and this time with unmitigated amusement. "You mean Ursula? I think I can answer for it that she made no attempts upon him for which resistance would be necessary." "That's all very well to say, but bless you, they do it, every one," said Mr. Copperhead, "without exception. When a young fellow's well off and well-looking, and as if one wasn't bad enough, you've got Phoebe Beecham. You won't tell me she doesn't mean anything. Up to any mischief, a real minister's daughter? I don't mean anything uncivil to you or yours. I suppose a parson's different, but we know what a minister's daughter is in our connection. Like the men themselves, in short, who are always pouncing on some girl with a fortune if her relatives don't take care. And Clarence is as weak as a baby. He takes after his mother, poor bit of a feeble creature, though he's like me in exterior. That's how it is, you perceive. I don't quite see my way to letting him go on." "That is, of course, precisely as you please," said Mr. May, somewhat sharply. He would preserve his dignity even though his heart was sinking, but he could not keep that tone of sharpness out of his voice. "Of course it is as I please. I'll pay up, of course, for the second 3 months, if you choose, fair and square. I meant for him to stay, and I'll pay. But that's all. You've got no further claim upon me that I know of, and I must say that for a tutor, a regular coach, to keep girls in his house, daughters, or whatever you choose to call them, is something monstrous. It's a thing no fellow's friends would put up with. It's what I call dishonorable." "Perhaps," said Mr. May, with all the self-possession he was master of, "you will let your son know at once that he must pack and go. I dare say Sir Robert can take him, and we will send the portmanteau. In such a case it is better there should not be a moment's delay." "Clarence," cried Mr. Copperhead, walking to the door and opening it, "come along, look sharp, you're to go. I'll take you with me, do you hear? And May will see to sending you your boxes. Quick, come along, there's no time to lose." "Go," said Clarence, coming in startled, with his eyebrows rising almost into his hair. "Go? What do you mean? Out of the parsonage? The governor's been having too much sherry," he said, coming close to Mr. May's arm. He had himself been taking too much of the sherry, for the good reason that nobody had taken any notice of what he did, and that he had foreseen the excitement that was coming. "You don't mean it, I know," he added aloud. "I'll go over for the night if Sir Robert will have me, and see my mother." "Ask May," said Mr. Copperhead. "You'll believe him, I suppose. He's as glad to get rid of you as I am to take you away." "Is this true?" cried Clarence, roused and wondering. "And if so, what's happened? I ain't a baby, you know, to be bundled about from one to another. The governor forgets that." "Your father," said Mr. May, "chooses to remove you, and that's all I choose to say." "But, by George, I can say a deal more," said Mr. Copperhead. "You simpleton, do you think I'm going to leave you here where there's man-traps about? None of such nonsense for me. Put your things together, I tell you. Phoebe Beecham's bad enough at home, but if she thinks she's to have you here to pluck at her leisure, she and her friends—" "Whew!" said Clarence with a long whistle. So that's it. I am very sorry, Father, if these are your sentiments, but I may as well tell you at once I shan't go." "You must go." "No," he said, squaring his shoulder and putting out his shirt front. He had never been roused into rebellion before, and perhaps without these extra glasses of sherry he would not have had the courage now. But what with sherry, and what with amour propre, and what with the thing he called love, Clarence Copperhead mounted all at once upon a pedestal. He had a certain dogged obstinacy in him, suspected by nobody but his mother, who had little enough to say in the guidance of her boy. He set himself square like a pugilist, which was his notion of resistance. Mr. May looked on with a curious mixture of feelings. His own sudden and foolish hope was over, and what did it matter to him whether the detestable father or the coarse son should win? He turned away from them with contempt, which was made sharp by their utter uselessness to himself. Had it been possible that he might have what he wanted from Mr. Copperhead, his patience would have held out against any trial. But the moment that hope was over, what further interest had he in the question? He went to his writing table and sat down there, leaving them to fight it out as they would by themselves. It was no affair of his. End of chapter 36, read by Brize Cries, Youngstown.
Chapter 37 of Phoebe Jr. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Janice Sacchetti. Phoebe Jr. by Margaret O. Oliphant. Chapter 37. A Pleasant Evening. The result, however, was a compromise. Clarence Copperhead went off with his father and Sir Robert to the Hall for the night, but was to return next day, and Phoebe was left in a condition of some excitement behind them, not quite knowing what to think. She was as sure as ever that he had made up his mind to propose, but he had not done it, and what effect his father's visit, and perhaps his mother's entreaties, might have upon him, Phoebe could not tell. The crisis excited her beyond any excitement which she would have thought possible in respects to Clarence Copperhead. She was more like an applicant for office kept uncertain whether she was to have a desirable post or not, than a girl on the eve of a lover's declaration. This was her own conception of the circumstances. She did not dislike Clarence, quite the reverse. She had no sympathy with Ursula's impatience of his heavy vanity. Phoebe had been used to him all her life, and had never thought badly of the heavy boy whom she had been invited to amuse when she was 6 years old, and whom she had no particular objection to amuse still, let the others wonder at her as they might. Poor Reginald, contemplating bitterly her many little complacencies to his rival, set them down hastily to an appreciation of that rival's worldly advantages, which was not quite a just sentence. It was true, and yet it was not true. Other feelings mingled in Phoebe's worldliness. She did, indeed, perceive and esteem highly the advantages which Clarence could give her, but she had not the objections to Clarence himself that the others had. She was willing, quite willing, to undertake the charge of him, to manage and guide and make a man of him. And yet, while it was not pure worldliness, much less was it actual love which moved her. It was a kind of habitual affection. As for the "poor thing but mine own, sir," of the jester, he was but a poor creature, but Phoebe knew she could make something of him, and she had no distaste to the task. When she began to perceive that Reginald, in so many ways, Clarence's superior, was at her disposal, a sense of gratification went through Phoebe's mind, and it certainly occurred to her that the feeling he might inspire would be a warmer and more delightful one than that which would fall to Clarence Copperhead. But she was not tempted thereby to throw Clarence off for the other. No, she was pleased, and not unwilling to expend a little tender regret and gratitude upon poor Reginald. She was ready to be kind to him, though every woman knows that this is the last thing she ought to be to a rejected lover, and she was full of sympathy for the disappointment which, nevertheless, she fully intended was to be his lot. This seems paradoxical, but it is no more paradoxical than human creatures generally are. On this particular evening, her heart beat very high on account of Clarence, to know if he would have strength of mind to hold his own against his father, and if he would come back to her and ask her, as she felt certain he meant to do, that one momentous question. Her heart would not have been broken had he not done so, but still she would have been disappointed. Notwithstanding, when the evening came, the absence of Clarence was a relief to Phoebe, as well as to the rest of the party, and she gave herself up to the pleasures of a few hours of half-tender intercourse with Reginald, with a sense of enjoyment as she seldom felt. This was very wrong. There was no denying it, but still so it was. She was anxious that Clarence should come back to her, and ask her to be his wife, and yet she was pleased to be rid of Clarence, and to give her whole attention and sympathy to Reginald, trying her best to please him. It was very wrong, and yet such things have happened before, and will again, and are as natural, perhaps, as the more absolute and unwavering passion which has no doubt of its object, passion like Northcote's, who had neither eyes nor ears for anything but Ursula. The four were alone together that evening, and enjoyed it thoroughly. Clarence was away, who to all but Phoebe was an interruption of their intercourse, and Mr. May was away in his study, too much absorbed to think of any duties that ought to have devolved upon him as chaperone, and even Janey was out of the way, taking tea with Mrs. Hurst. So the two young pairs sat round the table and talked, the girls with a mutual panic, which neither breathed to the other, keeping together, avoiding separation into pairs, Ursula out of very shyness and fright alone, lest another chapter of the strange novel, too moving love tale, might be poured into her ears, but Phoebe with more settled purpose, to prevent any disclosure on the part of Reginald. The evening was mixed up of pleasure and pain to the two young men, each eager to find himself alone with the girl whom he loved, but it is to be feared the girls themselves had a furtive, guilty enjoyment of it, which they ought not to have had. Open and outrageous love-making is not half so delicate a pastime as that in which nothing distinct dare be said, but all is implication, conveyed and understood without words. I know it is a dangerous thing to confess, but veracity requires the confession. You may say it was the playing of the cat with the mouse, if you wish to give a disagreeable version of it, but, however you choose to explain it, this was how it was. It was with fear and trembling, at last, that Phoebe went to the piano, which was at the other end of the room, after making all the resistance which was possible. "Thank heaven that idiot and his fiddle aren't here tonight to interfere," cried Reginald. Phoebe shook her head at him, but ventured on no words, and how she did exert herself on the piano, playing things which were a great deal too classical for Reginald, who would have preferred the simplest stock piece, under cover of which he might have talked to her hanging over her chair, and making believe to turn over the music. This was what he wanted, poor fellow. He had no heart nor ears for Beethoven, which Phoebe played to him with a tremor in her heart, and yet the wicked little witch, with some enjoyment too. "This is not the sort of thing you play when Copperhead is here," he said at last, driven to resistance. "Oh, we play Mendelssohn," said Phoebe with much show of innocence. And then she added, "You ought to feel the compliment if I play Beethoven to you." "So I ought, I suppose," said Reginald. "The truth is, I don't care for music. Don't take your hands off the keys." "Why, you have done nothing but worry me to play." "Not for the music," said Reginald, quite satisfied to have got his will. "Why will you not talk to me and play to me, as I wish?" "Perhaps if I knew what you wish," Phoebe said in spite of herself. "Oh, how I should like to tell you! No, not Beethoven. A little, just a little music." "Heavens!" cried Reginald as she crashed into a fortissimo. "Another sonata! Listen, I am not equal to sonatas. Nay, Miss Beecham, play me a little nothing. Talk to me." She shook her head at him with a laugh, and went on playing the hardest piece of music she could think of, complicating herself in difficult chords and sudden accidentals. If there had been anybody there to hear who could have understood, Phoebe's performance would no doubt have appeared a masterpiece of brilliant execution, as it was. But the two others were paying not the slightest attention, and as for Reginald, he was in the state of tantalized vexation, which half amused himself and filled the performer with an exhilarating sense of successful mischief. Northcote was trying to say, what was he not trying to say, to Ursula, under cover of the music, which was the best shield he could have had, and perhaps in reality, though Reginald was tantalized to the utmost degree of tantalization, even he had a certain enjoyment in the saucy self-defense which was more mischievous than cruel. He stood behind Phoebe's chair, now and then meeting her laughing glance with one of tender appeal and reproach, pleased to feel himself thus isolated with her, and held an arm's length in so genial a way. He would have his opportunity after a while, when there would be no piano to give her a momentary refuge, and then he would say out all that was in his heart, with no possible shadow of a rival to interfere with him. Angry? No. As he stood behind her, watching her fingers fly over the keys, a delightful calm stole over Reginald. Now and then she would throw a half-mocking glance at him, upward over her shoulder, as she swept over the resounding board. When the sonata was concluded, Phoebe sprang up from the piano and went back to the table. She proposed that they should play a game at cards, to which Ursula agreed. The young men shrugged their shoulders and protested, But, after all, what did it matter, so long as they were together? They fell into their places quite naturally, the very cards assisting. And so the moments flew by. There was not so much sound as usual in the old faded drawing-room, which had come to look so bright and homelike. Not so much sound of voices, perhaps less laughter. Yet of all the evenings they had spent there together, that was the one they looked back upon, all four, with most tender recollection. They had been so happy, or if not happy, so near, apparently, to happiness, which is better sometimes than happiness itself. "Don't let Reginald come with me," Phoebe whispered as she kissed her friend and said good night, "or ask Mr. Northcote to come too." "Why?" said Ursula with dreamy eyes. Her own young tide of life was rising, invading for the moment her perceptions and dulling her sense of what was going on round her. There was no time, however, for anything more to be said, for Reginald was close behind, with his hat in his hand. Phoebe had to resign herself, and she knew what was coming. The only thing was, if possible, to stop the declaration on the way. "This is the first chance I have had of seeing you home without that perpetual shadow of Copperhead." "Ah, poor Clarence," said Phoebe. "I wonder how he's getting on away from us all tonight." "Poor Clarence!" echoed Reginald aghast. "You don't mean to say that you miss him, Miss Beecham? I never heard you speak of him in that tone before." "Miss him? No, perhaps not exactly," said Phoebe with a soft little sigh. "But still, I have known him all my life, Mr. May. When we were quite little I used to be sent for to his grand nursery, full of lovely toys and things, a great deal grander than mine." "And for that reason," said Reginald, becoming bitter with a laugh. "Nothing for that reason," said Phoebe. "But I noticed it at 6 as I should at 20. I must have been a horrid little worldly-minded thing, don't you think? So you see there are the associations of a great many years to make me say 'poor Clarence' when anything is the matter with him." "He is lucky to rouse your sympathies so warmly," cried Reginald, thoroughly wretched. "But I did not know that there was anything the matter." "I think there will be if he has to leave our little society where we have all been so happy," said Phoebe softly. "How little one thought, coming here a stranger, how pleasant it was to be, I especially to whom coming to Carlingford was rather, perhaps I might say, a humiliation. I am very fond of Grandpapa and Grandmamma now, but the first introduction was something of a shock. I have never denied it, and if it had not been for sweet kind Ursula and you all." A little breathless fragmentary pause, which Phoebe made between the you and the all, giving just a ghost of emphasis to the pronoun, sounded to poor Reginald in his foolishness almost like a caress. How cleverly it was managed, with just so much natural feeling in it as gave it reality. They were approaching number 6, and Martha the maid already was visible at the open door. "Then you do give me some share, some little share," he cried with a broken voice. "Ah, if you would only let me tell you what your coming has been to me. It has opened up my life. I feel everything different. The old earth itself. There is a new light upon the whole world." "Hush! Here is Martha!" cried Phoebe. "She will not understand about new lights. Yes, it has been pleasant, very pleasant. When one begins to sigh and realize how pleasant a thing has been, I always fear it is going to be broken up." "Absit omen!" cried Reginald fervently, taking the hand she had put out to bid him good night, and holding it fast to detain her. And was there moisture in the eyes which she lifted to him, and which glistened, he thought, though there was only the distant light of a lamp to see them by. "You must not keep me now," cried Phoebe. "Here's Grandpapa coming. Good night, Mr. May. Good night." Was Phoebe a mere conquête pure et simple? As soon as she had got safe within these walls, she stooped down over the primroses to get rid of Martha, and then in the darkness had a cry, all by herself, on one side of the wall, while the young lover, with his head full of her, checked, but not altogether discouraged, went slowly away on the other. She cried, and her heart contracted with a real pang. He was very tender in his reverential homage, very romantic, a true lover, not the kind of man who wants a wife or wants a clever companion to amuse him, and save him the expense of a coach, and be his to refer to in everything. That was an altogether different kind of thing. Phoebe went in with a sense in her mind that perhaps she had never touched so close upon a higher kind of existence, and perhaps never again might have the opportunity. But before she had crossed the garden, she had begun once more to question whether Clarence would have the fortitude to hold his own against everything that father or mother could do to change his mind. Would he have the fortitude? Would he come back to her safe and determined, or would he yield to arguments in favor of some richer bride, and come back either estranged or at the least doubtful? This gave her a pang of profound anxiety at the bottom of her heart. End of chapter 37.
Chapter 38 of Phoebe Junior. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Phoebe Junior by Margaret O. Oliphant. An Expedition. Mr. May did not come upstairs that evening. It was not that he was paralyzed, as he had been on the previous occasion, when he sat, as now, and heard Phoebe go away after her first visit, and when the wind blowing in from the open door playfully carried to his feet the scribbled note with Tozer's name. He was not stupefied as then, nor was he miserable. The threatened withdrawal of Clarence Copperhead was more to him than the impending ruin meant by that bill which was so nearly due. He was occupied by that, to the exclusion of the other. It would be a most serious change to him in every way. He had calculated on the continuance of this additional income for at least a year, and, short of the year, it would have done him no good, but had simply plunged him into additional expense. It was this he was thinking of, and which kept him in his study after the young people had assembled. Cotstein had come again, while Mr. May was at dinner, which, by some curious unconscious aggravation on his part, was the time he especially chose as most convenient for him. And he had again sent a dirty note by Bobby, imploring his principal to think of the impending fate, and not to desert him. Mr. May was angry at this perpetual appeal. "Why should I desert him, the idiot?" he said to himself, and moved by the man's persistence, he took out his pocketbook again, and made out, beyond all chance of mistake, that it was the 18th. Why should the fool insist upon it being the 15th? With such perpetual iteration? There were the figures, as plain as possible, 18th April. Mr. May wrote a peremptory note announcing this fact to Cotstein, and then returned to his own thoughts. Sir Robert had asked him to go over that morning and spend the day at the hall with the Copperheads, not knowing of any breach between them. He thought he had better do this. If Clarence determined to stay, that would be a great thing in his favor, and he had seen that the young man's dull spirit was roused. And if that hope failed, there might still be advantage, even in the sudden breaking of the bond. Part of the second quarter was gone, and the father had offered 3 months' additional pay. These 2 payments would make up the £150 at once, and settle the business. Thus, in either way, he should be safe, for if Clarence went away, the money would be paid, and if he stayed, Mr. May himself had made up his mind to risk the bold step of going to the bank and asking an advance on this inalienable security. All these deliberations made his mind easy about the bill. It must come right, one way or another. He might have chosen, perhaps, not to run it quite so close, but, after all, the 15th was only tomorrow, and there were still 3 days. While his mind was full of these things, he did not care to go upstairs. He heard the voices of the young people, but he was too much engrossed with his own calculations to care to join them. It was a close thing, he said to himself, a very close thing, but still he felt that he could do it. Surely he could do it. If Mr. Copperhead settled with him, and he was the sort of man, a man to whom money was nothing, to do so on the spot, if he took it into his head, then all was right. And if Mr. Copperhead did not do so, the bank, though his past transaction with it had not been encouraging, would certainly make all right on account of these Copperhead payments, which were as certain as any payments could be. He went to bed early, being engrossed by these thoughts, not even saying good night to Ursula, as was his wont, and he made up his mind to take an early breakfast and start the first thing in the morning for the hall. There was an early train, which would suit admirably. He could not afford to drive, as Sir Robert had done, changing horses halfway. He went upstairs to bed, somewhat heavily, but not discontented, seeing his way. After all, the great thing in life is to see your way. It does not matter so much whether that way is great or small, so long as you can see it plain before you. Mr. May breathed a sigh of anxiety as he ended the day. He had a great many things on his mind, but still he was not altogether heavy-hearted or discouraged beyond measure. Things, he felt, would shape themselves better than he had hoped. He was not, perhaps, going to be so much better off than of old, as he thought possible when Clarence Copperhead came. Such delusive prospects do glimmer across a poor man's path, when any apparent expansion of means occurs to him. But in the majority of cases, he has to consent to see the fine fictitious glow die away. Mr. May was not ignorant of this experience already. A man who is over 50 is generally more or less prepared for anything that can happen to him in this kind, but he thought he could get on, and after all, that is the sum of life to 3 parts of mankind. He was silent at breakfast, but not disagreeable, and Ursula was too much taken up with her own concerns to pay much attention to him. Ursula's concerns were developing with a rapidity altogether extraordinary. In the mind of a girl of 20, unforestalled by any previous experience, the process that goes on between the moment when the surprising, overwhelming discovery rushes upon her that someone loves her in the old way of romance, until the corresponding moment when she finds out that her own heart, too, has been invaded by this wonderful sentiment, which is like nothing that was ever known before, is of a very rapid description. It is like the bursting of a flower, which a day's sunshine brings to the blooming point like a miracle, though it is, in reality, the simplest result of nature. Already there began to glow a haze of brightness about those 3 months past, in which everything had begun. When or how it began, she could not tell. The glow of it was in her eyes and dazzled her. She heard the voices of the others sounding vaguely through this bright mist in which she herself was isolated. When she was obliged to reply, she called herself back with an effort, and did so, but of her own will she seldom spoke. How Janey chattered, how the children maundered on about their little concerns, which were of consequence to nobody! Papa was the person whom Ursula really respected this morning, for he had more sense than to talk. How could people talk, as if there was pleasure in that? But Papa had more sense. He had things to think of, too. So the girl approved her father, and thought more highly of him, and never inquired what it might be that occupied his mind, and kept him from noticing even when the children were unruly. And it would be giving the reader an unfair idea of the children if we attempted to conceal that they did take advantage of their opportunities, and were as unruly as well-conditioned children in the circumstances were likely to be. Mr. May took no notice. He took his coffee hurriedly and went off to the station. "If I don't return this evening, you need not be alarmed. I shall come back at the latest tomorrow morning," he said. The children all rushed to the window to see him go away. Even Ursula, looking out dreamily, remarked him too, as she seldom did. And Mrs. Samhurst at her window, wondering where her neighbor could be going, heaved a deep sigh of admiration, which, though she was not in love, as the girls thought, with Mr. May, was a passing tribute to his good looks and training. He looked a gentleman, every inch of him, an English gentleman, spotless in linen, speckless in broadcloth, though his dress was far from new, the freshness of sound health and a clear conscience on his handsome face, though he was no longer young. His abundant hair, steel gray, slightly crisped under his hat, not curling exactly, but with a becoming twist in it. Clerical, yet not too clerical, a man given to no extremes, decorously churchmanlike, yet liberal and tolerant of the world. Though she was too wise to compromise her own comfort by marrying him, Mrs. Hurst felt that there was a great pleasure in making his daughters anxious about her intentions, and that even to be said to be in love with such a man was no shame, but rather the reverse. He went away accordingly, taking a short cut to the railway, and thus missing Cotstein, who came breathless 10 minutes after he was gone, and followed him to the train, but too late. "Well, well," Cotstein said to himself, wiping his forehead, "old Tozer has plenty. It ain't nothing to him to pay. They can settle it between 'em." Cotstein himself was easier in his mind than he had ever been before on such an occasion. His clergyman, though personally an awful and respect-inspiring personage, was so far, as money went, a man of straw, as he well knew, and his name on a bill was very little worth. But Tozer was a man who could pay his way. £150, or even 10 times that, would not ruin the old shopkeeper. Cotstein's sense of commercial honor was not so very keen that the dishonoring of his bill, in the circumstances, should give him a very serious pang. He would not be sold up, or have an execution put into his shop, when the other party to the bill was so substantial a person. Of course Tozer, when he signed it, must have been told all about it, and Cotstein did not see how, with 2 such allies against ruin, anything very serious could befall him. He was uneasy indeed, but his uneasiness had no such force in it as before. He went back to his shop and his business, prepared to take the matter as calmly as possible. He was but passive in it. It could not harm him much in the eyes of his banker, who knew his affairs too well to be much astonished at any such incident, and Tozer and Mr. May must settle it between them. It was their affair. Meanwhile Mr. May rattled along the railway towards the Hall. He got a dog-cart at the little inn at the station to take him over, though generally when he went to see the Dorsets it was his custom to walk. But what were a few shillings, he said to himself, the prodigality of desperation having seized upon him. In any case, he could pay that, and if he was to be ruined, what did a few shillings more or less matter? But the discomfort of walking over those muddy roads, and arriving with dirty boots and a worn-out aspect, mattered a great deal. He reached the Hall at a propitious moment, when Mr. Copperhead was in the highest good humour. He had been taken over the place, from one end to another, over the stables, the farm buildings, the farm itself from end to end, the preserves, the shrubberies, the greenhouses, everything. All of which details he examined with an unfailing curiosity, which would have been highly flattering to the possessors if it had not been neutralized by a strain of comment which was much less satisfactory. When Mr. May went in, he found him in the dining-room, with Sir Robert and his daughter standing by, clapping his wings and crowing loudly over a picture which the Dorsets prized much. It represented a bit of vague Italian scenery, mellow and tranquil, and was a true Wilson, bought by an uncle of Sir Robert's, who had been a connoisseur, from the master himself, in the very country where it was painted. And all these details pleased the imagination of the family, who, though probably they would have been but mildly delighted had they possessed the acquaintance of the best of contemporary painters, were proud that Uncle Charles had known Italian Wilson, and had bought a picture out of his studio. A Hobbema or a Poussin would scarcely have pleased them as much, for the worst of an old master is that your friends look suspiciously upon it as a copy, whereas Wilson is scarcely old enough or precious enough to be copied. They were showing their picture and telling the story to the millionaire with an agreeable sense that, though they were not so rich, they must, at least, have the advantage of him in this way. "Ha!" said Mr. Copperhead. "You should see my Turner. Didn't I show you my Turner? I don't venture to tell you, Sir Robert, what that picture cost me. It's a sin, it is, to keep that amount of capital hanging useless upon a bit of wall. The Wilson may be all very well. I ain't a judge of art, and I can't give my opinion on that point, though it's a common sort of a name, and there don't seem to be much in it, but everybody knows what a Turner means. Here's May. He'll be able to tell you as well as another. It means a few cool thousands, take my word for it. It means, I believe, that heaps of people would give you your own price. I don't call it a profitable investment, for it brings in no interest, but they tell me it's a thing that grows in value every year. And there it is, sir, hanging up useless on my wall in Portland Place, costing a fortune, and bringing in not a penny. But I like it. I like it, for I can afford it, by George. Here's May. He knows what that sort of thing is. He'll tell you that a Turner is worth its weight in gold." "Thank you. I don't think I need any information on that subject," said Sir Robert. "Besides, I saw your Turner. It is a pretty picture, if it is authentic. But Wilson, you know—" "Wasn't a big enough swell not to be authentic, eh?" said Mr. Copperhead. "Common name enough, and I don't know that I ever heard of him in the way of painting, but I don't pretend to be a judge. Here is May. Now, I dare say he knows all about it. Buying's one thing, knowing's another. Your knowing ones, when they've got any money, they have the advantage over us, Sir Robert. They can pick up a thing that's good, when it happens to come their way, dirt cheap. But fortunately for us, it isn't often they've got any money," he added with a laugh, slapping Mr. May on the shoulder in a way which made him totter. But the clergyman's good humour was equal even to this assault. It is wonderful how patient and tolerant we can all be when the motive is strong enough. "That is true," he said, "but I fear I have not even the compensation of knowledge. I know enough, however, to feel that the possessor of a Turner is a public personage, and may be a public benefactor if he pleases." "How's that? If you think I am one to go lending my pictures about, or leaving them to the nation when I'm done for, that's not my sort. No, I keep them to myself. If I consent to have all that money useless, it is for myself, you may depend, and not for other people. And I'll leave it to my boy Clarence, if he behaves himself. He's a curiosity, too, and has a deal of money laid out on him that brings no interest, him and his mother. I'll leave it to Clara if he doesn't make a low marriage or any folly of that kind." "You should make it an heirloom," said Sir Robert, with sarcasm too fine for his antagonist. "Leave it from father to son of your descendants, like our family diamonds of plate." Anne and Sophie looked at each other and smiled, the one sadly, the other satirically. The Dorset family jewels were rose diamonds of small value, and the plate was but moderate in quantity, and not very great in quality. Poor Sir Robert liked to blow his little trumpet too, but it was not so blatant as that of his visitor, whose rude senses did not even see the intended malice. "By George, I think I will," he said. "I'm told it's as safe as the bank, and worth more and more every year, and if it don't bring in anything, it don't eat anything. Eh, May? Look here, perhaps I was hasty the other day," he said, pushing the clergyman a little apart from the group with a large hand on his shoulder. "Clarence tells me you're the best coach he ever saw, and that he's getting on like a house on fire." "He does make progress, I think," answered the tutor, thus gracefully complimented. "But all the same, you know, I had a right to be annoyed. Now a man of your sense, for you seem a man of sense, though you're a parson, and know what side your bread's buttered on, ought to see that it's an aggravating thing when a young fellow has been sent to a coach for his instruction, and to keep him out of harm's way, to find him cheek by jowl with a nice-looking young woman. That's not what a father has a right to expect." "You couldn't expect me to do away with my daughter because I happen to take a pupil," said Mr. May, half amused, "but I can assure you that she has no designs upon your son." "So I hear, said the other, with a mixture of pique and satisfaction. "Won't look at him, Clar tells me. Got her eye on someone else, little fool. She'll never have such a chance again. As for having no designs, that's bosh, you know. All women have designs. I'm a deal easier in my mind when I'm told she's got other fish to fry." "Other fish to fry?" said Mr. May. This time he was wholly amused, and laughed. "This is news to me. However, we don't want to discuss my little Ursula. About your son, it will be well that I should know, for I might be forming other engagements. This moment is a time of pecuniary pressure with me," he added, with the ingratiating smile and half-pathetic frankness of the would-be borrower. "I have not taken pupils before, but I want money for the time. My son's settlement in life, you see, and but the father of a large family can always find good reasons for wanting money." "That's it," said Mr. Copperhead seriously. "Why are you the father of a large family? That's what I ask our ministers. It's against all political economy, that is. According as you've no money to give 'em, you go and have children, when it should be just the other way." "That may be very true, but there they are, and can't be done away with, and I do want money, as it happens, more now than I shall want it a year hence, or, perhaps, even 6 months hence." "Most people do," said Mr. Copperhead, withdrawing his hand from his pocket, and placing his elbow tightly against the orifice of that very important part of him. "It's the commonest thing in the world. I want money myself, for that matter. I've always got a large amount to make up by a certain date, and a bill to pay. But about Clar, that's the important matter. As he seems to have set his mind on it, and as you assure me there's no danger, man-traps, or that sort of thing, eh?" The color came to Mr. May's cheek, but it was only for a moment. To have his own daughter spoken of as a man-trap gave him a momentary thrill of anger. But, as he would have applied the word quite composedly to any other man's daughter, the resentment was evanescent. He did not trust himself to answer, however, but nodded somewhat impatiently, which made the millionaire laugh the more. "Don't like the man-trap?" he said. "Bless you, they're all alike, not yours more than the rest. But as I was saying, if it's warranted safe, I suppose he'll have to stay. But I don't stand any nonsense, May. And look here, your music and all that ain't in the agreement. He can have a master for his music. He's well enough able to pay for it. But I won't have a mistress, by George, to put folly into his head. I am to forbid him the drawing room, I suppose, and take his fiddle from him? I have no objections. Between ourselves, as I am not musical, it would be very agreeable to me. But perhaps he is rather over the age, don't you think, for treatment of that kind?" Clarence had come in, and stood watching the conversation, with a look Mr. Copperhead was not prepared for. Those mild brown eyes, which were his mother's share in him, were full astare with sullen resolution, and his heavy mouth shut like that of a bulldog. He lingered at the door, looking at the conversation which was going on between his father and his tutor, and they both noticed him at the same moment, and drew the same conclusion. Mr. May was in possession of the parole, as the French say, and he added instinctively in an undertone, "Take care, if I were you, I would not try him too far." Mr. Copperhead said nothing, but he stared too, rather aghast at this new revelation. What? His porcelain, his Dresden figure of a son, his crowning curiosity, was he going to show a will of his own? The despot felt a thrill go over him. What kind of a sentiment love was in his mind it would be hard to tell, but his pride was all set on this heavy boy. To see him a man of note, in Parliament, his name in the papers, his speeches printed in the Times, was the very heaven of his expectations. Son of the famous Copperhead, the great contractor. He did not care much about such distinction in his own person, but this had been his dream ever since Clarence came into being. And now, there he stood, gloomy, obdurate. If he had made up his mind to make a low marriage, could his father hinder him? Could anything hinder him? Mr. Copperhead looked at his son, and quailed for the first time in his life. "May," he said hurriedly, "do the best you can. He's got all his mother's darned obstinacy. You can see, can't you? But I've set my heart on making a man of him. Do the best you can." Mr. May thought to himself afterwards, if he had only had the vigor to say, "Pay me 6 months in advance," the thing would have been done. But the lingering prejudices of breeding clung about him, and he could not do it. Mr. Copperhead, however, was very friendly all the rest of the day, and gave him private looks and words aside, to the great admiration of the Dorsets, to whom the alliance between them appeared remarkable enough. End of chapter 38. Read by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona, October 4, 2022.
Chapter 39 of Phoebe Jr. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Catastrophe. Mr. May left the hall before dinner, notwithstanding the warm invitation which was given to him to stay. He was rather restless, and though it was hard to go out into the dark, just as grateful odors began to steal through the house, it suited him better to do so than to spend the night away from home. Besides, he comforted himself that Sir Robert's cook was not first-rate, not good enough to make it a great temptation. It was a long walk to the station, for they had no horses at liberty to drive him, a fact at which he was slightly offended. though he was aware that Sir Robert's stable was but a poor one. He set out just as the dressing bell began to ring, fortified with a glass of sherry and a biscuit. The night was mild and soft, the hedgerows all rustling with the new life of the spring, and the stars beginning to come out as he went on. And on the whole, the walk was pleasant, though the roads were somewhat muddy. As he went along, he felt himself fall into a curious dreamy state of mind, which was partly fatigue perhaps, but was not at all unpleasant. Sometimes he almost seemed to himself to be asleep as he trudged on, and woke up with a start, thinking that he saw indistinct figures, the skirt of a dress or the tail of a long coat, disappearing past him, just gone before he was fully awake to what it was. He knew there was no one on the lonely road, and that this was a dream or illusion, but still he kept seeing this vanishing of indistinct wayfarers, which did not frighten him in the least, but half amused him in the curious state of his brain. He had got rid of his anxiety. It was all quite plain before him what to do: to go to the bank, to tell them what he had coming in, and to settle everything as easily as possible. The consciousness of having this to do acted upon him like a gentle opiate or dream charm. When he got to the railway station and got into a carriage, he seemed to be floating somehow in a prolonged vision of light and streaks of darkness, not quite aware how far he was going or where he was going across the country, and even when he arrived at Carlingford he roused himself with difficulty, not quite certain that he had to get out. Then he smiled at himself, seeing the gaslights in a sort of vague glimmer about him, not uncomfortable, but misty and half asleep. "If Sir Robert's sherry had been better, I should have blamed that," he said to himself, and in fact it was kind of drowsy, amiable mental intoxication which affected him. He scarcely could tell how. When he got within sight of his own house, he paused a moment and looked up at the lights in the windows. There was music going on. Phoebe, no doubt, for Ursula could not play so well as that, and the house looked full and cheerful. He had a cheerful home, there was no doubt of that. Young Copperhead, though he was a dunce, felt it, and showed an appreciation of better things in his determination not to leave the house where he had been so happy. Mr. May felt an amiable friendliness stealing over him for Clarence too. Upstairs in the drawing room, another idyllic evening had begun. Phoebe had not intended to come, but was there notwithstanding, persuaded by Ursula, who, glad for once to escape from the anxieties of dinner, had celebrated tea with the children, to their great delight, though she was still too dreamy and preoccupied to respond much to them. And Northcote had not intended to come. Indeed, he had gone farther than this. He had intended to keep away. But when he had eaten his solitary dinner, he too had strayed towards the centre of attraction, and walking up and down in forlorn contemplation of the lighted windows, had been spied by Yoganandh and brought in after a faint resistance. So the four were together again, with only Jenny to interpose an edge of general criticism and remark into the too personal strain of the conversation. Jenny did not quite realize the importance of the place she was occupying, but she was keenly interested in all that was going on, very eager to understand the relationship in which the others stood, and to see for herself what progress had been made last night while she was absent. Her sharp girlish face, in which the eyes seemed too big for the features, expressed a totally different phase of existence from that which softened and subdued the others. She was all eyes and ears and watchful scrutiny. It was she who prevented the utterness of the half-dozen words trembling on Northcote's lips, to which Ursula had a soft response fluttering somewhere in her pretty throat, but which was not destined to be spoken tonight. And it was she who made Phoebe's music quite a simple performance, attended with little excitement and no danger. Phoebe was the only one who was grateful to her, and perhaps even Phoebe could have enjoyed the agitations of the evening better had Jenny been away. As it was, these agitations were all suppressed and incipient. They could not come to anything. There were no hairbreadth escapes, no breathless moments. When the one pursued had to exercise her best skill and only eluded the pursuer by a step or two, Jenny, with all her senses about her, hearing everything, seeing everything, neutralized all effort on the part of the lovers, and reduced the condition of Ursula and Phoebe to one of absolute safety. They were all kept on the curb, in the leash, by the presence of this youthful observer, and the evening, though full of a certain excitement and mixture of happiness and misery, glided on but slowly, each of the young men outdoing the other in a savage eagerness for Jenny's bedtime. "Do you let her sit up till midnight every night?" said Reginald, with indignation. "Let me sit up!" cried Jenny, "as if I was obliged to do what she tells me." Ursula gave a little shrug to her pretty shoulders and looked at the clock. "It is not midnight yet. It is not 9 o'clock," she said with a sigh. "I should have thought Papa would come home before now. Can he be staying at the Hall all night?" Just then, however, there was the well-known ring at the bell, and Ursula ran downstairs to see after her father's supper. Why couldn't Jenny make herself useful and do that? The little company thought indignantly and with one accord, instead of staying here with her sharp eyes and putting everybody out. Mr. May's little dinner or supper, served on a tray, was very comfortable, and he ate it with great satisfaction, telling Ursula that he had, on the whole, spent a pleasant day. The Dorses were kind, as they always are, and Mr. Copperhead was a little less disagreeable than he always is, and you may look for Clarence back again in a day or two. He's not going to leave us. You must take care that he does not fall in love with you, Ursula. That is the chief thing they seem to be afraid of." "Fall in love with me?" cried Ursula. "Oh, Papa, where are your eyes? He has fallen in love, but not with me. Can't you see it? It is Phoebe he cares for." Mr. May was startled. He raised his head with a curious smile in his eyes, which made Ursula wonder painfully whether her father had taken much wine at the Hall. "Uh-huh, is that what they are frightened for?" he said, and then he shrugged his shoulders. "She will show bad taste, Ursula. She might do better, but I suppose a girl of her class has not the delicacy. So that is what they are frightened for. And what are the other fish you have to fry?" "Papa?" "Yes, he told me he was not alarmed about you, that you had other fish to fry, eh? Well, it's too late for explanation tonight. Was that very odd? I thought I saw someone going out at the door, just a whip of the coat-tails. I think my digestion must be out of order. I'll go into the study and get my pills, and then I think I'll go to bed." "Won't you come upstairs to the drawing-room?" said Ursula, faltering, for she was appalled by the idea of explanations. What had she to explain as yet? Mr. May shook his head, with that smile still upon his face. No, you'll get on excellently well without me. I've had a long walk, and I think I'll go to bed. You don't look very well, Papa. Oh, yes, I'm well enough, only confused in the head a little with fatigue and the things I've had to think about. Good night. Don't keep those young fellows late, though one of them is your brother. You can say I'm tired. Good night, my dear. It was very seldom that he called her my dear, or indeed said anything affectionate to his grown-up children. If Ursula had not been so eager to return to the drawing-room and so sure that they would miss her, she would have been anxious about her father. But as it was, she ran upstairs lightly when she stopped speaking, and left him going into the study, where already his lamp was burning. Betsy passed her as she ran up the stairs, coming from the kitchen with a letter held between two folds of her apron. Poor Papa! No doubt it was some tiresome parish business to bother him, when he was tired already. But Ursula did not stop for that. How she wanted to be there again, among them all, even though Jenny still made one. She went in breathless, and gave her father's message only half articulately. He was tired. We're never to mind, she says so. They all took the intimation very easily. Mr. May being tired, what did that matter? He would, no doubt, be better tomorrow. And in the meantime, those sweet hours, though so hampered by Jenny, were very sweet. Betsy went in and put down the note before Mr. May on his table. He was just taking out his medicine from the drawer, and he made a wry face at the note and at the peels together. Parish, he said curtly. No, sir, it's from Mr. Codstein. He came this morning, after you'd gone, and sent over little Bobby. That will do. A presentiment of pain stole over him. He gave Betsy a nod of dismissal, and went on with what he was doing. After he had finished, he took up the little note from the table with a look of disgust. It was badly scrawled, badly folded, and dirty. Thank heaven, Codstein's communications would soon be over now. Jenny had proposed a round game upstairs. They were all humble in their desire to conciliate that young despot. Reginald got their cards, and Northcote put chairs round the table. He placed Ursula next to himself, which was a consolation, and sat down by her, close to her, though not a word, except of the most commonplace kind, could be said. Just then, what was it? An indescribable thrill through the house, the sound of a heavy fall. They all started up from their seats to hear what it was. Then Ursula, with a cry of apprehension, rushed downstairs, and the others after her. Betsy, alarmed, had come out of the kitchen, followed by her assistant, and was standing frightened, but irresolute. For Mr. May was not a man to be disturbed with impunity, and this might be nothing, the falling of a chair or a table, and nothing more. What is it? Cried Ursula in an anxious whisper. She was the leader in the emergency, for even Reginald held back. Then, after a moment's pause, she opened the door, and with a little cry rushed in. It was, as they feared, Mr. May who had fallen, but he had so far recovered himself as to able to make efforts to rise. His face was towards them. It was very pale, of a livid colour, and covered with moisture. Great beads standing on his forehead. He smiled vaguely when he saw the circle of faces. Nothing, a faintness. He faltered, making again an effort to rise. What is it, Papa? Oh, what's the matter? Cried Jenny, rushing at him and seizing him by the arm. Get up, get up! What will people think? Oh, Ursula, how queer he looks! And he looks so heavy! Oh, please get up, Papa! Go away, said Mr. May. Go away. It is a faintness. I'm very well where I am. But he did not resist when Reginald and Northcote lifted him from the floor. He had a piece of paper tightly clasped in his hand. He gave them a strange, suspicious look all round, and shrank when his eyes fell upon Phoebe. Don't let her know, he said. Take me away. Take me away. Reginald will take you upstairs, Papa, to your room, to bed. You ought to go to bed. It is the long walk that has worn you out. Oh, Reginald, don't contradict him. Let him go where he pleases. Oh, Papa, where are you going? Cried Ursula. The other way. You want to go to bed. This way. Take me somewhere, said the sufferer. Though he could not stand, he made a step, staggering between them, and an effort to push towards the hall door, and when they directed him in the other direction to the staircase, which led to his room, he struggled feebly, yet violently with them. No, 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 not there, he cried. The sudden confusion, dismay, and alarm into which the family was plunged, the strange sense of a catastrophe that came upon them, cannot be told. Ursula, calling out all the time that they were not to contradict him, insisted imperiously with words and gestures that he should be taken upstairs. Jenny, altogether overcome, sat down on the lower steps of the staircase and cried. Reginald, almost as pale as his father, and not saying a word, urged him towards the stairs, to get him up to his room, resisting as well as he could, and mourning inarticulate remonstrances all the way was no easy business. As the procession toiled along, Phoebe was left below, the only one in possession of her faculties. She sent the housemaid hurriedly off for the doctor and dispatched Betsy to the kitchen. Hot water is always wanted, said Phoebe. See that you have enough, in case he should require a bath. Then, with her usual decision, she stepped back into the study. It was not vulgar curiosity which was in Phoebe's mind, nor did it occur to her that she had no right to investigate Mr. May's private affairs. If she could find what had done it, would not that be a great matter, something to tell the doctor, to throw light on so mysterious a seizure? Several bits of torn paper were lying on the floor, but only one of these were big enough to contain any information. It was torn in a kind of triangular shape, and contained a corner of a letter, a section of 3 lines. Must have mistaken the date. Presented today. Paid by Tozer. Was what she read. She could not believe her eyes. What transaction could there be between her grandfather and Mr. May? She secured the scrap of paper, furtively putting it into her pocket. It was better to say nothing either to the doctor or anyone else of anything so utterly incomprehensible. It oppressed Phoebe with a sense of mystery and of personal connection with the mystery, which even her self-possession could scarcely beat up against. She went into the kitchen after Betsy, avoidedly in anxious concern for the boiling of the kettle. Hot water is good for everything, said Phoebe. Mamma says a hot bath is the best of remedies. Did Mr. May have anything to worry him, Betsy? I suppose it is only fatigue, and that he has taken too long a walk. I don't believe in the long walk, miss, said Betsy. It's that Corstin. as is always a tormenting with his dirty letters. When that man comes bothering here, master is always put out. Costin. I don't know the name. Don't say nothing, miss, said Betsy, sinking her voice. But you take my word, it's money. Money's at the bottom of everything. It's something as sure as you're alive. As master has got to pay. I've been a deal with gentlefolks, added Betsy, and near one of them can abide that. End of chapter 39. Read by AfsanaA.
Chapter 40 of Phoebe Junior. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Phoebe Junior by Margaret O. Oliphant. The Sinned Against. Phoebe's mind was full of many and somewhat agitating thoughts. She went upstairs with a restless haste, which she would have been the first to condemn, to the room where the others were congregated when they had laid Mr. May on his bed with no small difficulty, and were now consulting what to do. Ursula had fallen a little from the position of command she had taken up. To get him to bed, to send for the doctor, these were evident practical steps to take, but after having done these she was bewildered and fell back upon her advisers. "We can't do anything, we can only wait and watch him," Reginald was saying, as Phoebe, herself unseen, looked in at the anxious party, and without asking any question she turned and went downstairs again, and hastily put on her shawl and hat, went out, shutting the door softly, and ran home on the shady side of Grange Lane, where nobody could see her. It was a very quiet road, and she was not disturbed by any unreasonable alarms. It was still early when she got home, earlier than usual, and her intention was not to stay there at all, but to go back again and offer her assistance to Ursula, for whom she had left a message to this effect. Phoebe was full of genuine regard and friendliness towards the Mays. She felt that she had obligations to all of them, to the parson father for submitting to her presence, nay, encouraging it, and to Ursula for receiving her with that affectionate fervor of friendship which had completely changed the tenor of Phoebe's life at Carlingford. She was obliged to them, and she knew that she was obliged to them. How different these 3 months would have been but for the parsonage. What a heavy, leaden-colored existence without variety and without interest she must have lived, whereas it had gone by like a summer day, full of real life, of multiplied interests, of everything that it was most desirable to have. Not at home and in London could she have had the advantages she had enjoyed here. Phoebe was sensible enough, or perhaps we might use a less complimentary word, worldly enough, to count within these manifest benefits the advantage of seeing more of Clarence Copperhead, and of drawing him within the charmed circle of her influence, and she was grateful to the Mays, for this was their doing. And then, on the other hand, quite a different thing, her heart was touched and softened with gratitude to Reginald for loving her. Of all her gratitudes, perhaps this indeed was the most truly felt. They had given her unbounded kindness, friendliness, and everything that is most sweet to the solitary, and over and above, as if these were not enough, they had made her the exquisite present of a heart, the best thing that can be given or received by man. Phoebe felt herself penetrated with gratitude for all this, and she resolved that, if anything she could do could benefit the Mays, the effort on her part should not be wanting. Paid by Tozer. What had been paid by Tozer? What had her grandfather to do with it? Could it be he who had lent money to Mr. May? Then Phoebe resolved, with a glow on her face, he should forgive his debtors. She went in with her mind fully made up, whatever might happen, to be the champion of the sufferer, the savior of the family. This would show them that their kindness had been appreciated. This would prove even to Reginald that, though she would not sacrifice her own prospects by marrying him, yet that she was grateful to him to the bottom of her heart. Her mind was full of generous ardor as she went in. Her grandfather had never yet refused her anything, never resisted her, and it did not seem likely that he should begin now. Mrs. Tozer was by herself in the parlor, dozing over the fire. She woke up with a little start when Phoebe came in and smiled at the sight of her. "I didn't expect as you'd have come so soon," she said. "You broke up early tonight, darling. Couldn't you have no music? I didn't look for you for an hour or more." "You know, Grandmamma, it is Mr. Copperhead who teases me most for music, and he is not here." "Yes, yes, I know," said the old lady, nodding her head with many smiles. "I know a deal more about it than you think for it, Phoebe, and don't you think as I disapprove, for it's quite the other way. But you won't tell me as there ain't others as cares for music as well as young Copperhead. I've seen one as couldn't take his eyes off you while you were playing." "Hush, Grandmamma, the others like music for music's sake, or perhaps for my sake, but Mr. Copperhead likes it for his own sake, and therefore he is the one who insists upon it. But this is not the reason why I have come home so soon. Mr. May has been taken suddenly ill." "Lord bless us!" cried Mrs. Tozer. "Dearie, dearie me! I am very sorry, poor gentleman. I hope it ain't anything serious. Though he's a church parson, he's a very civil-spoken man, and I see his children drag him into his own house one day as me and Tozer were passing. I said to Tozer at the time, 'You take my word, whatever folks say, a man as lets his children pull him about like that ain't a bad one.' And so he's ill, poor man. Is there anything as we can do to help, my dear? They ain't rich, and they've been as kind to you as if you'd been one of their own." "I thought that would be the first thing you would ask me," said Phoebe, gratefully, giving her a kiss. "Dear Grandmamma, it is like your kind heart, and I ran off to see that you were quite well and comfortable, thinking perhaps if you did not want me I might go back to poor Ursula for the night." To hear her granddaughter called Miss May by her Christian name was in itself a pleasure to Mrs. Tozer. She gave Phoebe a hug. "So you shall, my darling, and as for a bottle of good wine or that, anything as is in the house, you know you're welcome to it. You go and talk to your grandfather. I'm as comfortable as I can be, and if you'd like to run back to that poor child—" "Not before you are in bed," said Phoebe, "but if you please I'll go back and talk to Grandpapa, as you said. There are things in which a man may be of use." "To be sure," said Mrs. Tozer doubtfully. "Your grandfather ain't a man as is much good in sickness, but I won't say as there ain't some things. Yes, Grandmamma, I'll take your advice and run and talk to him, and by the time I come back you will be ready for bed." "Do, my dear," said Mrs. Tozer. She was very comfortable and did not care to move just then, and, as Phoebe went away, looked after her with dreamy satisfaction. "Bless her! There ain't her match in Carlingford, and the gentlefolks sees it," said Mrs. Tozer to herself. But she had no idea how Phoebe's heart was beating as she went along the dimly lighted passage, which led to a small room fitted up by Tozer for himself. She heard voices in earnest talk as she approached, but this made her only the more eager to go in and see for herself what was going on. There could be no doubt, she felt sure of it, that the discussion here had some connection with the calamity there. What it was she had not the slightest idea, but that somehow the two were connected she felt certain. The voices were loud as she approached the door. "I'll find out who done it, and I'll punish him, as sure as that's my name, though I never put it on that there paper," Tozer was saying. Phoebe opened the door boldly and went in. She had never seen her grandfather look so unlike himself. The knot of the big white neckerchief round his neck was pushed away. His eyes were red, giving out strange lights of passion. He was standing in front of the fireplace, gesticulating wildly. Though it was now April and the weather very mild and genial, there were still fires in the Tozer sitting rooms, and as the windows were carefully shut, Phoebe felt the atmosphere stifling. The other person in the room was a serious large man, whom she had already seen more than once, one of the chief clerks in the bank where Tozer kept his account, who had an old acquaintance with the Buttermen, and who was in the habit of coming when the bank had anything to say to so sure a customer about rates of investment or the value of money. He was seated at one side of the fire, looking very grave, and shaking his head as the other spoke. That is very true, and I don't say anything against it. But, Mr. Tozer, I can't help thinking there's someone else in it than Cotstein. What one else? What is the good of coming here to me with a pack of nonsense? He's a poor needy creature as hasn't a penny to bless himself with, a lot of children, and a wife as drinks. Don't talk to me of someone else. There's the sort of man as does all the mischief. What, Phoebe? Run away to your grandmother. I don't want you here. I'm very sorry to interrupt you, Grandpapa. Mayn't I stay? I've something to say to you. Tozer turned round and looked at her eagerly. Partly his own fancy, and partly his wife's more enlightened observations, had made him aware that it was possible that Phoebe might one day have something very interesting to reveal. So her words roused him even in the midst of his preoccupation. He looked at her for a second, then he waved his hand and said, I'm busy. Go away, my dear. Go away. I can't talk to you now. Phoebe gave the visitor a look which perplexed him, but which meant, if he could but have read it, an earnest entreaty to him to go away. She said to herself impatiently that he would have understood had he been a woman, but as it was, he only stared with lackluster eyes. What was she to do? Grandpapa, she said decisively, it is too late for business tonight. However urgent it may be, you can't do anything tonight. Why, it's nearly 10 o'clock, and most people are going to bed. See, this gentleman, tomorrow morning, the first thing, for you know, however anxious you may be, you can't do anything tonight. That is true enough, he said, looking with staring eyes from her to his visitor. And more's the pity. What had to be done should have been done today. Should have been done today, sir, on the spot, not left overnight like this, to give the villain time to get away. It's a crime, Phoebe, that's what it is. That's the fact, it's a crime. Well, Grandpapa, I am very sorry, but it will not mend matters, will it? If sitting up like this and agitating yourself like this makes you ill, that will not do away with the crime. It is bedtime, and poor Grandmamma is dozing and wondering what has become of you, Grandpapa. Phoebe, go away. It ain't none of your business. You're only a bit of a girl, and how can you understand? If you think I'm going to sit down with it like an old fool, lose my money, and what is worse, not my money, let my very name be forged before my eyes. Phoebe gave so perceptible a start that Tozer stopped short, and even the banking clerk looked at her with aroused curiosity. Forged, she cried, with a gasp of dismay. Is it so bad as that? She had never been more near betraying herself, showing a personal interest more close than was natural. When she saw the risk she was running, she stopped short and summoned all her energies. I thought someone had pilfered something, she said, with an attempt at a laugh. I beg your pardon, Grandpapa, but anyhow, what can you do tonight? You are keeping this gentleman and yourself out of bed. Please put it off till tomorrow. I think so too, said the banker's clerk. I'll come to you in the morning as I go to the bank. Perhaps I may have been wrong, but I think there is more in it than meets the eye. Tomorrow we can have the man Cotstein up and question him. After he's had time to take himself off, said Tozer vehemently. You take my word he ain't in Carlingford, not now, let alone tomorrow. Then that shows, said Phoebe quietly, that it is of no use making yourself ill tonight. Grandpapa, let this gentleman go. He wants to go, and I have something to say to you. You can do anything that is necessary tomorrow. I think so indeed, said Mr. Simpson of the bank, getting up at last. The young lady is quite right. We can't act hastily on a thing like this. Cotstein's a man of good character, Mr. Tozer. All that has to be taken into account, and he's not a beggar. If he has done it, we can recover something at least. But if he has been taken advantage of, I think the young lady is a good counselor, and that it's much to the best to wait till tomorrow. Phoebe seized upon her grandfather's arm to restrain him and held him back. Good night, she said. Grandpapa, stay with me. I have something to say to you. Listen, you don't think me very silly, do you, Grandpapa dear? Silly, he said, listening to the steps of the departing visitor as they receded along the passage. What has a chit like you to do with business? I tell you it'll kill me. Me a signing of accommodation bills for a bit of a small shopkeeper like that Cotstein. I tell you it'll make an end of me, that will, unless I gets my money and clears myself afore the world. And here you've been and sent away Simpson, and who's to manage for me? I ain't a lawyer to know what to do. Get away, and leave me to myself. I can't be disturbed with women folks when I've got real business in hand. I'll manage for you, said Phoebe. You need not stare at me like that, Grandpapa. Go out of the room this moment, miss, he cried, furious. Here's a sort of thing for me to put up with. Sam Tozer wasn't born yesterday, that a bit of an impudent girl should take upon her to do for him. Manage for me? Go out of my sight. I am a fool, am I, and in my dotage to have a pack of women meddling in my affairs. Phoebe had never met with such an outburst of coarse anger in her life before, and it gave her a shock, as such assaults naturally do to people brought up softly and used to nothing but kindness. For a moment she wavered, doubtful whether she should not proudly abandon him and his affairs altogether, but this was to abandon her friends too. She mastered herself accordingly, and the resentment which she could not help feeling, and stood pale but quite opposite to the infuriated old man. His gray eyes seemed to give out sparks of fire. His hair bristled up on his head like the coat of a wild animal enraged. He went up and down on the hearthrug like the same animal in a cage, shaking his fist at some imaginary culprit. Once I get him, see if I let him go, he cried, his voice thick with fast-coming words and the foam of fury. Let the bank do as it likes. I'll have him, I will. I'll see justice on the man as has dared to make free with my name. It ain't nothing to you, my name, but I've kept it honest and out of folks' mouths, and see if I'll stand disgrace thrown on it now. A bill on me as never had such a thing, not when I was struggling to get on. Dash him, damn him, cried the old man, transported with rage. When he had come to this unusual and terrible length, Tozer paused, dismayed. He had lost his temper before in his life, but very seldom had he been betrayed into anything so desperate as this. He stopped aghast, and cast a half-frightened look at Phoebe, who stood there so quiet, subdued out of her usual force, pale and disapproving, his own grandchild, a pastor's daughter, and he had forgotten himself thus before her. He blushed hotly, though he was not used to blushing, and stopped all at once. After such frightful language, so unbecoming a deacon of Salem, so unlike a consistent member of the connection, what could he say? Grandpapa, said Phoebe softly, it is not good to be so angry. You are made to say things you are sorry for. Will you listen to me now? Though you don't think it, and perhaps won't believe it, I have found out something quite by chance. He went up to her and clutched her by the arm. Then what are you standing there for, like a figure in stone? Can't you out with it, and ease my mind? Out with it, I tell you. Do you want to drive me out of my senses? He was so much excited that he shook her in the hot paroxysm of returning rage. Phoebe was not frightened, but indignation made her pale. She stood without flinching, and looked at him, till poor old Tozer let go his hold, and dropping into a chair, covered his face with his hands. She was too generous to take advantage of him, but went on quietly as if nothing had occurred. Grandpapa, as I tell you, I have found out something by chance that has to do with the thing that troubles you, but I don't know quite what it is. Tell me first, and then, is this the thing? Said Phoebe, curiously, taking up a slip of paper from the table, a stamped piece of paper, in a handwriting which seemed horribly familiar to her, and yet strange. Tozer nodded at her gloomily, holding his head between his hands, and Phoebe read over the first few words before her with an aching heart and eyes that seemed to ache in sympathy. Only a few words, but what evidence of guilt, what pitiful misery in them. She did not even think so much of the name on the back, which was and was not her grandfather's name. The rest of the bill was written in a hand disguised and changed, but she had seen a great deal of similar writing lately, and she recognized it with a sickening in her heart. In the kind of fatherly flirtation which had been innocently carried on between Phoebe and her friend's father, Various productions of his in manuscript had been given to her to read. She was said, in the pleasant social jokes of the party, to be more skilled in interpreting Mr. May's handwriting than any of his family. She stood and gazed at the paper, and her eyes filled with tears of pain and pity. The openness of this self-betrayal, veiled as it was with the shadow of disguise, which could deceive no one who knew him, went to Phoebe's heart. What could he have done it for? Mere money? The foolish expenses of every day? Or what would be more respectable, some vague, mysterious claim upon him, which might make desperate expedients necessary? She stood, temporarily stupefied, with her eyes full, looking at that pitiful, terrible, guilty piece of paper, stupefied by the sudden realization of her sudden guess at the truth, though indeed the truth was so much more guilty and appalling than any guess of hers. "Well," said Tozer, "you've seen it, and now what do you think of it? That's my name, mind you, my name. I hope the Almighty will grant me patience. Stuck on to what they call a kite, an accommodation bill. What do you think of that, Miss Phoebe? Ah, if I had a hold of him, if I had him under my fists, if I had him by the scruff of the neck. Grandpapa, doesn't it say in the Bible we are to forgive when harm is done to us?" Phoebe had begun to tremble all over. For the first time she doubted her own power. He got up again and began to prowl about the table, round and round, with the same wild look in his eyes. "I'm not one as will go against Scripture," he said gloomily. "But there's a spiritual meaning as you're too young to enter into. You don't suppose as Scripture would approve of crime, or let them escape as had wronged their fellow creatures. There wouldn't be no business, no justice, no trade on such a rule as that. But Grandpapa, don't you butt me. You've seen me in good spirits and good temper, Phoebe, my girl, but you don't know old Sam Tozer when the spirit's up. Damn him!" cried the old man, striking his hand violently on the table. "And you may tell your father, as is a minister, that I said so. The Bible's spiritual, but there's trade and there's justice. A man ain't clear of what he's done because you forgive him. What's the law for else? Forgive, you may forgive him as fast as you like, but he's got to be punished all the same." "But not by you." "By the law," cried Tozer. His inflamed eyes seemed to glare upon her, his rough gray hair bristled on his head, a hot redness spread across his face beneath his fiery eyes, which seemed to scorch the cheek with angry flames. "The law that ain't an individual, that's for our protection, whether we like it or not. What's that got to do with forgiving? Now, looking at it in a public way, I ain't got no right to forgive. Grandpapa, you have always been so kind, always so good to everybody. I have heard of so many things you have done." "That's all very well," said Tozer, not without a certain gloomy complacence, "so long as you don't touch me. But the moment as you touches me, I'm another man. That's what I can't bear, nor I won't. Them as tries their tricks upon me shan't be let off, neither for wife nor child. And don't you think, my girl, though you're Phoebe Junior, that you are going for to come over me." Phoebe could not help but shiver in her fright and agitation, but distressed and excited as she was, she found means to take a step which was important indeed, though at the moment she did not fully realize its importance, and did it by instinct only. She had a handkerchief in her hand, and almost without consciousness of what she was doing, she crushed up the miserable piece of paper, which was the cause of so much evil and misery, in its folds. He was far too impassioned and excited to observe such a simple proceeding. It was a suggestion of a moment, carried out in another moment like a flash of lightning. And as soon as she had done this, and perceived what she had done, fortitude and comfort came back to Phoebe's soul. "You will not hear what I have found out, and now I do not choose to tell you, Grandpapa," she said, with an air of offense. "Unless you wish to be ill, you will do much better to go to bed. It is your usual hour, and I am going to Grandmamma. Say good night, please. I am going out again to stay all night. Mr. May is ill, and I ought to help poor Ursula." "You go a deal after them Mays," said Tozer, with a cloud over his face. "Yes, I wonder whom else I should go after. Who has been kind to me in Carlingford except the Mays? Nobody." who has asked me to go to their house and share everything that is pleasant in it. None of your Salem people, Grandpapa. I hope I am not ungrateful, and whatever happens, or whatever trouble they are in, cried Phoebe fervently, I shall stand up for them through thick and thin, wherever I go. The old man looked at her with a startled look. You speak up bold, he said. You won't get put upon for want of spirit, and I don't know as what you're saying ain't the right thing, though I don't hold with the church, not parson's ways. I do a deal myself, though you think me hard and cross, for folks as has been kind to you. I know you will, Grandpapa, said Phoebe, with a slight emphasis, which startled him, though he did not know why, and she kissed him before she went to her grandmother, which she did with a perfectly composed and tranquil mind. It was astonishing how the crackle of that bit of paper in her handkerchief calmed and soothed her. She recovered her breath, her color, and her spirits. She ran up to her room and changed her dress, which was silk, for a soft merino one, which made no rustling, and then she folded the bill carefully and put it into the safekeeping of the little purse which she always carried in her pocket. No one would think of searching for it there, and she would always have it at hand whatever happened. When she had made these needful arrangements, she went to old Mrs. Tozer and took her comfortably upstairs. Never was there a more devoted nurse. The old lady chatted cheerfully, yet sympathetically, of the poor gentleman and his illness, with the half-satisfaction of an invalid in hearing of someone else who is ill. And be sure you take him some of the port wine as the doctor ordered, and Tozer paid that dear for. I don't care for it, not a bit, Phoebe. I'd sooner have it from the grocer's at 2 shillings a bottle. That's what I've always been used to, when I did take a glass of wine now and again. But I dare say, as Mr. May would like it, poor gentleman. When Mrs. Tozer had laid her head, all nodding with white muslin frills, edged with cotton lace, upon her pillow, Phoebe, noiseless in her soft merino gown, went back, accompanied by Martha, to the parsonage, where Ursula's careworn face lighted a little at sight of her. Ursula had left her father for the moment in Betsy's care to get something that was wanted, and she stole into the dining room on hearing of her friend's arrival, and talked a little in a whisper, though the sick man was on the upper floor and could not possibly have heard anything. Northcote was still there, sitting with Reginald, too anxious and excited to go away, and they all conversed in whispers, the three of them talking together for the benefit of the newcomer. Not paralysis, at least, he does not think so. A great mental shock, but we can't tell a bit what it was, coming when he was dreadfully tired and not able to bear it. They all spoke together, each of them saying a few words, and kept close together in the center of the room, a curious little half-frightened group, overawed and subdued by the sudden change and strange calamity, dropped into their midst. Phoebe seemed to bring them new life and hope. If it is going to be an illness, she said, you gentlemen had better go home and go to bed, to be able to help us when we want help. Anyhow, what good can they do, Ursula? They had much better to go to bed. Ursula looked at them with a certain regret. Though they could not do much good, it was a relief to come and whisper a few words to them now and then, giving them news of the patient. But Phoebe was right, and there was nothing to be said against her decision. The 2 young women and the faithful Betsy were enough, and indeed more than enough, to watch over Mr. May. End of chapter 40, read by Brize Cries, Youngstown.
Chapter 41 of Phoebe Jr. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Phoebe Jr. by Margaret O. Oliphant. A Morning's Work. Go and lie down for an hour, whispered Phoebe. I am not sleepy at all. I have sat up before and never felt it. You never did. I can see it in your poor little white face. And besides, I am steadier, because I am not so anxious. Now go, Ursula, if you are really fond of me as you say. Oh, Phoebe, if you think he is a little better, Oh, how horrible it is to be sleepy, as if you were all body and had no heart at all. You have plenty of heart, but you have never been used to this nursing. Leave your door open so that I may call you in a moment. I have sat up often. Now go, to please me, said Phoebe. She had another object than mere rest to her friend, who at last, very much ashamed, and crying softly, yet so weary that nothing on this earth seemed so desirable to her as sleep, crept to her room, and lay down there as the pale morning began to dawn. Betsy slept heavily in an easy-chair outside the door of the sick room. She was there at hand in case anything was wanted, but she was happily unconscious where she was, sleeping the sleep of hard work and a mind undisturbed. Phoebe had seen that the patient was stirring out of the dull doze in which his faculties had been entirely stilled and stupefied. He was rousing to uneasiness, if not to full consciousness. 2 or 3 times he made a convulsive movement, as if to raise himself. Once his eyes, which were half open, seemed to turn upon her with a vague glimmer of meaning. How strangely she felt towards him, as she sat there in the gray of the morning, sole guardian, sole confidant of this erring and miserable man. The thought ran through her with a strange thrill. He was nothing to her, and yet he was absolutely in her power, and in all heaven and earth there seemed no one who was capable of protecting him, or cared to do so except herself only. She sat looking at him, with a great pity in her mind, determined to be his true protector, to deliver him from what he himself had done. She had not realized at first what it was he had done, and indeed it was only now that its full enormity, or rather its full consequences, which were the things that affected her most urgently, made themselves apparent to her. Generalizations are unsafe things, and whether it was because she was a woman that Phoebe, passing over the crime, fixed her thoughts upon the punishment, I do not venture to say, but she did so. After all, a few lines of writing on a bit of paper is not a crime which affects the imagination of the inexperienced. Had it been a malicious slander, Phoebe would have realized the sin of it much more clearly, but the copy of her grandfather's signature did not wound her moral sense in the same way, though it was a much more serious offense. That Mr. May could have intended to rob him of the money appeared impossible to her, and no doubt the borrowing of the signature was wrong, very wrong. Yes, of course, it was horribly, fatally wrong, but still it did not set her imagination aglow with indignant horror, as smaller affairs might have done. But the consequences, disgrace, ruin, the loss of his position, the shame of his profession, moral death indeed, almost as frightful as if he had been hanged for murder. She shivered as she sat by him, veiled by the curtain, and thought of her grandfather's vindictive fierceness. Only she stood between him and destruction, and Phoebe felt that it was by no legitimate means that she was doing so, not by her influence over her grandfather as she had hoped, but only by an unjustifiable expedient which in itself was a kind of crime. This, however, brought a slight smile on her face. She took out her little purse from her pocket and looked at the bit of paper carefully folded in it. The faint perfume of the Russia leather had already communicated itself to the document, which had not been so pleasant in Tozer's hands. As she looked at it lying peacefully on her lap, her attention was suddenly called by the patient, who sat upright and looked furtively about him, with his hand upon the coverings ready to throw them off. His ghastly white face peered at her from behind the curtain with wild eagerness, then relaxed. When he met her eye into a kind of idiot smile, a painful attempt to divert suspicion, and he fell back again with a groan. The trance that had stupefied him was over. He had recovered some kind of consciousness. How much or how little, she could not tell. His mind now seemed to be set upon hiding himself, drawing his coverings over him, and concealing himself with the curtain, at which he grasped with an excess of force which neutralized itself. "Mr. May," said Phoebe softly. "Mr. May, do you know me?" She could not tell what answer he made, or if he made any answer. He crouched down under the bedclothes, pulling them over his face, trying to hide himself from her, from which she divined that he did recognize her, confused though his faculties were. Then a hoarse murmuring sound seemed to come out of the pillow. It was some time before she could make out what it was. "Where am I?" he said. With the lightning speed of sympathy and pity, Phoebe divined what his terror was. She said, almost whispering, "At home, in your own bed, at home and safe. Oh, don't you know me? I am Phoebe." Then after a pause, "Tozer's granddaughter. Do you know me now?" The strange, scared, white-faced spectre shrank under his covering, till she could see no more of him except two wild eyes full of terror which was almost madness. "Listen," she said eagerly. "Try to understand. Oh, Mr. May, try to understand. I know about it. I know everything, and you are safe, quite safe. You need not have any fear." He did not follow what she said. Phoebe perceived with pain and terror. Even the impression made by the first sight of her seemed to fade from his mind. His grasp relaxed upon the curtains and coverlet, and then the hoarse murmuring was resumed. Straining all her ears, she made out that he was not speaking to her or anyone, but moaned to himself, saying the same words over and over again. It took her a long time to make out even what these words were. When at last she did make them out, they filled the girl with an alarm beyond words. "It used to be hanging," he said. "Hard labor. Can I bear hard labor? And the children, hard labor for life. Hanging was soon over. The children, I cannot bear it. I never was put to hard labor in all my life." Phoebe was too sick at heart to listen to more. She drew a little apart, but near enough to be seen by him. If he chose to spring up, to fling himself from the window, as she had heard of men doing in delirium, who could restrain him? Not she, a slight girl, nor Betsy, even if Betsy could be roused to the danger. She did not know how long the vigil which followed lasted, but it seemed like years to her. And when at last she was relieved by the joyful sound of Reginald's voice and footstep coming up the stairs, she felt disposed to run to the glass at once and look if her hair had grown white, or her countenance permanently changed with the terror. Reginald, for his part, thought of his father in the second place only, as children are apt to do. He came up to her first, and with a thrill in his voice of surprise and emotion, addressed her hastily by her name. "Phoebe, it is you who are watching, you darling." "Hush, I sent Ursula to bed. She was so tired." "Don't leave him. I am frightened," cried Phoebe. "He is wandering in his mind. Oh, don't leave him, Mr. May." "I will do exactly as you tell me," said Reginald, in a confused transport of feeling, the very anxiety in his mind helping to destroy his self-control. He stooped down and kissed her hands before she could divine what he was about to do. "Only you or an angel would have done it," he cried, with a tremulous voice. Was it not natural that he should think that some thought of him had made Phoebe so careful of his father? His heart was swelling, too full to hold, with a sudden joy which expanded the pain and made that greater too. "Oh, what does it matter about me, Mr. May? Think what I am saying. Don't leave him for a moment. He might throw himself out of the window. He might do some harm to himself." "Ah," again said Phoebe, trembling. But this time it was only a convulsive start, nothing more. The patient dropped down again softly upon his pillows and relapsed into his doze, if doze it could be called, in which his faculties were but half dormant, and his open eyes contradicted all the appearances of natural sleep. When she was relieved from the sick room, and now she had a double motive in getting away, Phoebe stole softly into the faded little place where Ursula lay, still fast asleep, though fully dressed, and bathed her face and strained eyes. "I wonder if my hair is gray underneath," she said to herself. "I wonder nothing has happened to me." But a great deal had happened to her. Such a night is rarely encountered by so young a creature, or such an alarming charge undertaken, and sudden hot kisses upon little cold agitated hands, worn by fatigue to nervous perception of every touch, are very exciting and strange to a girl. They had given her a kind of electric shock. She was not in love with Reginald, and therefore she felt it all the more, and her heart was still throbbing with the suddenness and excitement of the incident. And after she had made an effort to get over this, there remained upon her mind the disturbing burden of a knowledge which no one shared, and a responsibility which was very heavy and terrible, and too tremendous for her slight shoulders. After she had made that hasty toilette, she sat down for a moment at the foot of the bed on which Ursula lay sleeping, unconscious of all those mysteries, and tried to think. It is not an easy process at any time, but after a long night's watching, terror, and agitation, it seemed more impossible to Phoebe than it had ever done before. And she had so much occasion for thought, so much need of the power of judging clearly. What was she to do? Not tomorrow or next week, but now. She had taken the responsibility of the whole upon herself by the sudden step she had taken last night. But bold as she had been, Phoebe was ignorant. She did not know whether her theft of the bill would really stop the whole proceedings, as had seemed so certain last night, and what if she was found out and compelled to return it, and all her labor lost? A panic took possession of her as she sat there at the foot of Ursula's bed and tried to think. But what is the use of trying to think? The more you have need of them, the more all mental processes fail you. Phoebe could no more think than she could fly. She sat down very seriously, and she rose up in despair, and thought being no longer among her possibilities, resolved to do something at once, without further delay, which would be a consolation to herself at least. How wonderful it was to go out in the fresh early morning and see the people moving about their work, going up and down with indifferent faces, quite unconcerned about the day and all it might bring forth. She went up Grange Lane with a curious uncertainty as to what she should do next, feeling her own extraordinary independence more than anything else. Phoebe felt like a man who has been out all night, who has his own future all in his hands, nobody having any right to explanation or information about what he may choose to do, or to expect from him anything beyond what he himself may please to give. Very few people are in this absolutely free position, but this was how Phoebe represented it to herself, having, like all other girls, unbounded belief in the independence and freedom possessed by men. Many times in her life she had regarded with envy this independence, which with a sigh she had felt to be impossible, but now that she had it, Phoebe did not like it. What she would have given to have gone to someone, almost anyone, and told her dilemma, and put the burden a little off her shoulders. But she durst not say a word to anyone. Very anxious and preoccupied, she went up Grange Lane. Home? She did not know. Perhaps she would have thought of something before she reached the gate of number 6, and accordingly, when she had lifted her hand to ring the bell and made a step aside to enter, an inspiration came to Phoebe. She turned away from the door and went on up into the town, cautiously drawing her veil over her face, for already the apprentices were taking down the shutters from her uncle's shop, and she might be seen. Cotstein's shop was late of opening that morning, and its master was very restless and unhappy. He had heard nothing more about the bill, but a conviction of something wrong had crept into his mind. It was an altogether different sensation from the anxiety he had hitherto felt. This was no anxiety to speak of, but a dull pain and aching conviction that all was not right. When he saw the young lady entering the shop, Cotstein's spirits rose a little, for a new customer was pleasant, and though he thought he had seen her, he did not know who she was. She was pleasant to look upon, and it was not often that anyone came so early. He came forward with anxious politeness. The boy, who was always late and a useless creature, more expense than he was worth, had not appeared, and therefore Cotstein was alone. "I wanted to speak to you, please," said Phoebe. "Will you mind if I speak very plainly without any ceremony? Mr. Cotstein, I am Mr. Tozer's granddaughter, and live with him at number 6 in the lane. I dare say you have often seen me with Miss May." Yes, miss, certainly," he said, with a thrill of alarm and excitement running through him. He felt his knees knocked together under cover of the counter, and yet he did not know what he feared. "Will you please tell me frankly, in confidence, about the bill which was brought to my grandfather yesterday?" said Phoebe, bringing out the question with a rush. Whether she was doing wrong, whether she might bring insult upon herself, whether it was an interference unwarrantable and unjustifiable, she could not tell. She was in as great a fright as Cotstein, and more anxious still than he was, but fortunately her agitation did not show. "What am I to tell you about it, miss?" said the man, terrified. "Is it Mr. Tozer as has sent you? Lord help me! I know as he can sell me up if he has a mind, but he knows it ain't me." "Don't speak so loud," said Phoebe, trembling too. "Nobody must hear. And remember, you are never, never to talk of this to anyone else, but tell me plainly, that there may be no mistake. Is it Mr. May?" "Miss Tozer," said Cotstein, who was shaking from head to foot. "If that's your name, I don't want to say a word against my clergyman. He's stood by me many a day as I wanted him, and wanted him bad. But as I'm a living man, that money was never for me, and now he's a-gone and left me in the lurch. And if your grandfather likes, he can sell me up, and that's the truth. I've got 7 children," said the poor man with a sob breaking his voice, "and a missus, and nothing as isn't in the business, not a penny, except a £1 or 2 in a savings bank, as would never count. And I don't deny as he could sell me up, but oh, miss, he knows very well it ain't for me." "Mr. Cotstein," said Phoebe, impressively, "you don't know, I suppose, that Mr. May had a fit when he received your note last night." "Lord help us! Oh, God forgive me! I've done him wrong, poor gentleman, if that's true." "It is quite true. He is very, very ill. He can't give you any advice or assist you in any way, should Grandpapa be unkind. He could not even understand if you told him what has happened." Once more Cotstein's knees knocked against each other in the shadow of the counter. His very lips trembled as he stood regarding his strange visitor with scared and wondering eyes. "Now listen, please," said Phoebe earnestly. "If anyone comes to you about the bill today, don't say anything about him. Say you got it in the way of business. Say anything you please, but don't mention him. If you will promise me this, I will see that you don't come to any harm. Yes, I will. You may say I am not the sort of person to know about business, and it is quite true. But whoever comes to you, remember this. If you don't mention Mr. May, I will see you safely through it. Do you understand? Phoebe leant across the counter in her earnestness. She was not the kind of person to talk about bills or to be a satisfactory security for a man in business, but Kotstein was a poor man, and he was ready to catch at a straw in the turbid ocean of debt and poverty which seemed closing round him. He gave the required promise with his heart in his mouth. Then Phoebe returned down the street. Her fatigue began to tell upon her, but she knew that she dared not give in or allow that she was fatigued. However heavy with sleep her eyes might be, she must keep awake and watchful. Nothing, if she could help it, must so much as turn the attention of the world in Mr. May's direction. By this time she was much too deeply interested to ask herself why she should do so much for Mr. May. He was her charge, her burden, as helpless in her hands as a child, and nobody but herself knew anything about it. It was characteristic of Phoebe's nature that she had no doubt as to being perfectly right in the matter, no qualm lest she should be making a mistake. She felt the weight upon her of the great thing she had undertaken to do, with a certain half-pleasing sense of the solemnity of the position and of its difficulties. But she was not afraid that she was going wrong or suffering her fancy to stray further than the facts justified. Neither was she troubled by any idea of going beyond her sphere by interfering thus energetically in her friends' affairs. Phoebe did not easily take any such idea into her head. It seemed natural to her to do whatever might be wanted and to act upon her own responsibility. Her self-confidence reached the heroic point. She knew she was right, and she knew, moreover, that in this whole matter she alone was right. Therefore, the necessity of keeping up, of keeping alert and vigilant, of holding in her hand the threads of all these varied complications was not disagreeable to her, though she fully felt its importance, nay, almost exaggerated it in her own mind, if that could be. She felt the dangerous character of the circumstances around her, and her heart was sore with pity for the culprit, or as she called him to herself, the chief sufferer. And yet, all the same, Phoebe felt a certain sense of satisfaction in the great role she herself was playing. She felt equal to it, though she scarcely knew what was the next step she ought to take. She was walking slowly, full of thought, to Tozer's door, pondering upon this, when the sound of rapid wheels behind roused her attention, and looking up, surprised, she suddenly saw, leaping out of a dog-cart, the imposing figure of Clarence Copperhead, of whom she had not been thinking at all. He came down with a heavy leap, leaving the light carriage swinging and quivering behind him with the shock of his withdrawal. "Miss Phoebe," he said, breathless, "here's luck. I came over to see you, and you are the first person I set eyes on." He was rather heavy to make such a jump, and it took away his breath. "To see me," she said, laughing, though her heart began to stir. "That is very odd. I thought you must have come to see poor Mr. May, who is so ill. You know—" "May be hanged," said the young man. "I mean, never mind. I don't mean him any harm, though, by Jove, if you make such a pet of him, I don't know what I shall think. Miss Phoebe, I've come over post-haste, as you may see, chiefly to see you, and to try a horse as well," he added, "which the governor has just bought. He's a very good 'un, too, and pleased the governor would be if he knew the use I had put him to," he concluded with a half-laugh. Phoebe knew as well as he did what that use was. He had brought his father's horse out for the first time to carry him here to propose to her, in spite of his father. This was the delicate meaning which it amused him to think of. She understood it all, and it brought a glow of color to her face, but it did not steel her heart against him. She knew her Clarence, and that his standard of fine feeling and mental elevation was not high. "Look here," he said. "I wish I could speak to you, Miss Phoebe, somewhere better than in the street. Yes, in the garden. That will do. It ain't much of a place either to make a proposal in, for that's what I've come to do. But you don't want me to go down on my knees or make a fuss, eh? I got up in the middle of the night to be here first thing and see you. I never had a great deal to say for myself," said Clarence. "You won't expect me to make you fine speeches, but I am fond of you, awfully fond of you, Phoebe. That's the truth. You suit me down to the ground, music and everything. There's no girl I ever met that has taken such a hold upon me as you." Phoebe heard him very quietly, but her heart beat loud. She stood on the gravel between the flower borders, where the primroses were beginning to wither, and glanced over her life of the past and that of the future, which were divided by this moment like the two beds of flowers, one homely, not very distinguished, simple enough, the other exalted by wealth to something quite above mediocrity. Her heart swelled, full as it was with so many emotions of a totally different kind. She had gained a great prize, though it might not be very much to look at. More or less, she was conscious this golden apple had been hanging before her eyes for years, and now it had dropped into her hand. A gentle glow of contentment diffused itself all over her, not transport, indeed, but satisfaction, which was better. "Mr. Copperhead," she said softly. "No, hang it all, call me Clarence, Phoebe, if you're going to have me," he cried, putting out his big hands. "Grandmamma is looking at us from the window," she said hurriedly, withdrawing a little from him. "Well, and what does that matter? The old lady won't say a word, depend upon it, when she knows. Look here, Phoebe, I'll have an answer, yes or no." "Have you got your father's consent, Clarence?" "Ah, it is yes, then. I thought it would be yes," he cried, seizing her in his arms. "As for the governor," added Clarence after an interval, snapping his fingers, "I don't care that for the governor. When I've set my mind on a thing, it ain't the governor or 20 governors that will stop me." End of chapter 41. Read by Jacqueline Tyler, Owasso, Oklahoma, June 14th, 2022.
Chapter 42 of Phoebe Junior. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Phoebe Junior by Margaret O. Oliphant. A great mental shock. Have you any notion what was the cause? None, said Reginald. Oh no, none at all, said Ursula. They were all three standing at the door of the sick room, in which already a great transformation had taken place. The doctor had sent a nurse to attend upon the patient. He had told them that their father was attacked by some mysterious affection of the brain, and that none of them were equal to the responsibility of nursing him. His children, thus banished, had set the door ajar, and were congregated round it, watching what went on within. They did not know what to do. It was Northcote who was asking these questions. It was he who was the most active among them. The others stood, half stunned, wholly ignorant, not knowing what to do. "I don't think Papa is ill at all," said Janey. "Look how he glares about him, just as I've seen him do when he was writing a sermon, ready to pounce upon anyone that made a noise. He is watching that woman. Why should he lie in bed like that and be taken care of, when he is just as well as I am? You have made a mistake, all the rest of you. I would go and speak to him and tell him to get up and not make all this fuss if it was me." "Oh, Janey, hold your tongue," said Ursula. But she, too, looked half scared at the bed, and then turned wistful, inquiring eyes upon Northcote. As for Reginald, he stood uncertain, bewildered, all the color gone out of his face, and all the energy out of his heart. He knew nothing of his father's affairs, or of anything that might disturb his mind. His mind, All that his son knew of this was that whatsoever things disturbed other minds, his father had always contemptuously scouted all such nonsense. "Take some medicine," Mr. May had been in the habit of saying. "Mind? You mean digestion." Was it nothing more than some complicated indigestion that affected him now? "Is it anything about money?" said Northcote. They all turned and looked at him. The idea entered their minds for the first time. Yes, very likely it was money. "We have always been poor," said Ursula wistfully. Northcote took her hand in his. None of them, except Ursula herself, paid any attention to this involuntary, almost unconscious caress, and even to her it seemed a thing, of course, and quite natural that he should be one of them, taking his share in all that was going on. "I am not poor," he said, faltering. "You must not think me presumptuous, May, but the first thing to be done is to get him out of his difficulties, if he is in difficulties, and you must let me help to do it. I think you and I should go out and see about it at once." "Go where?" Reginald, like most young people, had taken little notice of his father's proceedings. So long as things went smoothly, what had he to do with them? When there was a pressure for money, he knew he should hear of it, at least in the shape of reproaches and sneers from his father at his useless life and the expenses of the family. But even these reproaches had died away of late, since Reginald had possessed an income of his own, and since the revenues of the parsonage had been increased by Clarence Copperhead. Reginald was more helpless than a stranger. He did not know where to turn. "Do you think we could ask him?" "I am almost of Janie's opinion. I don't think he is so ill as he seems." And then they all paused and looked again into the room. The nurse was moving softly about, putting everything in order, and Mr. May watched her from the bed with the keenest attention. His face was still livid and ghastly in color, but his eyes had never been so full of eager fire in all the experience of his children. He watched the woman with a close attention which was appalling. Sometimes he would put his covering half aside, as if with the intention of making a spring. He was like some imprisoned animal, seeing a possibility of escape. They looked at him, and then at each other, with a miserable helplessness. What could they do? He was their father, but they knew nothing about him, and just because he was their father, they were more slow to understand, more dull in divining his secrets, than if he had been a stranger. When there came, at last, a suggestion out of the silence, it was Northcote who spoke. "I don't see how you can leave him, May. It is plain he wants watching. I will go, if you will let me." "If Ursula will say I may," said the young man, with a little break in his voice. This roused them all to another question, quite different from the first one. Her brother and sister looked at Ursula, one with a keen pang of involuntary envy, the other with a sharp thrill of pleasurable excitement. Oddly enough, they could all of them pass by their father and leave him out of the question, more easily, with less strain of mind, than strangers could. Ursula, for her part, did not say anything, but she looked at her lover, with eyes in which two big tears were standing. She could scarcely see him through those oceans of moisture, bitter and salt, yet softened by the sense of trust in him and rest upon him. When he stooped and kissed her on the forehead before them all, the girl did not blush. It was a solemn betrothal, sealed by pain, not by kisses. "Yes, go," she said to him in words which were half sobs, and which he understood, but no one else. "You perceive," he said, "it is not a stranger interfering in your affairs, May, but Ursula doing her natural work for her father through me, her representative. God bless her! I am Ursula now," he said with a broken laugh of joy, then grew suddenly grave again. "You trust me, May?" Poor Reginald's heart swelled. This little scene, so calmly transacted under his eyes, would it ever happen for him, or anything like it? No, his reason told him, and yet, still he was thinking but little of his father. He had his duty too, and this happened to be his duty. But no warmer impulse was in the poor young fellow's heart. And thus the day went on. It was afternoon already, and soon the sky began to darken. When his children went into the room, Mr. May took no notice of them. Not that he did not know them, but because his whole faculties were fixed upon that woman who was his nurse, and who had all her wits about her, and meant to keep him there, and to carry out the doctor's instructions, should heaven and earth melt away around her. She too perceived well enough how he was watching her, and being familiar with all the ways, as she thought, of the mentally afflicted, concluded in her mind that her new patient was further gone than the doctor thought. "I hope as you'll stay within call, sir," she said significantly to Reginald. "When they're like that, as soon as they breaks out, they're as strong as giants, but I hope he won't break out, not today." Reginald withdrew, shivering, from the idea thus presented to him. He stole down to his father's study, notwithstanding the warning she had given him, and there, with a sick heart, set to work to endeavor to understand his father. Nay, more than that, to try to find him out. The young man felt a thrill of nervous trembling come over him when he sat down in his father's chair and timidly opened some of the drawers. Mr. May was, in many respects, as young a man as his son, and Reginald and he had never been on those confidential terms, which bring some fathers and sons so very close together. He felt that he had no business there, spying upon his father's privacy. He could not look at the papers which lay before him. It seemed a wrong of the first magnitude, wrought treacherously because of the helplessness of the creature most concerned. He could not do it. He thrust the papers back again into the drawer. In point of fact, there were no secrets in the papers, nor much to be found out in Mr. May's private life. All its dark side might be inferred from, without being revealed in, the little book which lay innocently on the desk, and which Reginald looked over, thinking no harm. In it there were 2 or 3 entries which at length roused his curiosity. Cotstein, October 10th. Cockstein, January 12th. C&T, April 18th. What did this mean? Reginald remembered to have seen Cotstein paying furtive visits in the study. He recollected him as one of the few poor people for whom his father had a liking. But what could there be between them? He was puzzled, and as Betsy was passing the open door at the time, called her in. The evening was falling quickly. The day had changed from a beautiful bright morning to a rainy, gusty afternoon, tearing the leaves and blossoms from the trees, and whirling, now and then, a shower of snowy petals, beautiful but ill-omened snow, across the dark window. Beyond that, the firmament was dull. The clouds hung low, and the day was gone before it ought. When Betsy came in, she closed the door, not fastening it, but still, Reginald felt, shutting him out too much from the sick bed, to which he might be called at any moment. But he was not alarmed by this, though he remarked it. He questioned Betsy closely as to his father's possible connection with this man. In such a moment, confidential, half-whispered interviews are the rule of a house. Everyone has so much to ask, so much to say in reply, so many particulars to comment upon, which the rest may have forgotten. She would have liked to enter upon the whole story, to tell how the master was took, and how she herself had thought him looking bad when he came in, but even to talk about Cotstein was pleasant. "I told Miss Beecham," said Betsy, "and I told the other gentleman, Mr. Northcote, as was asking me all about it. It's months and months since that Cotstein got coming here. Years, I may say, and whenever he came, master looked bad. If you'll believe me, Mr. Reginald, it's money as is at the bottom of it all." "Money? Hush, what was that? I thought I heard something upstairs." "Only the nurse, sir, as is having her tea. I'm ready to take my oath as it's money. I've been in service since I was 9 years old," said Betsy. "I've had a deal of experience of gentlefolks, and it's always money, as is the thing as sets them off their head. That's what it is. If that Cotstein didn't come here something about money, never you believe me no more." "Cotstein? A poor shopkeeper? What could he have to do with my father's affairs?" Reginald was not speaking to the woman, but drearily to himself. If this was the only clue to the mystery, what a poor clue it was! "I dunno, sir," said Betsy. "It ain't for me to tell. But one thing I'm sure of. Lord bless us! What's that?" Reginald rushed to the door, nearly knocking her down as he pushed her aside with his hand. When they got outside, it was only the hat stand in the hall that had fallen, something having been torn off from it apparently in mad haste, and the door had opened and shut. Reginald rushed upstairs, where the nurse was sitting quietly at her tea, the bed curtains being drawn. "All right, sir. He's in a nice sleep," said that functionary. "I didn't light no candles, not to disturb him, poor gentleman." Reginald tore the curtain aside, then turned and dashed downstairs and out into the windy twilight. In that moment of stillness and darkness the patient had escaped. He could see a strange figure walking rapidly already halfway up Grange Lane, and rushed on in pursuit, without taking thought of anything. The sick man had seized upon a long coat which had been hanging in the hall, and which reached to his heels. Reginald flew on, going as softly as he could, not to alarm him. Where could he be going, utterly unclothed except in this big coat? Was it simply madness that had seized him? Nothing more or less? He followed, with his heart beating loudly. There seemed nobody about, no one to whom he could make an appeal to help him, even if he could overtake the rapidly progressing fugitive. But, even while this thought crossed his mind, Reginald saw another figure, broad and tall, developing in the distance, coming towards them, which stopped short, and put out an arm to stop the flight. Even that moment gave him the advantage, and brought him near enough to make out that it was Mr. Copperhead. "The very man I want," he heard him say with his loud voice, putting his arm within that of Mr. May, who resisted, but not enough to attract the attention of the newcomer, as Reginald came up breathless and placed himself on his father's other side. The darkness prevented any revelation of the strange appearance of the fugitive, and Mr. Copperhead was not lively of perception in respect to people unconnected with himself. "You too!" he cried, nodding at Reginald. "Come along! I've come to save that boy of mine from a little artful— Come, both of you! The sight of a young fellow like himself will shame him more than anything, and you, May, you're the very man I want—" "Not there, not there, for God's sake!" said Mr. May, with a hoarse cry. "Not there! My God! Reginald, it used to be hanging. Do you mean to give me up?" "Hold him fast," Reginald whispered in desperation. "Hold him fast. It is madness." "Lord bless us!" said Mr. Copperhead, but he was a man who was proud of his strength, and not given to timidity. He held his captive fast by the arm, while Reginald secured him on the other side. "Why, what's this, May? Rouse yourself up. Don't give in, man. No, you ain't mad, not a bit of you. Come along, wait here at Tozer's for me, while I do my business, and then I'll look after you. Come on!" There was a violent but momentary struggle. Then all at once the struggling man yielded and allowed himself to be dragged within the garden door. Was it because an ordinary policeman, one of the most respectful servants of the law, who would have saluted Mr. May with the utmost reverence, was just then coming up? He yielded, but he looked at his son with a wild despair, which made Reginald almost as desperate as himself in maddening ignorance and terror. "Ruin! Ruin!" he murmured hoarsely. "Worse than death." End of chapter 42, read by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona, September 25, 2022.